It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NACE 2022 fall season. We have two great matches for you today. First, an open premier match between the University of Texas and the University of Central Florida, followed up by a playoff match between Northwood University, a school I think everyone wants to see, some friends of yours too, Max, and Manchester University, who have a tall task in front of them. Man, the season is winding down. Now we only have the best of the best of the best schools remaining, and I cannot wait to see how great these matches are going to be. But for everyone who is unaware, I am Mies. This is Max. Max, how you feeling about today's matches, my friend?
I'm feeling excited. You alluded to it. Yes, I live an hour away from Northwood University, so I have personal connections to everybody on that team, including the coach. So I am looking forward to that one. But first, I believe we have you said an open premier match coming up between the University of Texas at Austin and University of Central Florida. And just looking at some of these lineups for this one, yeah, that one's not going to be, that's got to be an explosive battle.
Yeah, we had again two open premier match against two, I think both 7-0 teams, if I'm not mistaken, haven't been defeated up until this point. But let's do a quick rundown of the schedule. Regular season conference play-in, conference championships, LCQs are all finished, and we are currently in the playoffs with grand finals being, I think, like next week or the week right after that. So coming up very, very soon. I cannot believe the season is already over. I remember like the second week we started, and first week of broadcast, and it's already over, and I can't believe it. But there you go. You see the two matches on the schedule today. That first match, like you said, the University of Texas and the University of Central Florida, two big football schools as well. And at the bottom, you see Northwood University and Manchester University. Man, I gotta quickly talk about Northwood a bit more. Ever since the first time I saw them, and I think like week 2 or week 3, I knew that this team was going to be the favorite to win the entire thing. 5 incredible players, 2 members, I believe, of the 12 Stock Club. If you don't know what the 12 Stock Club is, that is a club, a very exclusive club, made only for people who have taken out an entire team by themselves. And I believe they have 2 different people, Copel and I think Frostbite as well, who have both done that. I might be mistaken, but either way, they got 2 people. I know that for sure. And then Manchester University, very talented school, very talented 4-man roster right there with Augment, Pars, Fleetwood, and Ash. That'll be Terry, Cosby, Steve, and Villager. All really good, but again, have a very monumental mountain to climb in Northwood University. On the other side, the first match, Texas, Central Florida, got Ruskiner, Gallon, Broken, and Caleb. 4 very good players. I think a lot of people might be familiar with Broken. Broken's actually not going to be on the roster today. I think they did a substitution, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it should be Trace instead.
Trace, my apologies. So I think you have Ruskiner, Gallon, Umop, and Trace. My apologies on that. And then University of Central Florida, Psychic, Nave, Javi, and Jorge. So another really good roster right there. And really good characters on these 2 teams, too. Wow, just doing a quick little rundown of that. Really good characters. You have Ness, Pika, Robin, Steve, and then the other side you potentially have like another Ness, Crom, and like another Steve. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Absolutely nuts. But yes, you're looking at 2 teams here. There's only one person that we couldn't really, we do our research, we do our due diligence before these sort of things. But the only thing I couldn't find is Javi's character, because Javi is a very common name for people that like to go to a lot of tournaments. So unsure if I believe it's not the one from Mexico that plays Cloud. More likely it could be either the Bayo player or the Richter player. So we're going to see exactly who they have lined up for that. But yeah, I'm looking at these things and I'm seeing some overlap with the character choice, but where they differentiate is where I feel like the most of the explosiveness is located.
And before we actually get on to those matches a little bit later on, I have to tell everybody about the scholarship prizing that is up at stake. Again, these are a bunch of schools, and they are fighting for some scholarship prizing. You see at the bottom there, first place school gets $2K, second place 1,000, third place 500. So no matter how you do, if you get into that top 3, you're going to be going home with a little bit of bread in your pocket. So shout out to all the sponsors who made that possible. But here, we'll take a quick look at the tournament bracket, the overall tournament bracket. You see at the top there, Northwood versus Manchester, at the bottom, Wichita State and Shenandoah. The other match between UCF and Texas is not on this because that is an open premier match. So that's a little bit of a different thing. But yeah, this is the main bracket for the main tournament, and we are 1 round away from getting to grand finals. And you know what? I said this as soon as playoffs started. I'm going to stick by it. I think you're on a collision course between Northwood and Wichita State. I think those are like by far and away the two best teams in the entire bracket. Obviously, the 1 and the 2 seed is one of the very few, or two of the very few undefeated teams who went undefeated in the regular season and are now obviously undefeated in the playoffs, and they are what absolutely on a collision course. And if they both make it to grand finals, man, I cannot wait to see how explosive that match is, because up until this point, the only school I think that can take Northwood out is Wichita State. We have seen Wichita State kind of bend a little bit. We saw that happen yesterday. We saw that happen on Thursday as well against Shawnee State, and I think they, bent a little bit against DBU in their first round as well. So a little bit fallible there, but Northwood is one school who I just have not seen break or bend even a little bit up until this point. So if they do end up playing against each other, I'm gonna be really excited to see that. And for those who are unfamiliar with the crew format, first off, you have teams of 4 competing in the crew battle. Stocks carry over between each match. So how you win is just as important as if you win, winning with 2 stocks or 3 stocks, 1 stock. That does matter, and it will be a best of 3. So the first team to win 2 matches will win the sets. Did unfamiliar again? You're all familiar with the crew battle format by now, I would imagine. It's seasons, all this stuff. You're all familiar.
Yeah.
But yeah, once again, like, these matches are going to be like absolutely nuts, and we have the rosters for you here. Quickly ran over them earlier, but let's do it again. Rusky, Nerd, Gallon, Broke. Oh, again, roster's gonna be a little bit different. Rusky, Nerd, Gallon. It will be UMOP and Trace on the University of Texas. And
just for reference, Caleb Devin is UMOP, so they are the same person. And I think Broken may still be there in case of a substitution, but from what I hear, Trace is starting out.
Oh, okay, cool. Then the other side on UCF, you have Psychic playing Nest, very fitting. You have Nave playing the Crom, Jorge with Steve, and Javi again, unfamiliar with who they were playing, though there are, quite a few Javis out there, so unfamiliar with who they were using. But once we find that out, we will get that to you. So 2 7-0 teams. I think this is the first time I think we've seen 2 7-0 teams. We've seen undefeated teams before. I think we saw like 2 5-0 teams play each other once, 2 4-0 teams play each other once, but 2 7-0 teams going up against each other. This has all the makings of a very, very tight 3-game set.
It does. I mean, it's, no matter which way you slice it, somebody today is going home holding the L.
Yes.
And you just got to dig deep and make sure that all of your players are firing on all cylinders in order to, push through whatever your opponent may throw at you. Whether, because there's, like I said, there's some overlap in the characters here that, like, both teams should expect to face a Ness and a Steve. They should know how those matchups work for all of their characters. So that'll be an interesting level to counter pick situations. But looking at this, you have a Crom, a character that a lot of people, they know it's very powerful on flat ground, when they can box, when they can swing that big sword. But as soon as you get them off stage, their recovery is super exploitable. We saw it a lot with with Lavish going to Summit not too long ago. But yeah, and as well, Gallon, a very, very solid Pika player, a character that everybody agrees is a very strong character, but still not enough people would play it where you would assume that. So it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. If you had to pen me for a guess, I would have gone with UT. Or actually, no, because I agreed. It was University of Central Florida. I remember we have our predictions right below us right now. I went with University of Central Florida. Can't change it now. And you went with UT@A.
Yeah, I went with UT just based on a bit of a familiarity with a couple of the players there. I like the roster too. Ness, Pika, Robin, Steve, very solid. Robin, a bit of a weak link there, but Robin is one of those characters who are in the right hands. They are very, very, very deadly. Do not sleep on Robin at all. On the other side, like you said, UCF. Also a Ness, also a Steve, also have a Crom, but because we don't know who Javi plays, that's kind of why I was a little bit apprehensive to pick them, because I just, I don't know the whole picture. But this is a thing this is a 50-50. this is really, if I'm wrong, I feel like there's no shame in that here because these are both 7-0 teams, both evenly matched. Half their teams are literally the same as well. So I really think this is a 50-50, and it's going to be, the difference is going to be between, I really think, Gallon and Uvop versus Maeve and Javi, because those are the only players that are different. Granted, Javi could also play like a Pico or Robin, so hey, so who knows? But I think that's going to be the difference, how those middle people play out, instead of how Psychic and Jorge play, because I really feel like Psychic and Jorge, Rusky, Nerd, and Trace might go even. You might see them just all kind of take each other out. You know, in Dittos, oftentimes that does happen. So whoever those middle people end up using and however they play, I think that's what's going to determine the match here.
Yeah, and I think that I alluded to it earlier, the counter pick situation of, okay, well, you have two players, basically half your team is the same. So if UCF sends out Psychic first, and, you know, if we could get a case of we get two character Dittos in the middle of this as well. You know, Psychic goes through, takes 3 stocks, and then who do you send in to counteract that? Do you send in the Robin? Do you send in the Pika, knowing how to go around that? And you run into this, don't want to run into this trap of saving somebody for a specific matchup.
Yeah.
You want to send out the best player at the for the situation. Yeah. And at, you know, if you fold early, or, you know, you bet a little too high on something, you could be paying for it in the end. And but, you know, both teams are 7-0. I would assume they have their strategies down pat and know exactly how to prepare for each other. But either way, like you said, it's going to be a tight 3-game set.
Yeah, I haven't seen two teams of this caliber really play each other. If we do get Wichita and Northwood, that might be the only in the grand finals. That might be the only time we've seen two schools with this good of a record play against each other. You know, especially this deep into the tournament. So excited to see how that is going to go. And everyone, we are just kind of getting situated a little bit. I think the players are just setting up the game, so bear with us for just a little bit longer. But before we actually get into this match, I got to give a quick shout out to every single sponsor who made the tournament possible. Extra Life, play games to change kids' health and change the future. Join Extra Life today. There's a banner below for all of our sponsors right underneath the stream, so click on them for more information. Duncan, Nay Star League runs on Duncan again. Click the Twitch panel. Army ROTC, BetterHelp, Mavix, and Garmin, everyone who has made the tournament possible. Big shout out to all of them. But again, so we talked a bit about this first match between Texas and Florida, but the second match between Northwood and Manchester University. Manchester is a very solid team. We've seen them on broadcast, I think, 2 or 3 times up until this point.
Yeah.
Augment playing Terry, Pars, the Kazuya, 2 FGC characters right there. Fleetwood Steve, we're gonna get 3 Steve today, oh boy. And then Ash No Joy playing Villager, a very solid roster right there. And it's crazy because you see a team with Terry, Kazuya, Steve, and Villager, and you would think that the Villager is like the character who doesn't get that many KOs. I've seen Ash get like 5, get like 6 in certain matches, and then, you know, when the other and, you know, no disrespect to the other players, but it's just like I did not expect the Villager to be the one to get the most KOs oftentimes. Like, you've seen Pars and Augment and Fleetwood all come in and do their thing, but like, it's just crazy to me on a roster like that the Villager is the one racking up the most kills.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because you have on the side of Manchester, when looking at it character-wise, like, this team seems built for Wi-Fi, for this kind of format, because, you know, Terry, Kazuya, Steve, all characters that thrive on Wi-Fi. Villager, a character that can take their time and just be very, you know, also thrive on Wi-Fi, versus Northwood, who I know all like rosters players that perform well in offline situations. Mind you, you do have Kopel and you do have Sogapop, 2 players that have had very high placings in online Wi-Fi events like Coinbox and what have you. So, yeah, they're not unfamiliar to the Wi-Fi format. Obviously, we've all gone through it, and we went through the great time skip together. But yeah, I think they would be more, you know, more what's the word I'm looking for? They'd be more expecting of Wi-Fi shenanigans from a team of that makeup. Like we said, they're 7-0. They would be prepared for it. But I still think in the case of Manchester, you have that sort of that X factor of, we just have the Wi-Fi characters, and then the X factor level 3, you know, one, as you will, shout Marvel, Ash No Joy. So.
Sorry, you said X Factor level 3, and I like clenched up PTSD.
X Factor, and Ash No Joy is Dark Phoenix. I'm sorry.
Oh god, no.
X Factor level 3. But hey, if there's anybody that can box with them, I think their X Factor of Frostbite, Sogapop, but I'm gonna put Kopel up. Kopel's Hagar, if you're looking at it.
Yeah.
But enough about that match number 2. We're getting into game number 1 for match number 1, UT at Austin versus UCF, and it looks. Hold up now.
Is this Nave?
Hold up now.
We're gonna get the characters. Oh, it's Gallon.
Oh, this is Gallon. Okay.
We have Gallon with the Lucina. We did say Pikachu earlier, so we are wrong on that. Up against Jorge, who was going to be playing Steve. And you know what? Out of every character in the game, we do know, Steve is arguably the best character in the game. But I do feel like Lucina is a character who does do decently well against them. Obviously, you have the sword able to hit through a lot of the blocks. You have the speed to make up a lot of the ground. And you can't really get, and you have Up B who can kind of get you out of some juggles. It is a bit of a risky play, but it can work out at sometimes. But yeah, out of most characters on the roster, I do think Lucina does a decent job against Steve.
Yeah, I think the Lucina pick may just be like Gallon may be the Pika main we assume they are, but the Lucina pick may just because they hate playing Pika into the Steve matchup. It is a much more tough matchup having to get in around all of Steve's walls and the big aerials he has. But, if you play a character like Lucina, you have that sword with you to, aid you in those disjoints. And, yeah, I think this is a much better matchup for Gallon than if they would have gone Pika,
and yeah,
our math is correct.
And wow, that footstool there. Yeah, like you brought up a really good point. Pika obviously just short, very small legs, very small stubby arms and stuff like that. Really hard to get in at times if that quick attack is not landing for you. But yeah, this Lucina pick working out pretty well. Relatively even game up until this point. Jorge does have the slight lead, but Gallon is making a bit of ground right here. What's the option on the ledge? Try to get it in air. That may have KO'd if it worked. Fourth throw. Yep. Could build some blocks off stage. Oh no, just fainting right to the back.
We missed something here.
Up B. I mentioned the up B being a decent option, but risky, and we saw right there. Gallon's really lucky they didn't get punished, and you know what? They did a little bit of punishing of their own as they take that first stock off of Jorge.
I love that option. Run up, down smash, take the stock early. They're high enough percent that's going to do it. But now how's your mash, buddy? That's
not good enough.
It's shake my hand kind of situation.
Yeah. And the thing about boy, don't know about that one. But the thing
they're scrapping. It's the Thunderdome here.
The thing about mashing out of that minecart is I've seen mashing out too fast also kind of go in the Steve's favor. If they're ready for it, they can still spike you. If you're too late, they can spike you. It's one of those moves where no matter what happens, it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. If the Steve is ready, you're gonna get punished no matter what. Also, Jorge's tag is also very funny.
Yeah. Wi-Fi lol. Okay, there you go. Some more using that Satsu. I've have people describe Lucina to me as the white bread of this game. Very consistent but very default and kind of basic. But with that comes the consistency. You're always going to get your kills with the nose. You're not going to get sour spots or what have you with any of Lucina's stuff. So very, very good pick if you're just trying to pick up a sortie. And so far, a lot of this seems to be working out. Has Jorge up to 159 with the back air, gonna do it.
Yeah, Lucina to kind of go further on her points, much like Palutena. And honestly, I'm gonna throw a Byleth in there too. It's these characters where they just kind of work as intended, which you would think most characters are like that, but it is Smash Bros. And a lot of characters just are kind of janky. Those are 3 characters who just everything they have works exactly like it's supposed to. You know exactly what you're gonna get. You know exactly where people are gonna get sent. Top of getting sent right to the blast zone right there from that back air from Jorge. But yeah, you just know exactly what you're going to get with these characters, which is why Lucina, like you said, if you're going to pick up a sword character, just a very, very solid character, very solid beginner character too, and at the high level can do a lot of really good things like we're seeing right here with Gallon. But Jorge does have a 30 or so % lead, and coming back against the Steve is definitely not an easy task. Especially when you're getting down smashed like that off stage, first game going to Jorge. And I think because Gallon upbeat, Lucina's arm poked through the stage, and that's why that down smash was able to hit. So that's a little bit of smash jank for you right there. But that first game going to Jorge.
I do want to say there right before Gallon died, they had an option that if it had worked would have completely flipped everything. They had gone for the full stinger and angled it up as they had fallen below the ledge in just this level of precision that I rarely see from any Lucina. Unfortunately, it didn't work, so they don't get the Twitter clip out of it. But still, that was I'm looking at that happening, and I can't even before I can even process what happened. The game was over. But fantastic decision making from Gallon. Unfortunately, didn't work out your way. But at the end of the day, you got to respect the blockman.
Yeah, but you know what? At the same time, that's Steve for you, man.
Yep.
I feel like even when you do a good move, something's gonna happen. It's not gonna work. That Shoebreaker would have been a really cool option if it did. But Steve is Steve. Weird hitboxes are weird hitboxes, all the kind of stuff. So shout outs to both players for putting on a good show. And yeah, that was about as even of a match as we really are gonna get. And I really feel like most of these other matches are gonna be very similar, where it's just everyone just going hit for hit, blow for blow, and oftentimes it'll come down to who just gets the last hit. I think I don't imagine we're going to see too many people kind of get blown up here, but again, I've been wrong in the past. I'm typically wrong, so I'm probably going to be wrong again about this one. But yeah, just looking at the rosters right now for Texas, that was just Gallon we saw. We still have Rusky Nerd the Nest, Umop the Robin, and we also have Trace, who can also go in with a Steve of their own. And if I'm being honest with you, of the 3 options that are left, I think just going for the Steve Ditto might be your best thing, your best bet. Obviously, Ness, not super quick, very short range, and those are the characters that Steve kind of bodies. Robin does have a bit of range, but is very slow and has limited resources, and Steve can kind of win the war of attrition, if you will. Just wait for Robin to burn all the resources and then go in. So I'm really thinking Steve and just going all Minecraft battle might be the best play here for Texas.
So I agree. I think the Steve Ditto is probably the best option here. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I think that might have been the wrong analogy, but to each his own. Yeah, you gotta fight. Sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. That's what I meant to say.
There you go.
It just come down to. It could come down to the Evo Bayonetta situation where they're both just build a wall, build a wall, start digging, and it's going to be an interesting one to see here. It's while that's my pick, I am looking into behind the curtain for a second, and I can see we're getting a Rusky Nerd on the Ness.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the one character I thought you wouldn't send in against Steve, but I guess it is only one stock, so it's not as high of a risk. But I'm just worried about Ness off stage. Mm-hmm. I'm worried about Ness not being able to break through the Steve wall. Steve just outranges Ness. Speed wise, I'm not sure what the speed kind of matchup is there, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a factor here. I maybe they're saving Steve for a different character. Mm-hmm. Florida also has a Ness of their own in Psychic. They have Crom, they have Javi, we don't know who's gonna be playing yet. It's very iffy. This is very iffy.
Yeah. Jeez. I've seen plenty of Nesses perform at very high levels against Steves. Obviously, we've all seen it before. Players such as Gact, such as Send, Syrup. Yeah. We've all seen them. So the character has the ability to get through those walls. PK Fire is no slouch. It's such a versatile move that really, like you said, they only need to take one. And mind you, I believe also Rusky Nerd is the coach of this team.
Really?
A nice little player coach situation, so they have that insight to the ability to dig deeper within a matchup to inform their players and stuff. So they've probably watched the film and played countless Steves, obviously playing Trace countless of times. So I would assume this is really just one of those situations where you put your money where your mouth is. Do you really know the Steve matchup? Can you really fight Steves with Ness? If you're going to show this level of confidence, put up or shut up.
And we're going to see what the option is here as game 2 is about to begin. Oh, no, you did say they are sending a Ness, right? Yes, no, my bad. You did say that. So we are going to be seeing Rusky up against Jorge. And again, the Ness pick, it can work out, but Ness is just such a volatile character. And I feel like Steve is someone who can take advantage of a lot of the deficiencies that Ness has. Ness struggles to land, obviously struggles off stage. This wall Ness can't really deal with it, and we're going to see a big combo right here. Oh, no, we didn't. I do like the attempt. He attempted to reset it right there by standing on their own block. I like that option. Didn't quite work out, but it would have been cute if it did end up working out. But yeah, I really feel like Steve is someone who. What the hell has happened? Yo.
Ooh, that's a home run. That's a strong bat right there.
Okay,
reflecting the anvil.
Okay, wow. Did the anvil hit Jorge though, or did he just keep riding it up top?
No, it hit him. It reversed the hitbox, sent it up a little bit, and it hit Jorge. So that is a thing that will work, but you got to time it right. There's the back throw coming out, not doing it just yet, but keep him off stage with the PK Thunders. I do like the stage pick to go along with it, and Jorge out of iron, so they have to create space and mine some more before they can even send up minecart again.
Ooh. But for I think you're not fine. No, you're not fine. Unfortunate right there. I think the side manual just kind of maybe caught Jorge a little bit off guard, getting hit by that and just getting pushed off stage. Not able to come back. So the Ness pick does work out for University of Texas. Now UCF, they have a Ness of their own in Psychic. We just saw their Steve. They have Nave with the Crom. I kind of want them to send Javi selfishly just so I can see what character they play. But between the Ness and the Crom, I do kind of like going Crom here. Ness struggles with swords oftentimes, even though Crom's sword isn't necessarily the biggest. Crom has so much speed that it almost doesn't even matter, that the range isn't that great. You can do a lot of stuff. You can hit Steve, or not Steve, you can kind of body Ness off stage as well. One well-placed back air, Ness is not coming back from that. Much like Steve, you can juggle Ness up in the air. Ness can't really do much about it. But your recovery is relatively exploitable. You can recover vertically without much problem, but horizontally, that's a whole other story. And with PK Fire being a really good move and PK Thunder also being a really good move, Ness can kind of push Crom horizontally off stage, so that might be a factor. But again, we might just see a Ditto. That might be a thing. Again, selfishly, I would want to see that as well, just to see which Ness is better. But I do like the Crom pick, which means they're definitely not going Crom.
Yeah, I do think the Crom pick is not the way to go here. I think you want to put that in the best matchup proportionally possible. Okay. So potentially even the Robin, the Robin most likely, or even the Steve. Even then, like Steve's gonna be able to snuff out most of your recoveries as well. Just build under lol plank it. That said, my inside sources are hearing that Psychic has more than just a Ness, and might actually have a Palutena at their disposal as well to counteract. So it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see. Like we saw some unique things we've never seen, like from this. I've never seen from the Steve Ness matchup before. Reflecting Anvil back, and save that one.
That was so wacky.
It was like, what's that bat made of even? It's like, that's gotta be like
vibranium, bro.
This super bat, just send it right on, just return to sender. So I think whoever they send in here, also, yes, morbid curiosity at this point, wants to know who the heck Javi plays. So I'm not gonna make who I would put in, probably Psychic, just because I would want to see the Ness or maybe even the Palu, which is a good pick. So I'm not going to commit to anybody saying who they're going to put in. I'm just saying who I'd like to see.
Yeah, I see a Ness Ditto. Granted, I don't think you're ever going to see anyone ever say they want to see a Ness Ditto, but for the sake of the competition, I would actually love to see it just to see who is going to be better. But we are going to see the pick very shortly. But again, we might actually see Psychic's Palutena. I think you said they have a Palutena as well, so we might actually see that. And that is exactly what we are seeing. So that is a very good call for you there, Max. Palutena, a crew battle staple. And because the crew battle format, oftentimes like janky characters and kind of weird, uncommon characters can kind of reign supreme at times. Palutena is a very good pick for any team because they're basically a gatekeeper. A lot of low mid-tier jank, just low mid-tier weirdness just does not work on Palutena. She snuffs all of that out, nips it right in the butt. I'm not saying that Ness is necessarily one of those characters, but Ness is a character who does have a bit of weird stuff that Palutena can kind of just snuff out with Nair and back air and down B as well. Basically, her whole moveset, if I'm being honest with you. So I do like this pick here instead of going for the Ditto.
Yeah, so far it's working So far, it's really just pure even. I do say you will have to be a little bit careful as this game goes on to not be overzealous with the all the projectiles, because you could just end up giving Rescue Nerd. Ooh, yeah, that one's gonna hurt. You end up giving Rescue Nerd like helping them heal with the PK Magnet. But right now, yeah, Rescue Nerd taking that first stock and playing pretty well, playing pretty strong.
And you know what? Psychic actually had an opportunity to maybe go for a back air a little bit earlier right there. Did end up eating the jump with the flame, but couldn't get much else off of it. And because Ness's aerial or air dodge is so good, you're going to be able to come back to stage from anywhere near that ledge, but not going to be able to come back from that one as that celestial flame, or that explosive flame, I should say, does take that stock. And we are all tied up again at 2 stocks each. And this game, this whole set has just been hit for hit, blow for blow, stock for stock. No team really has been able to take advantage just yet, kind of like we predicted. I do imagine that we're going to see a 3-game set here unless someone just comes in and absolutely snaps, but this is about as even of a match as we've seen all season, Rex.
Couldn't have said it better. And now it looks like Psychic trying to just, get that Nair plane started, revving up the engines to it a little bit and putting on the percent. Yeah, it was UCF looking to take another lead here. And okay. Ooh. PK flash into up air. What's going to be followed? That's a big counter into the another. These two are scrapping.
Yo, that interaction with the counter on the PK Thunder, on the PK Rocket was absolutely okay. For those who don't know, that PK Thunder move will kill people at like 30%. And the fact that Psychic had the presence of mind to counter it at that point and does end up getting that stock too, to counter it, and the fact that the counter didn't even hit as well, that's kind of weird, but that interaction was a really, really cool interaction right there. I want to see a little bit more of that as we do see Psychic get another counter and begins the Nair train, does drop that combo, unfortunately. Still got a quick 28% as Rusky's trying to get enough damage to where a back throw is going to KO. About another 20 or so percent, we're going to start to see that. Does get a bit of recovery with that side magnet. You mentioned that earlier. Does get some off of it right there.
You've been getting a lot of mileage out of that counter so far, but you don't want to rely on it too heavily or else it will come back to bite you. Right now has him at ledge. Okay, nice little PSI magnet confirm.
Ouch.
Charge through it. Up smash, not going to connect either. It's going to be the option here at ledge. Drag down Nair. Ooh, got to be careful. Don't want to be fishing for those grabs.
I think Psychic was going for a drag down off stage, and then they're just a little bit too close to the ledge there, because that would have probably taken Ness's stock if they didn't manage to land that. Want to talk about taking stocks? One more stock being taken off of Psychic, and once again, this has just been an even match all the way through. 99% lead right now for Psychic. One more back air should do it, especially from this close to the ledge. Well, this is Ness. Ness is a character who does not care about damage. You will take one hit from PK Fire, then you'll take another one, and then you'll take another one. And then before you know it, you're going to be at what, like 120, 110, before you even recognize what's even happening to you.
I love that bobbing and weaving at the ledge to not only land the PK Thunder, but avoid everything that came your way, and you still recovered some on the explosive flame, and now you have center stage. Gotta be careful landing on that PK Flash again. Okay, odd animation there because she was in the counter animation. Oh, but here, what are you gonna do? Uh-oh.
Smart recovery to avoid the up smash, but you do land in the PK Fire. I guess that's the better of the two options to get hit by that, because you can't really get killed by it. So I do like it, and oh my god, explosive flame coming out of nowhere. I did not see that one coming at all, and honestly, I don't think Rusty saw that coming either. Was not prepared for that, and that is going to be game going to Psychic up 1 stock over UT, who was down to 6. They still have Umok the Robin left. Still have Trace the Steve. I would not send in Robin against Palutena. Like I said, Robin, one of those mid-tier characters that has a lot of weird stuff that Palutena just does not care about and will completely annihilate. Steve, we all know Steve, best character in the game, arguably, if not best, not anything lower than 3. So I really think Trace right now might be a good option. But then you do have Robin as an anchor, who is a very counter-pickable character, if that is a word. You know, if there's a reason Robin isn't, high up on a lot of tier lists, and is in that middle section, in like the middle to lower middle kind of area of the mid tier. And there is a reason for that. As powerful as that character is, as many cool things as that character can do, because they have limited resources, because they're really slow. That's a lot of characters can't take advantage of that. Crom, one of those characters who can just kind of stuff you out. Also, Robin doesn't have great frame data. Crom on the side of University of Jafora can stuff that out. Palatine can stuff that stuff out. I don't know who Javi plays, but they could probably stuff out a lot of the stuff that Robin wants to do too. So keeping Robin for anchor might not necessarily be a great idea. You might want to burn them right now just to try and take this one stuff off the psychic. But I do think Steve is also a really good option here.
Yeah, but we also want to remind you that Nace Star League runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel below the stream to find a Duncan near you. But for what I think, no matter who you send in, whether it is the Steve or the Robin, you know how to play against them. They're both characters that have to manage resources. They have to manage what they have in mind you, everybody in this game has to manage resources in some form or fashion. Most of the time it's just your recovery resources. But for these specific characters, they have much of their power and a lot of their kit is just tied to that little resource bar above their little icon. So paying just as close attention to that as what move they're pulling out when, or like how they're mixing up their get up options is just as imperative. So I think narrowing yourself down to those two characters, you can much more easily formulate a game plan to then roll from one into the other into a W.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point you made. But even think of that, the fact that Robin and Steve are both characters that have limited resources, but the difference is that Robin, you have to wait for them to come back. 5 to 7 seconds, whether that's your 11 sword or any one of your magic tomes, where Steve can just go and get the resources whenever they want to. It's a little bit of RNG involved in there with what they get and when they get it, but I think that's a big thing where Steve can kind of hit you away and then stall. But if you're stalling and letting him get those resources, if you let him get diamond, that's going to spell the end for you. Versus Robin, you already know what you know what they have. Like, they're going to get the 11 sword, they're going to get one of the, their arc fire or their thunderbook. And granted, those moves are pretty okay, but none of them are diamond. None of them are diamond pickaxe. None of them are diamond sword, anything like that. But that's a really good point you brought up, how those are two characters who just have to manage their resources very well. But I do think Robin is a bit on the extreme side of that, because there's nothing you can do to get them back. You just have to wait. But yeah, again, just thinking back to like the picks, man, it's. I kind of think we send in Robin just to not have Robin anchor.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Yeah, and this is no disrespect to any of the players. I'm just talking on a character basis. UMOP could be an absolute Robin god who shuts me up. But I just think based on a character thing, you don't want Robin anchor, especially when you don't know who Javi plays, or at least we don't know who Javi plays. Maybe they do. But Steve is just so safe. Steve is just so safe that it's almost like comforting to know that you still have that you can just send that in, and you're basically guaranteed to take off at least like 2 stocks just because Steve is Steve. So I think that's probably what they're discussing too. They probably are not sure who to send in yet. Maybe UMOP or Trace has a secondary that we don't know about. But man, they have a really tough pick ahead.
Picking the Robin is no slouch. When they get the 11 sword, it all like they can still like make your stock disappear just as fast as we've seen MK Lil's Bile do it. Just like you blink and you miss it. The character still has that ability. I've been on the receiving end of it a few times myself. Just with 11 sword, like arc fire into 11 sword. So what stage they pick will also, like, if there's platforms, that only increases Robin's volatility. Being able to just platform ladder your way up and then into 11 sword up there and you're dead. And so I feel like going with the Robin for this one, you can clean up some of those stocks to really even this thing back up. And it looks like what we're going to see here is,
they're going Robin. Okay.
Yep, there's the Robin.
Going Robin. They need to absolutely take this one stock without losing anything, because being down a stock on whoever they send in next, whoever University sends in, Central Florida sends in next, you don't want to be down a stock as Robin, because as explosive as an offensive character as they are, again, they are just so exploitable. Again, the limited resources, you see that bar right above Robin's character portrait at the bottom. As you use your attacks, those do wind down, and you see the 11 sword get tossed out, and now you have a bronze sword, which basically you can't really KO with unless you get a really hard read with a forward smash or something like that. See the arc fire meter right there. A couple seconds, now the 11 sword is back, and you know what? UMOP doing a relatively good job of kind of controlling the pace of this match and not letting Psychic kind of run wild.
Yeah, but they are still getting like hit by a lot of these stray blows. Just, you know, like the one hit of a nair here, or maybe like, you know, a shower spot of a fair here. So that while they are bringing this thing back now and now have the percent lead, they are still like, they got to start putting this thing away soon. And at 103, yeah, you got a very good chance of doing it. Pick up the 11 sword again, throw it, just get it out of here.
Okay, right now Yumop needs to just stall out for 11 sword and get 11 sword back here. Or toss a book. A book might also do it too. Okay, their 11 sword is back. They need 11 sword back here, like right now. Okay, not gonna be able to do it. Nair might actually kill as well. Or a forward air, not gonna be quite enough. Next one is definitely gonna do it.
But
you
the
can
snipe
with the L Thunder? Or you can just snipe with the throwaway everything I just said and get a snipe with the Yell Thunder. Just, you know what, Yumop came in, did exactly what they needed, and they took that stock of shutting me up. But now you run into the issue of Robin with your opponent having counterpick advantage. And Robin is a character who you can counterpick relatively easily. Again, this is a character that's kind of in the middle of the pack out of the, you know, the 80, however many characters are in the game, kind of in that 40 to 50-ish range, kind of smack dab in the middle. A lot of characters that Robin can do well against, heavies, slower characters, you know, Robin can do decently well against, but man, you have a Crom right there. You have a Crom on the side of University floor that you can send in and kind of snuff some stuff out. Javi, still don't know who they play, but I do like if they do go Crom here.
Well, the wait is over.
Oh.
The results are in.
Uh-oh.
We know exactly who Javi plays now, and it looks like they're coming in next because Javi plays Villager.
Oh, okay.
Or at least Javi is playing Villager. So.
Okay, so Villager on Robin, I like that because now Robin can't kind of play free. Now, if Robin wants to throw the resource, if they want to throw the living sword, they want to throw the books, they got to be careful because Robin could just, because a Villager could just pocket it and toss it right back out you at 2 times the knockback. Any projectile you want to toss out. Catching arc fire isn't amazing, but if you want to catch an L Thunder or a Thoron or anything like that, that's going to be vital. I think Villager can also catch Robin's recovery, the Elwind, and toss that right back, and that is actually the spike as well, so they got to be careful with how they upbeat. So yeah, this is going to be interesting because now if they do go Villager, Yumop can no longer just kind of run wild with their resource. They have to be very, very careful. They have to slow the pace down, but slowing the pace down is exactly what Villager wants you to do. So I think this pick is playing, and again, goes back to what I said earlier, Robin is just very easy to counterpick, and this is one of the better counterpicks that you really can get.
Yeah, you kind of play into your opponent's hand as we get into this game number 5 here between jeez Louise, Yumop and Javi.
And go default Villager. That's the first default Villager skin I've seen in a long time, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Most of the time, Villager players go for the craziest looking ones they can.
Yeah, the one that looks like it's you know, doing some narcotics. That's the one I see everyone use. But anyways, onto this match right here. 26% already on Yumop, and again, just okay. There we go. A quick 41%. That double forward air into neutral air. Again, that 11 sword is so incredibly powerful. Just it is very unfortunate that you have a limited time with it, man. That would make Robin such a good character if you could use a little bit more. That bronze sword forward smash isn't really going to get a KO for another like 40 or so percent. It is pretty weak, but the 11 sword should be coming back relatively soon. There it is. Already burning 2 uses of it. 83% right now on Javi. 95, still going up.
They're just swinging with that thing.
Here's the thing, man. When you have that 11 sword out, you have to swing. You have to swing. It's such a good move. It's so, like all of Robin's aerials with 11 sword are so good. They last a lot longer than you would think. They have, you know, even their sour spots are also really good. You can sour spot back here into sour. You can sour spot back here into sweet spot back here. You can sour spot forward air into nair. You can do a lot of things. So honestly, it is in your best interest, even if you have limited time with it, to just swing with your 11 sword, man. Even if you sour spot, it can lead to a lot of stuff.
Oh my goodness, I believe that was an up air coming
That was an up air, yep.
Yep, taking that stock, and now really it's Javi's, the ball is in Javi's court. They got to really set something up here, and now, like, yes, you're getting your stray hits and you're, you know, landing piece by piece, but now you're letting Yumop just sort of, you know, get these sort of Robin confirms that we see like with Arcfire and stuff. But that was a raw up smash coming out big and catching him up. Ooh, in the air.
Watch your shield heal. Man, Humop's shield was in a very dangerous spot right there. I thought the tree was gonna get cut down and knock it off, but unfortunately for them, it did not happen. Or fortunately for them, it did not happen. Right now, Humop with a very, very, very fat lead, man. I am once again proven wrong. I thought going Villager against Robin would have worked out amazingly for Central Florida, but Humop showcasing why their team is 7-0, showing why their team trusted them to go on to go into the game this deep, as Hobby is now down to their last stock, and I believe that is 4 stocks left for the University of Central Florida, and now 5 stocks left for the University of Texas. Man, UMOP is doing exactly what they need, and if they could win this match, oh boy,
my.
Let me stop. Okay, about to say, if they could win this while hanging on to both of these 2 stocks and giving them a 2-stock lead going into the next game, whoever comes out next for University of Texas, once UMOP eventually goes down, is going to have a really big bit of cushion to try to win this match. And just like that, oh no, still alive. Ooh boy.
Whoop. Yeah, and goodbye cushion. It is. Was that a? I feel like that was a double. Like that was a full 0 to death.
It could have been, honestly.
Yeah, full 0 to death. Good job from Javi. Even this thing right back up. I believe they still have a Cross Thunder in their pocket, so they still have a trick of their own up their sleeve.
Yep, our Arc Thunder coming through. That should be up smash. I don't think that's gonna KO just yet. Yeah, 90%. You need another 10 or so percent for that to be a true KO combo. Arc Fire Ladder. It's a back air. Yep. See, now you got the sour spot back air, but because Javi was a little bit too far, you couldn't follow up with it. That's what I was talking about earlier. You can actually sour spot back air right into sweet spot back air or into the back hit of Nair as well, I believe. I also think up air too, if the timing and spacing is correct. So even when Robin's getting sour spots, a lot of things can work out. But they need a couple more things to work out if they want to win this match. Down about 50 or so percent. Back air, back throw isn't going to quite do it. Watch out for the tree.
Yep, that's timing. That is knowledge timing, getting them while they're still holding onto the ledge.
Yep.
And what looked like a roll for UMOP turned into an Uno reverse card for Javi, and now UCF holding a 1-stock lead.
Yeah, because Robin was up. UMOP was up a whole stock at like 0%, for those who are unaware. But then Javi again just, I guess, showing why that matchup can be a bit rough for Robin, because once you kind of figure out what Robin wants to do, you can work around it, especially as Villager. You can put that tree up, block some of the projectiles, with the exception of Thoron. You can catch Arc Thunder, like we saw right there, and utilize it even better than Robin can at points. And if you're going to hang on the ledge a little bit too long, you have that tree, which is one of the best moves in the entire game, to kind of be an insurance policy there. So Javi taking UMOP out, leaving just Trace the Steve over on the side of University of Texas. And you know what? Not too many better anchors than Steve in this game.
No, not one. This is a character that can really just take their time with everything. As we get a look back here into that 0 to death, starts with a couple back airs, doesn't get hit by the Elwin. Pockets that became a crucial moment when they pocketed the Cross Thunder. And now there's a little explosion, set up the tree.
Yep.
Yeah, this was just like mathematical dismantling.
And I think they waited a little bit too long to use that Elwin because they were afraid of the bowling ball. I think maybe pulling the trigger, it's a risky play no matter what. I think pulling the trigger a little bit early and getting a high recovery might have been a good option there. But hey, in the moment, you don't really see those things. But here we go. Last character. It is going to be Steve and Trace using Steve. This is, again, the last character for the University of Texas. Central Florida still has Javi and Nave left, so we'll see how this goes. Again, can't really get much better anchor than Steve in this game, man.
No, but I do think this whole set is really... Villager's going to do very, very well in this because this is a character that already wants to, just take their time, slow things down, and just sort of chuck the kitchen sink at you. So they'll be able to just stay in this perfect little mid-range of Steve's attacks where they can destroy blocks from range and avoid a lot of Steve's big, meaty aerials to find a lot more success. But they got to be careful. They don't want to get walked.
Yeah, no, exactly. But even match right now, Trace opting to just go behind the wall. Built some, mine some more materials. Almost got a good string there, but I think the floatiness of Villager may have just kind of sort of saved them from getting comboed to death right there. Minecart, pocketing the mine. I've actually never seen what a Villager can do with Minecart. But you know what? Kind of tossed it away and wasted it. I did hear the diamond sound, so Trace is gonna have access to diamond if they can manage to get back to the crafting table.
Ooh,
There it is,
that's
right there. Diamond. Okay,
Another-
pocketed the minecart again. I want to see them do something with that.
Yeah, I do too. I was throwing it right there, not catching him, and
And-
that's a shield break.
Oh, and
The taunt?
You're gonna. Oh, I thought I was gonna miss. I'm not gonna lie, because Villager is so short. I thought that up smash was actually gonna go right over Villager's head.
I did too. It was like, wait, are you sure about this?
Yeah, I thought you should have just like went to the other side and like forward smash or something. But there you go. Shows what we know. As you know what, Trace comes in there, cleans that stock up, does what they need to do, still hangs on to their final 3. And you know what? I think just like both of us predicted, this is going down to the last game. 3 stocks each, just a simple best of one-on-one match. We're gonna see Nave gonna likely be playing Chrom coming in here. Chrom again, a shorty who I think could do decently well against Steve. You have the speed. You have not, even though your disjoint isn't the biggest, a disjoint is still a disjoint at the end of the day. You can kind of forward tilt and forward smash through the blocks, so Steve isn't as safe, kind of building up that wall. And again, cannot stress this enough. Chrom, one of the fastest characters in the game, so you can't really run away from them. But because the recovery is just so linear, I think if Steve can kind of push Chrom a little bit off stage and then build up some blocks, not much Chrom could do about that.
Yeah, we've had this conversation with actual like Chrom players in our areas. Is just like they're so clean with it. They have put so much time into this character to make them as powerful as they can with, you know, the wave bounces and the momentum mix-ups. But at the end of the day, you're really still handicapped by that recovery.
It's so bad.
Yes, we've seen the Chroma side. It is funny when it happens, but for every Chroma side you land, there's like 3 times where you're just, you know, one Game & Watch chef or, you know, one villager aerial and your jump's gone, can't recover. It's GG, shake my hand. So yes, I do think that the disjoint is going to play in Nave's advantage, being able to, you know, just attack through these things, plus having jab F smash as a confirm is going to be extremely vital in securing kills. But you just have to be so careful of getting blocked out on your recoveries, because all Steve has to do is just run off and press B twice, and then boom, how are you going to get back now? So it's going to be an interesting one to see, because this could go one of 2 ways. It could go as a complete steamroll in either direction.
And one thing we didn't actually mention is the minecart. That minecart will eats up people with good recoveries. Imagine how good it's going to do against someone that has a, you know, vertical recovery. Pretty solid. Horizontal, it's basically non-existent. You have a little bit of drift with that ether, but it's not really much of a factor. If you get minecarted like once and your jump gets eaten, your stock is done. That's just you can't do anything about it. Your stock is gone. At that point, Steve doesn't even have to hit you anymore. They can just jump back to stage and start mining again, because there's literally no way that you can come back, unless you get lucky somehow. So that's going to be something too. But you know what? I think you brought a really good point. I think this could be a steamroll, either direction. Because I also can't see Chrom just completely just stuffing out all of Steve's airspace, all of Steve's mining space. I can see them just not being able to handle this raw speed of Chrom. I can't see that being a factor. But man, I think Steve just has so many tools to deal with what Chrom wants to do. Chrom's also a fast faller, which means you're going to get juggled, which means you're going to get comboed around like that 20 or so % mark. You're basically going to get hit with one up tilt and be taken to like 60 to 70. And so defensively for Chrom, it's going to struggle. It's going to be a struggle, but offensively, man, it's hard for me to count them out because of how good that character's offense is.
Couldn't have said it better myself. As we're waiting for the stuff to come in here, Chrom, Steve, Steamroll City, one way or the other, we're getting right into it. Never mind. Throw us a curveball.
Oh wait, double Robin.
Robin.
Wait. Am I tripping? Wait, do
Nope,
they have
you're
the
not.
exact same roster? Minus Pal. Wow. What in the hell is going on? Oh wait, no. Yeah, they're in double Robin. What? Wait, huh? Wait, what? I am flabbergasted. And I never
Hold
said
on
that
now.
word before in my life. I am
Hold on now.
flabbergasted.
So that just
They went double Robin.
They have 3 of the same characters on their teams.
They went double Robin. They okay. Wow. I didn't think I'd ever see 2 Robins. Well, not they went double Robin, but we're seeing 2 different Robins.
Yeah, we're
so
seeing
they
2 different.
literally had the same team with the exception of Psychic going Palutena.
Yeah, that's wow. And even then, that was one we expected. That's one of the ones we expected to be like a Ditto, a Nest Ditto. So
is this a meme?
I think one college is just Bizarro World, the other one.
I honestly, Max, I think they might be memeing. I think this might be a look, man. 75% of our team was the same, so let's just make it 100%.
Okay,
but you know what, man?
So far, so good.
Robin's doing pretty good, man. Robin's doing pretty good. I think Diamond right there for Steve, though, so you're not going to survive too long, especially if a backer is going to come out. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I did not think I'd see 2 Robins in one set, man.
I will say, I do think Robin's back air, the way it works, you're going to be able to snipe Steve's head a lot more with Levin back air when he's within minecart, specifically.
That's a good point.
So I would say, yeah, that's one thing to keep in mind as this matchup goes along. But so far, it's super, super even, and not a ways we kind of, really in no way we expected, but now they've got the corner pressure, how are you going to respond?
Yo, seeing Steve against Robin twice in one set with 4 different people is just was not on my Nate Star League bingo card today.
No.
Jesus Christ, I can't get over that. But yeah, like you said, dead even match. First stock is gonna go to Nave as that 11 sword Nair does land an incredible move and right back to it, coming off the Angel platform, getting Diamond, getting that back here, and we are all tied up again at 2 stocks each. Again, this is the last player for both teams. They have 2 stocks left for the entire side, so whoever takes this game will win the. Will win the first set. I did think a down air was going to come out there. That would have been kind of nasty if it landed.
Yep, got the arc fire at ledge, and now here comes the Diamond Axe up tilts, taking you for a ride. Oh, going for the scoop, not getting it at the top platform, but still back to even here. Got to respect the Diamond.
Okay, minecart jumping right over that right there. Jumping over it, but the dash attack's gonna come through. He still has that Diamond, I believe.
Well, Diamond Sword and Diamond Axe, but no Diamond Pickaxe, so the back air and forward air are out of the question.
There you go. 11 sword being tossed too, so Nave's gonna have to wait a little bit before he can get consistent KOs. Should be coming back in a couple seconds. There it is.
Yep, and another Diamond too, but ooh, that Thunder.
Okay, so both characters kind of have their nuke ready, and there we go. Nave's nuke comes out first as you get that good hitbox of that 11 sword neutral air to get that KO. And you know what, racking on a little bit more damage here. 15%.
Yep, watching for an action out of hit stun, not going to find it there. Instead, they're just going to take their time and land on the platform. Now looking for that double fair. Okay.
Okay. Ooh, minecart. Ooh, gotta get out of that. Okay. Okay, charging that thunder up. Looking for another diamond. Has diamond pickaxe. Has some redstone. I saw some gold there. Does get that forward smash. Okay, 1 stock each. Again, whoever wins this stock will win the first set. 11 forward smash is not going to be enough.
Oh, almost.
Oh, you know what?
Almost walled himself out.
But that was okay. But at the same time, okay, you know what? Nave did take that and got an up smash to take that first step. But I gotta say, before we even go on to the next match, I gotta say, putting those 2 blocks there was actually really smart, because even though they almost blocked themselves out, you're actually protecting yourself from every single projectile that Robin wants to throw at you, with the exception of Thoron. So they could not snipe you out right there. So that was actually really smart, despite it not working. Nave does take that for the University of Central Florida. So that is game 1 going to UCF. And we are going to have game 2 for everybody right after this break. Should be another good one. Please do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have game 2 between the University of Texas and the University of Central Florida. The sun is in my face. I apologize. Right by my window. But we just saw UCF take out UT in a very, very, very close set. We saw two different Robins and two different Steves fight each other in the same set, and I did not ever see that coming. And if you missed it, everybody, these two teams have quite literally the exact same roster with the exception of Psychic going Palutena instead of Ness. They also have a Ness, so there's a possibility here in game 2 we see both teams send out the exact same characters, and oh boy, that'll be interesting.
Did we? Well, hold on
Almost
a second.
the exact same character.
Yeah, because I don't think UT at Austin sent out a villager, but
sorry, three characters. My bad.
Yeah, but there's still there could very well be a chance if we see back to back like dittos in something that I have very, very unprecedented in the A-Star League. So
Never seen it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Looking to see who is actually sent out first. We're loading into game number 1.
We got going to be getting. Which Robin is this?
Oh yeah, which Steve is this?
Which Robin is this? Which Steve is this? I don't know.
It looks like Jorge and UMOP.
Okay, there we go. Oh, I didn't know who it was. Okay, yeah, I think you're correct. Jorge and UMOP gonna go here in this game number 1, burning your Robin early. And you know, Robin did very, very good, and burning your Steve early as well, which I'm kind of surprised about. There we go. You see at the top there, UCF with Nave, and on the left side of the screen, UMOP on the University of Texas. And right now, advantage is going to Nave, about a 50 or so percentage lead. And you know what? Building these blocks, able to get away from all the projectiles that Robin wants to throw. But right there, also, you know, blocks kind of biting them in the butt right there. UMOP hitting the block and extending the hitbox of that forward air, but isn't quite enough as you're already at 100%. And I think one back here, no matter what material you're using, might actually take a stock here if you're Nave.
Yeah, it's a rough situation to be in. Here we go, trying to get something started, and you know, just at this point, both players can sort of just take their time a little bit more. You know, there's a nice little forward throw, create some space here to build more percent.
And I heard the diamond sound. Up there, it is. Diamond gonna come out, which means it's back air. We should start seeing back airs really, really soon. That dash attack gonna do it.
But not fair. Almost happened.
Yep. Up. Okay. Arc fire ladder into up smash. That looks so cool. That is one of the bread and butter KO combos for Robin. So expect to see that quite often as we see first stock going to UMOP. And you know what? They're looking to rack on a little bit more damage here.
Yeah, those are the kind of Robin confirms I was told. Like, they can make a stock disappear in an instant. Arc ladder into 11 sword, doing really good there. And now you're in the land of extra credit. Obviously, extra credit a lot more like has its benefits and its drawbacks in a crew battle situation. But specifically for at the first game, extra credit can go a long, long way.
Yeah, you want to set the tone early. You don't want to go into the next game down a stock, as we see Jorge finally managed to take that first stock off of UMOP. But yeah, you do not want to go into game 2 down at all. Even if you're only down a stock, you want to give your team that cushion to try to, you know, a bit more room to make mistakes, a bit more room to, you know, not have to necessarily play perfectly. But yeah, looking like this might be a one-stock match at the end of it if both of these players keep going this even, though UMOP does have about 100% lead right here. One thing about Steve is Steve does not care about percentages. Steve does not care about your lead because they will destroy your stock at any percentage if you give them the chance to do that.
Exactly. And now at 107 to 47%, Steve's gonna take a little bit of time here to, you know, gather themselves. Try for the snipe on the minecart through the blocks. Not gonna find it, but they still have diamond unlock. They're gonna be apprehensive to use it here because one, they know that they're going to be dying soon, but they also don't. It's a really catch-22 situation. They don't want to lose their stock, but they also know they're going to be dying soon, so they don't want to use their diamond and then, you know, have to get another one next stock.
Exactly.
But those are the random blocks. I'm like, how did that work out? Untackable off the top of it, bounce off the stage, still surviving at 143 off a back air from Levin sword. Come on, man.
Yeah, you're not going to be surviving another one like that if you do manage to get hit by it. And that down smash not going to be enough, and there we go. That up air from the bottom of the stage, enough to get that KO off the top as UMOP is now up 1 stock, but a relatively unhealthy 1 stock as you are at 96%. And you know, UMOP is burning every resource that Robin has to prevent Jorge from getting close. Couldn't prevent that one though, and we're going to start to see the back airs coming out. Yep, here they go.
Yep,
that arc fire jab.
Gentleman.
That should, and the back hit of Levin Sword again. That does have a little bit of an electric effect right behind Robin. It's not super strong, but it will hit you.
Oh, and the book.
Are you? Is your jump
to
done?
read?
Yeah, and that is going to be game, set, and match for Jorge as they go down 2 stocks to UMOP's Robin. And man, I am so sorry for ever doubting any of these Robins, because they are showing me that I obviously do not know what I'm talking about. That was an incredible performance. And the one thing that I like about how UMOP is playing, the few Robins that I do see play, you know, at the mid to lower level, I think they're very apprehensive and very hesitant to burn all of their resources. But I feel like as you get to that top level and you start to see the Robins get better and better, they swing and they throw everything. They will burn every single arc fire if they think it'll get them 30%. They will burn every single use of their thunder if they think it'll get them another 20%. They will swing their 11. They do not care. And I think, but it's controlled. It's not random. But they will swing and swing and swing. I think as you get to see, you know, like I said, better Robins, they're not scared to just toss. If they have to use their bronze sword for 10 seconds, okay, cool, so be it. But if before the bronze sword comes out, if they get 50% on you, they think that's worth it. And that's exactly what UMOP was doing there.
Yeah, and I think it's also because when you put that much time into the character, you can get a little bit more juice out of your resources. Obviously, you know, catching the book or catching the 11th sword in order to get a projectile and throw it right back at them. You know, you can making the most out of every little inch of that stuff to really, because like as you said, once they don't care if they just, you know, throw every arc fire for 30%, because they have the technical capabilities to create space, run away, and survive long enough until they get it right back. Exactly. So it could just become like a net zero. But just throwing out everything to just catch all these different ways your opponent can land, whether it be, you know, arc fire on ledge into, you know, jumping like L Thunder, to catch jump ins, all this stuff, just really denying your opponent space to think. Yep. So that way you force them into the one option you want them to go to, so you can get the biggest punish.
And you know, at the same time, what UMOP was doing was just matching everything that Steve wanted to toss out. Whenever you saw a minecart come out, you saw a thunder come out, which I didn't even know stopped the minecart. You learn something new every day. You don't see Robin versus Steve all the time, so this is, you know, something that I'm learning. I think arc fire also stopped the minecart as well, so minecart wasn't really a factor. I think they may have only landed it like maybe once that entire match, even if that. And also just opting to run away. They let Steve get whatever materials they needed because they knew that Steve was never going to be close enough to be able to do anything with it. So they just ran away again. They just swung, burned their books, burned their 11 sword uses, because if that meant Steve was not going to be able to use that diamond pickaxe on me, then that is worth it. And you know what? I really like that mindset. And I think, yeah, like I said, if you're a Robin player and you're learning this, don't be afraid to burn your resources. I think is the moral of the story here. If it means you're going to survive a little bit longer, look, if it means you can't hit them for 10 seconds, cool. As long as you're surviving and as long as you're doing damage, but we are going to see who the next pick for University of Central Florida is, and it is going to be Palutena. Oh wait, this is a new player.
No, it's Psychic.
Great.
It's Psychic.
That's Psychic. Oh,
it's Psychic. Okay. They put their Discord name
as Braydon
thing. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oops. But hey, it's you know, it could have been worse.
That could have just been Dong. Oh man. But anyways, Here we go. Palutena, probably one of the better picks you could have sent out. Again, I keep saying Palutena is just a gatekeeper character. A lot of mid tiers and lower tiers just struggle because Palutena just does not care about any sort of weird stuff that they want to toss out. Just a fundamentally sound character that stops any unorthodox stuff from really being effective, like we are seeing right here. Just UMOP unable to really get anything going. 29% off of really just straight hits, and already at 135. We're going to see the back hitters probably start to come out from Psychic here. That Braydon name was hilarious. We're probably going to start to see the back airs coming through.
Yeah,
right on cue.
I do love how so far we've seen from Psychic an answer to every single one of UMOP's recovery options. You know, you go low, we have down tilt. You try and come from, you know, straight horizontal. Explosive Flame's going to catch it just like it catches them right there to take another stock. And yeah, just so far seems to really have an answer for everything UMOP throws at them.
And yeah, that's just, you know, when you have a good character like this in the hands of a great player like Psychic, again, like a lot of mid tiers just can't really hold a candle to it, and that's I think what we're seeing right here. That being said, UMOP does have Psychic at 79%, so they are going to be capable of taking another stock if they can manage to land a back air here near the ledge. Good counter, and those counters have been coming very, very clutch for Psychic. But yeah, UMOP could actually take another stock right here potentially if they're careful. Gonna see something right here. Okay, went forward air off the top, not gonna be quite enough. Try to get an L Thunder snipe, and that forward air is going to do it. And if you're UMOP, I feel like you can lose this match and you can be content with how you played, because you are now going to be going into this next match most likely up a stock.
Yeah, looking like you still are keeping at least a 1 stock lead here,
yes,
if not 2. Well, I think at this point it is. Math was never my strong suit, but
same.
Still we're seeing back on stage options here. Getting him started, revving up the engine, but the 11 sword, you know, the need new transmission in that 11 sword. Pop the clutch on it a little bit.
That back here, not going to be quite enough. What's the option here? Went for an auto reticle. Couldn't snipe out that L wind. And you know what, man? Psychic's letting UMOP kind of hang around maybe a little bit too long here. Back airs.
Rage.
There it is. And there it is. But you know what? UT still going to go into this next match up a stock, which is exactly what you needed. UMOP doing what they needed. I think they took out about 4, if my counting is correct. And if your lead person takes out 4 stocks, they have done their job. They have done more than enough to set the rest of their team up for success. But now UT has a decision to make. Do you send in Ness? I think we saw Ruskinner against Psychic in the first set, if I'm not mistaken. I think Psychic took them out. If I remember properly. You have Gallad, who's also another good option too. But do you want to use Lucina against Palutena when you could use them against like a villager instead? You know,
or would you go with the Pika at that point?
Right. I think Gallad also plays Pikachu, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I believe that's true.
Okay, so if that's true,
people will yell at it. Like people on Twitter will yell at us or whatever if we're wrong. But
so if that's true, Pika is also an option too. Pikachu, one character who, honestly, before the rise of Steve and before the rise of Kazuya, a lot of people would say that Pikachu was the best character in the game. If not that, then at least top 3 to top 5. So, but you know, this doesn't have a lot of representation at the high level, other than like Usam and a couple of other people who, you know, aren't really as well known. But yeah, Pikachu was character for the longest time, for damn near 2 years. A lot of people thought this was the best character in the game. So having a Lucina and having a Pika as a backup, really good 2 character pool there.
So, yeah, don't really. So far, no news on the front of who's exactly going in, unless we get the. Let's not forget, Broken is still on this team. Just they could go as a sub. So that's another thing we have to keep in mind here. How would you feel about that? Just, you know, returning the Palu with Ken.
Oh, with Broke. Ooh, that. That's an option. At
that point, I think you're sending out one of your strongest players just to turn the tables. Like that's like you're dropping the X factor right on the table. It's like, okay, boom, here we go. We want to take the lead on this one.
Yeah, that's an option. I'm just worried about you getting snuffed out off stage. But the thing about FGC characters and those powerful characters is like it doesn't matter It doesn't matter. You know, even if you get them off stage, you have to, if you could gimp them off stage, you have to get them there first. And sometimes getting there is the problem. Getting them there is the issue. But you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I mean, knowing the way that specifically Ken's Shoryu works, I doubt that Palutena's down tilt at ledge will be able to work because he can poke pretty far into stage. So it might be something to look out for. Like, yeah, I might not be able to recover with Tatsu a lot because of Explosive Flame, but I should still be able to recover with Shoryu, obviously, focus attack, momentum cancels, that kind of stuff. I would say like there's a lot more in the way of Ken's recovery than I think people are giving it credit for, or looking at it from just at this matchup's perspective. So that said, I think getting stuck in a Nair train, nobody wants that. You get hit once and all of a sudden you're being carried for like 30% or whatever. But Ken, you're keeping away at that down tilt range, a couple pokes on it, and then take him, axe kick and the whole bop shabam. So and that's just, like I said, that's just one option here. Well, I do think
Trace, you still have Pika, you still have Ness. So.
Yep, I still I think if you're looking at the other characters, I would definitely keep the Ness, because we saw how that performed against Psychic's Paolo last time. But for if you need that X factor of we need to turn the tide right now, Broken might just be what you need.
And you know what I need? I definitely need a new chair. My chair is kind of messed up. And you know what? If I want a new chair, I'm going to go to Mavix. You see them right there. They have fantastic seats. So everyone, please go to Mavix if you need a new chair. I got an old, crinkly, ugly office chair, so I think I'm going to hit up their website right after this. So shout out to Mavix for making this tournament possible. But yeah, I do think that Broken option is if he's available, I don't hate it. It's a bit of a curveball, because I really think UCF is just kind of, again, I don't know if it's a meme thing to just kind of go the same characters as the other team, but Ken is a character that not many people play, not many people can play. So we'll see if that is an option here. Let's see what they go, and it's probably not going to be it. I lied. Wow.
I peeked behind the curtain. I apologize.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind.
I knew for a while.
Never mind. I'm sorry. You know what? I gotta stop doubting you. So it is Broken, and it is gonna be Ken. Again, interesting pick. Interesting. This can go either way, because Ken is a character obviously who's very explosive. Can take off stocks in button check. Button check probably.
Might be, yeah.
So a bit of a button check right there, but yeah, Ken is a character who can just annihilate your stock in the matter of seconds.
Yeah, down tilt in the roundhouse into Tatsu, has the move cancels, and especially as focus attack. While we all know the strength of it from Ashimo's insane reads and we've all seen the Twitter clips of him. The ability to just crumple your opponent and then basically get a free punish of whatever Ken wants to do is so invaluable in this matchup, and I think that is going to be something especially to look out for, because Ken's on platform, sees a Palu Nair coming his way, charges up the focus attack, and just stops it dead in its tracks. Yeah. So all in all, this is either way, it's going to be an explosive matchup.
It is a bit risky to go for those focus attacks, though, just because of the multi-hit nature of a lot of Palutena's moves, like up air, neutral air, both multi-hits, auto reticle as well, multi-hit, explosive flame also multi-hit. So it going for those focus attacks can be a bit risky, but if you manage to land one, getting that crumple, basically you get a free trading mode combo. You have free reign to do literally whatever you want to your opponent. You just gotta pray that you don't drop the combo. So that's gonna definitely be a factor in here. Again, I'm sure Psychic knows that, is gonna be doing the best that they can to avoid those. So I do expect them to see or to use a lot of their multi-hit moves. Forward, I don't think we're going to see too many forward air or too many back air until they're ready for the KO. I expect a lot of up air, I expect a lot of nair, I expect a lot of auto reticle. Again, the plethora of multi-hit moves. Forward tilt's not multi-hit, but it has a multiple hit boxes, so you can, kind of play around with that too. Same with down tilt. So I fully expect to see a lot of those moves coming out here for Psychic. But on the side of Ken, you have to be careful with your approach. You can't be too aggro, and I know with FGC characters sometimes, because you know how much power they have, it's sometimes you kind of get lost in the sauce a bit and you want to be super aggro. So I think if you're Ken, you have to be very, very patient, because if you get hit with one nair, there's not much you can do about it. But Broken's a really good player, one of the better known Wi-Fi players, really in the scene for very good reason. So I'm sure they know what they're doing. Palutena's a common character. Everyone has Palutena experience. Not many people have Ken experience. So I think that's what's going to be a big factor here.
It's just you know what Ken's going to be trying to do. Going to fish for that first interaction, that first thing. Go in here, and now it looks like going into game number 3 for realsies this time. Yep. Here we go. Back to PS2. We're going to see exactly how this Ken is going to work out. Like you said, there is a lot. We know their game plan. I'll start with a down tilt and then take him for a ride. But really, if you play a shoulder like this, the temptation to go for all those, the 3-level deep reads is always there. But a lot of the times, it's just better to take the one read you got and then reset neutral, because if you overextend a little bit too much, Palutena is going to do just that.
And you know what? That combo that Psychic just did with Palutena, that was the multi-hit stuff I was talking about. You can't focus attack out of that. If you try to, you're gonna get punished. So I do expect to see a lot more nairs, a lot of uppers coming through. But we're gonna see an axe hit combo into short. Oh boy, playing with fire right there, literally almost getting hit off the stage. But I'm sure Broken knew the spacing of that and knew they weren't gonna fall off, but they were a little bit close to the edge right there. But yeah, the multi hits from Psychic coming in clutch. But Broken, all they need is one interaction. They're waiting for it. They're waiting for it. One up tilt, one down tilt into Shoryuken is gonna take the stock, and yeah, they know it. Being patient, waiting for the opportunity. Went for the down tilt right there. Down tilt. Kick, forward tilt, not going to do it. That should be it right there. Oh no, the Tatsu missing. Yeah. But does get a Shoryuken to make up for it, as now UCF is down 2 stocks. Psychic needs to do something really big here if they want to bring their team back into this.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like at some point, Palutena gets to a percent where Broken just can sort of let it rip. If like, okay, at 100%, if they're on platform, just run up, boom, run up Shoryu. You can just let those things fly a lot more and get punished a lot less in many ways. But here we see just, both players just patiently waiting each other out, trying to get it. And now there's a little dash attack on stage, and neutral is reset.
And I like what Broken's doing, because all they need is all they needed was one opening to get a KO. And you know what? Psychic had a prime opportunity to get an up smash there, but accidentally whiffed it in the wrong direction. And yeah, Broken just playing so patiently, weaving in and out, waiting for Psychic to do something, waiting for Psychic to push a button that they shouldn't be pushing to get that punish, because one down tilt into Shoryu is going to do it right here. That might be that was very close to being a shield break. And the forward tilt with probably a little bit of suspect DI there from Psychic, but hey, either way, if you're UT, you will take that. As now University of Texas is up 3 stocks, and this makes me wonder if Broken played in set 1. Is Texas up 1-0 right now? Because that was pretty dominant.
I mean, it was. I mean, that's all we can really think of so far. Like, hindsight is always 2020. So, yeah, I would imagine Broken plays match 1. We could be looking at, on the cusp of a 2-0 here.
Yeah.
So we saw, like, didn't even need the Shoryu all the time. Like, that last one almost got a shield break with the axe kick the first time, and then put him away with the roundhouse on the second try. So very, very solid lead for UT. And I think going forward, they're just going to look to steamroll the rest of the way, really do some more mental damage on this one before going into a third and definitive match. So, yeah, I think looking at here, you probably send in Javi.
Yeah,
probably send in the Villager.
Because the unfortunate thing for UCF right now is you have a Robin and Villager. Again, we saw Navi's Robin, who's fantastic, but just looking at it from a character on character basis. Robin, Villager, not the greatest anchor characters, though Robin is, obviously, we've seen how crazy Robin is with both Yubop and Navi just kind of going nuts today. But the fact that University of Texas still has, I believe, Gallon with Lucina and Pikachu left. I think they still have Trace left with Steve, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, like, just character roster-wise, Texas's roster is looking a lot more solid than University of Central Florida. And, like, Robin and Villager aren't characters known for being able to, make ginormous comebacks. They're very solid characters. If the game is even or if they have a slight lead, they can kind of hold on to that lead. But not characters known for, bringing you back from, like, the cusp of death. That being said, Robin, I think, has the potential to do that. But this is Broken, man. Like, this is Broken. Like, what? Like, he's a very, very well-known Wi-Fi warrior for a reason, made a big name for themselves during the, quarantine days back last year and the year before. So then there's a reason why a lot of people know who they are, and we're going to see if they can build on this lead here for the University of Texas at Austin, as we see Javi coming out with the Villager. Very good pick. You just want to keep Ken away from you by any means necessary, and there's very few characters that can play that zoning game better than Villager can.
Exactly. We're seeing that right now, just sort of creating space, taking it to FD2, which in many cases is exactly where the Shotos like Ken Ryu want to go. Yep. But with the Villager having it, that's just so much space because you have no platforms for Ken to snipe you below with the Shoryu or any of that ladder stuff. So you just have pure space to wall out Broken with all of your projectiles. So, and right now we're seeing exactly that. Ooh. Big call out, almost landing with the focus attack too. Not going to do it just yet. And now, what can Broken do? He's just sort of has to try and force stage, and gets a little trade there with the backer. But now you're at 136.
And you know what? Broken is trying to focus through. As you see the back air coming through from Javi to take that stock. We did see Broken try to focus attack through a lot of the projectiles, and I think Javi was ready to punish some of them too. Not really working out too much for Broken, but does have Javi at 90% right now. One conversion right here is going to do it. You're probably fine, yeah. One conversion is going to do it right here. We're going to start looking for the down tilts most likely. We went for a rush, or you can as an anti-air. Didn't quite work out right there. Going for the shield pressure, and up there is that shield break that Ken and Ryu are so good at doing, and that is going to be a free stock there for Broken, as now UCF is down to their final 5 stocks. Texas maintains this 3 stock lead, and like I said, before the match started, I really think Villager and Robin are characters who aren't known for making ginormous comebacks. They don't have insane kill power to KO people at 60 or 70%, kind of like Ken has. So, and they're really good at maintaining leads, or just kind of maybe adding upon a small lead that you already have. So keeping Robin and Villager as your final 2, as it might actually be a stock right here. Oh, no, it's not. I thought one more backer would have landed. But yeah, keeping Robin and Villager as your final 2 characters might come back to bite UCF right now.
Yeah, and making a good catch there with the recovery on the Shoryu. And now, okay, going for another big focus attack, not landing right there. Back throw situation. What is going to be Javi's answer here, forcing him back? Not going to get the F tilt on the, not going to 2 for him with the F tilt. And something I have known is Broken is able to just sort of run up. There's a nice little crumple, but he was in the air, not going to get the full knockdown. Is that Broken is able to get up so close to Javi that he completely avoids the Lloyd rocket by being on the other side of it.
Yeah. No, I've been noticing that too. As you see the forward tilt, not going to be quite enough to get the KO. We do see that Pudoken get pocketed and tossed away immediately. Option here, good parry on the ledge. Ooh, watch your shield. Sour spot of that back air, not going to be enough. Lloyd rocket going to hit. We're going to see the up air come out. No, we're not. I think Javi's going to look for it. Yeah, there is another back air, and you know what? They have to hang on to the stock. It's going to be really hard to hang on to this at 114%. Right on cue. Yeah. But now Broken doing exactly what they need to do. That's their 5th stock taken, and they are guaranteeing that they're going to go into this last match at the very least up 2, and they could actually go up 4 if Broken does actually manage to take this, which is looking like they might if they can hang on to this lead. Tatsu to get through everything right there. Javi just trying to hang on for dear life. They need to take off this 1 stock. They need to take off at least this 1 stock. Okay, 59% right now. Ooh, breaking right out of that combo, but you know what? You're in the danger zone. Another 10 or so right here. Yeah, that's game. That's game. I'm gonna say another 10 or so. Oh no, you survived. DI of the gods right there coming through for Javi. Still very much alive, a new lease at life. Are you gonna be able to take advantage of it? And unfortunately, no, you are not, as Javi falls to Broken, taking out 6 stocks. And I said it once, I will say it one more time. What if Broken played in the first set?
Exactly. I want to formally apologize because at the very end of that set, it looks like all of the internet tried to force its way through out of my computer, and I turned into a bit of a robot there. So I missed, unfortunately, the end of it. But fantastic job, Mies, to close that one out. And yeah, so where do you go from here? Really, you're looking down the barrel of a game 3.
Like UCF, they only have Nave left, who can zone Ken out, but so could Villager, and that obviously didn't work. So I'm right now thinking this is UT's game to lose. I think it's safe to say at this point that they'll likely take this, and we're gonna see a game 3. But man, I really do wish Broken played in set number 1. I think UT wishes that Broken played in set number 1 as well, because if that match went anything like this would be a 2-0 right now for University of Texas, but instead we're most likely going into a third game here where anything could happen.
Exactly. Anything could happen. Really, I think this is, maybe it was just their strategy of like, okay, if we get the lead and we win game 1, like, then we don't even have to, like, you know, drop, like, you know, throw in Broken. But now that they're down in game 1, maybe they're like, okay, now we have to like really resort to all the tricks we have in the book. So Broken making their appearance here and making it felt too. Like you said, 6 stocks, doing a fantastic job rolling through this thing, and you just gotta, like looking forward to this next one with Broken there. How does UCF formulate their game plan, shift things up, come back, and really turn the tide to, like, because now Broken has a target on their back.
Yeah.
Like, they're like most wanted #1.
So now we are seeing Navi's Robin come through. Does Broken have 1 or 2 stocks left? I think you have 1 stock left, right? Okay, 1 stock left. So here's the thing, man. Here is UCF's path to victory right here. Navi has to take this stock, obviously, and not lose anything. And then they have to win the next match while hanging on to at least 2 of their stocks. And I think they're going to have a decent time of, a decent chance, I should say, of winning this set. But man, I don't think Broken cares about anything I'm saying right now, because already has about 93%, and one more interaction is actually going to take this stock from Nave. But again, this that's it. Okay, so
Nope.
Oh no, they're alive. Okay,
Good DI.
So they need to hurry up and take this and not lose. Good roll.
Every single hit is just another like mile added to the mountain.
Yep. It's not over just yet.
Yep, good job avoiding the projectiles, and now only 1 arc fire.
Got the Elf Thunder out, gonna get some good damage on. You know what? Broken's looking for that 1 opportunity. Gets that in air, not gonna be enough. Arc Thunder to force him to stay in shield. Watch the grab.
Yep.
Also watch your shield.
Yep.
Thunder.
Going
deep.
Going deep.
That was risky. That was a risky play, but you know what? At this point in time, you need to go for those risky plays. Good in air. 11 Sword, I think, has about 1 or 2 uses left. Okay, 1 use left, but does manage to grab it.
Yep, there it is.
Catch it. Yep. Okay, you know what? Nave has brought himself back in this match against Elf Thunder Statement. That is going to be it. That is exactly what they need to do. Okay, so now, here's the thing. Whoever Texas sends in next, whether that's Gallon, I think they have Gallon, Rusky Nerd, or Trace left, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever gets sent in, Nave has to win this while losing no more than a single stock. If they lose 2 stocks here and win, I think if they lose 2 stocks, I think the whole thing's over. They need to win this match and hang on to at least 2 of their stocks, but it's not going to be very, very easy, because no matter who gets sent in, whether that's Steve, or that's Gallon playing either Lucina or Pikachu, or Rescue Nerd playing Nest, those are all characters that can take advantage of Robin's deficiencies. We have seen Robin take out Steve. We saw it earlier. Umop took out Jorge, so we know obviously that's possible. But against Lucina, where it's just overwhelming speed that Robin may not be able to prepare for. Or if it's Ness, you have Psybang it, which means your projectiles can be null and void. You have the forward smash reflector, which isn't usually a thing, but you have to keep that in the back of your head that that's also an option Ness can have. No matter who they end up going right here, I think it's kind of an embarrassment of riches. No matter who they go, I think it's a good choice.
Yep. Like you said, doesn't really matter who they go with. Either way, it's going to be a good choice. Going against a Robin, such a character that we have seen so much already with this match, and I imagine we're going to only see more. Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna see what the option here is, man. Again, Anchor Robin, not the best anchor in the game, but again, Umop and Nave both showed us that, hey, Robin, probably a lot better than a lot of us are thinking, especially in the crew battle format. And I'll say it again, I said it earlier, you can't be scared of burning your resources. You can't, especially when you're down this much. You have to swing. You have to swing very often. You have to swing very hard. If you lose your stuff for 5-7 seconds, so be it. As long as you're getting the damage that you need to get. But again, the path to victory for Na'Vi here, though it will not be easy. You have to win this next match. Obviously, you cannot lose more than a stock. But no matter who you're going up against, Ness, Steve, Lucina, Pikachu. Well, maybe not necessarily Pikachu, but Ness, Lucina, and Steve do not struggle really to take stocks at all.
No.
Ness, you get to 90%, you're getting back thrown off stage, can't do nothing about it. Lucina is just one of the most solid characters all around. Once you're in that 80 or so % range, you're going to see a lot of backers, a lot of forward smashes coming through. Steve can basically kill you at 0. So no matter which way you go, man, for University, like I said, you're kind of in a good spot. But the thing is, the fact that they're winning by this much right now just makes me even more frustrated that Broken didn't just play in the first game.
Yeah, it just sort of like, dang, y'all could have had this thing quick and wrapped up a while ago. But we don't know what was going on behind the scenes. It could be a case of like Broken was driving home or something, and they didn't have access, so they had to swap in for that first match. But as it looks like right now, who we're getting it for this last one, we are getting Trace. So we're getting the Steve.
Okay.
Really okay with this, yeah.
And again, we saw UMOP against Jorge in game number 1 with UMOP winning with their Robin. So again, we know it is possible. But now Na'Vi has so much more pressure on them to perform. I keep saying it, they have to win this and without losing more than a stock. Good double fair into neutral air combo to get a lot of damage right there. Arc fire on the ledge. You know what? Leading into that back here, good read on the roll on. And once again, not afraid to burn resources. Not afraid. That is why you cannot be afraid to burn your resources. An L Thunder snipe off of the side is going to take Trace's first stock. Still relatively healthy at 54 and already has another 30%. 45% while recovering with the Nosferatu to get some extra credit.
Got to be extra careful with the Nosferatu. That can get you so much life back as time goes on. And doing such a good job because right now, Trace, when they're off stage, they're not really mixing up the recovers. They're not, doing the shenanigans of, going high with Minecart and, all this kind of stuff within the Elytra. What we're seeing a lot of is just sort of drifting slowly forward and just being able to turn it into Guitar Hero for Knave with the Arc Thunders and landing them time and time again, doing a very good job. And now already on the cusp of taking another stock.
Sorry, this is a little bit off topic. What song is this? It's so goofy. I don't think I've ever heard this song before.
Oh no, I thought it was Simpsons Hit and Run for a second.
Oh my god, this is such a goofy song, and that Elf Thunder also pretty goofy as Na'Vi is now up 2 whole stocks against Trace, and you know what? It is looking good. We might actually see a 3-stock victory here if they keep playing how they're playing. I don't think Trace has gotten Diamond just yet. Tried to build, I think it was some iron right there. Yeah, gets that iron sword, looking for some more diamond, unable to get it. I think a back here will KO even with the iron, but you know what? Unable to even get anything going on right here. Minecart back to center stage, building blocks, looking for more diamond. Art pull really bad RNG here for Trace as they are searching for that. Whoa, hello. What in the... Wait.
Pardon? Hit the booster?
Huh?
Skibbity whoop?
Hit that Mario Kart boost pad or something. What? Okay, wow, I want to watch that one again.
That's an odd angle. We're gonna have to take a look at that one.
Oh my gosh, and just like that, Trace with a little bit of momentum already has Na'Vi at 64%. Man, I'm not over that. I really want to see that one again.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you just have to take whatever Steve does to you in stride. You have to expect, okay, I'm gonna get hit by some Looney Tunes shenanigans, so you can't let that affect my mental game. And right now, it looks like Knave having to fight back from a little lapse in everything, and roll back F smash with the diamond F smash, taking it again, and now UCF on their last stock of this match.
And that minecart KO, I think, just sucked any momentum that UCF had out, because Na'Vi was on the cusp of potentially getting a 3-stock and bringing them right back into this match. But as soon as that minecart KO happened, it's just like Na'Vi just lost a little bit of juice right here, and Trace has kind of grasped the momentum for themselves. They are like one back air away from winning this match, but man, you would have loved to see UCF win this with a 3-stock and bring them back in. So close to completing that path that I laid out to victory right here. But again, when you're playing Steve, like you said, Max, you kind of have to expect some Looney Tunes stuff to kind of just happen, And I feel like this Looney Tunes music that we're listening to is very fitting as well.
Expect the unexpected because it can strike at any moment. And right now, Trace might just be looking, okay, let's just put this thing away now. Let's not even force
There it is.
the last game. But, Nave's like, hey, as long as I got 2 hands, I got a fighting chance.
Yeah, but you know what? They're coming back down. They're coming down to 1 stock. And again, they could have had 3 if like 2 interactions went differently. So unfortunately for them, they're down to their last stock. UT they have Ruskin Nerd and they have Gallon left. Whichever one they want to send in, either Ness or Lucina, is going to be a solid pick. I do lean toward the Lucina just for it's just a bit more straight up. You only have to take out 1 stock. Ness is a little bit too exploitable. So I think the setting in Lucina just a solid. You kind of said it, just a white bread kind of character, but that's a good thing. You know exactly what you're getting from Lucina. You know your KOs are going to be consistent, and your combos are going to be consistent. You know your recovery is going to be relatively consistent as well. And with only 1 stock left, I think that's the best choice.
Yep, I would agree. Just the fact that you don't have to deal with any of the sour spots, sweet spot shenanigans. Like you have that nice little pseudo get out of jail free card with Crescent Slash, the up B, and you still have the counter. It's a character it's a jack of all trades character that you can just throw out because they're so consistent in what they do.
Yeah.
But on the other end, you still have a Ness that can throw out they'll be able to absorb a lot of what's thrown their way. And here we see that weird, wacky.
Yeah, that was weird.
It looks like so. I think what happened was it clipped the platform. Mm-hmm. Like when somebody gets in the minecart, it goes up a little bit. It hits the speed boost, the ramp, and you go on 2 wheels. When that happened, it had clipped the very edge of the small battlefield platform, which worked in some kind of thing to give it super gravity, and then it just sent it at the dirtiest angle I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before, but that was crazy. That just get Looney Tunes. That was just some Looney Tunes shenanigans that sometimes you got to deal with when you're playing Steve. And again, I feel that sucked a bit of momentum that Nave had there, or that Nave had there, and they were playing so well. I really thought we were gonna see a 3 stock. I really thought that was gonna be what UCF needed to get back into this match. But now we're going into this last one. Even if they came into this next one only down, only losing 1 stock and they had 2, I would honestly see that they have a good chance of winning. But you have to now take out 3 off of what I think might be a Lucina coming in without losing 1 of your own. That's gonna be rough.
And looking at things now, I'm seeing Rusky Nerd throwing themselves. Yep. Okay. So even then, you still have a Nest that's going to be able to absorb a lot of your projectile game with the PK Magnet. So while your aerials, while it is going to be a lot more stubby aerials kind of situation, Ness is much faster than Robin. So they'll be able to get in a lot more. And with only 1 stock, you only have to build them to 90% once, and then you can just go for the back air, and you have 3 stocks to land it. So it's you're asking for perfection from Nave. And
on top of all of that, you can't be we saw how often Nave was Navi was throwing out resources in that last match. You can't do that against this because of side magnet. They have to hold down B, and every single B special that you have is null and void, with the exception of maybe Nosferatu, but that's not really a move you see come out very often. But yeah, we're going to see how Rusty handles this last stock here from Nave in this potential final game, in this definite final game here in set number 2 between UT, University of Texas, and University of Central Florida. We see Nave lose both of their stocks right there.
Yep, and the taunt.
Man, They need to channel everything they did in that last match, but then just not fumble the bag in the end there if they want to win.
UCF is I believe the current rest of the UCF team is channeling a Spirit Bomb to give Nave energy.
Oh yeah.
But let's see how well that comes into it, because still Rusky can just sort of have those GG shake my hand moments. We're seeing the PSI Magnet come in to play for recovery as well, with the yo-yo hanging over the ledge to confirm its hit. And I mean, still, Nave, no fear, still fighting for their life.
Yep. El Thunder, not gonna be enough. PK Thunder, the magnet hands coming through for Rusky. Gonna bring it back, and Nave playing this perfectly. Good down tilt. Another one, try to get a 2-frame, but couldn't quite get it. I think Levin Sword is probably back right now. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Gonna start to see them fish for back air.
Yep.
Or forward air.
Okay.
Okay, and you know what? Only 44%. This is still very doable.
You're not out of 100.
Yep. You can't really get, yeah, once you get to 100, I think it might be rip for you because we're going to start to, wow, that forward smash. We're going to start to see those back throws come through, and you're definitely going to get KO'd there.
Okay, there goes Levin's sword.
We're in the danger zone. We're in the danger zone. If you're Knave, you need to get a quick stock right here and then get a Gimp on that second one. Okay.
Already.
Okay, go off stage. Okay. I think this is the opportunity. I think that's a time where you have to go off stage. I think you can't play it safe and stay on stage and try to get them like that. I think you have to go off and try to get like a nair or something.
Oh?
Like around here. I think that's where you have to be a bit more aggressive. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Oh, out of arc fire.
I think, but still, remember, a Nosferatu in this case will bring him back to below, but you got to be. Oh my goodness, still making it back. Got to be careful of the back airs. The forward air rising, still gonna. That's gonna land. Another back air soft hit. Ooh, so tense.
Yeah, there it is. The forward air is probably gonna do it. Yes, it is. As UT puts themselves on the board, we are all tied up at 1 apiece. UT coming back, and I asked the question for the 5th time. What if Broken just played in set 1?
Exactly.
I really feel like this would have been a 2-0 because Broken, I think, took out, what, 6 stocks?
Yep.
Took out 6, which is the boost they needed. And I think UMOP actually came in that first game and I think gave them a 2-stock lead to open up, and then they just kind of never looked back from there. But everyone, we are going to have Game 3 between University of Texas at Austin and University of Central Florida for you right after this break, and do not go anywhere. Hello everybody, and welcome back. Had a quick break before game number 3 between University of Texas at Austin and University of Central Florida. It is tied up at 1-1 after a really great effort there from Nave at the end. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too short, and Texas won that second game. I think Broken was probably the MVP for Texas in that set. Nave again, valiant effort at the end, almost made a comeback, almost made like a 4 or 5 stock comeback, I think, by themselves, but just ran out of juice towards the end there. So we are going into one of the very few game threes we've actually seen on the broadcast. Surprisingly, a lot of matches do end up going 2-0, so very good to see. I'll finally see another game 3 on air. Now, if I'm Florida, I'm not sure what my game plan here is, because you were going even until Broken, and Broken just got 6 stocks, and that really was it for you. If I'm Texas, or if you're Texas, Max, do you start Broken and just try to build up like a 4 or 5 stock lead from the beginning, like try to, and then just kind of coast from there? Or do you do what you did last time and just save Broken for like second or third?
I think you treat him like the closer, really. And mind you, when I say closer, I don't exactly mean the anchor. I mean when he's needed most, you throw out Broken. But I do believe, I'm getting word here that the first one, we're gonna see the same start as we did last time. Between,
I think, yeah,
yep, between Umop and Jorge, and we're getting Battlefield. So going off the start here, another from Steve and Robin. We see the matchup again. We're gonna see exactly who can take it out this time. Ooh, and oh my goodness! Oh, you saved him!
You helped him back. He said, "You know what? He killed him, then brought him back and said, yo, I'm not done with you yet. Yo, get your butt right back here. I ain't done with you yet, man." Oh my god, that would have been a cool ass conversion if they managed to land it. But you know what? Hey, helping the homie out, letting them get back to stage. You know what? Kind of suffering for it right now.
Yeah, still keeping it really even. That was a free stock in hand, and just, one unfortunate block placement let him come back. And already they're sorry.
Smash online, baby.
Wi-Fi moment.
Smash Wi-Fi, baby. Oh man, $1 billion company, folks. But there we go. Again, with online games, that that does happen. All jokes aside, online games, that does happen. No matter how good the connection is, that just happens like that. Like things could happen like that. It kind of sucks because I feel like Jorge did have a bit of momentum going on, and now that's kind of gonna get snuffed out. As we are probably gonna have to reset that game. But again, when you have Wi-Fi, or not Wi-Fi necessarily, but when you have internet tournaments, that things that aren't LAN, things like that happen. So we'll see what happens in game number 2. But yeah, both of them going back with the same starters, Umop and Jorge. In game number 2, we saw that same thing. Robin, Umop, I think, won with about 2 stocks, gave them a 2-stock lead, and they never looked back from there. But man, Jorge, with the way Jorge was playing, they looked like they were primed to probably take that first one.
Yeah, they were already heading off the gate hot, and I'm curious to see what the exact ruling on this is, because this is the first time. And big credit to Nate Starleague for running such a well put together event. This is the first time I've ever seen the Nintendo Wi-Fi actually come into play and a player disconnect.
Yeah. I think in however many weeks it's been, 10, 11, 12, the first time you've actually seen on broadcast a disconnect. So you know what, shout out to everyone for having good internet, by the way. Just shout out to everyone who's in their internet, their university dorms or their bedrooms playing, for having good internet. That's the first time you actually see that happen. And if you play enough Smash Ultimate online, trust me, that happens often. So good for everyone for having a solid internet connection there. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I think the ruling is likely going to be they're just going to have to restart the game. Nobody had lost stocks, so I think that's probably the most fair way of going back into this. But again, it just sucks that you kind of hype yourself up. You have momentum. Both of them are playing very, very well, and now that all gets tossed out the window, and you kind of have to re-amp yourself for this next match.
Yeah, and
matches, I guess.
Yeah, same match. Certain things looking through here. There's going to be an interesting thing on the ruling because we had to come back from the break a little bit early. Both players on these teams, unfortunately, have commitments that they have to really get to, so we kind of have to make sure the games get played in a quick manner. As we're getting back into this game number 1 here between Umop and Jorge, no stocks to take, no stocks to lose. Getting right back to it. There's a chance. Yeah, there's a chance that UCF has to forfeit 3 of their stocks, as a player would have to leave early.
Oh, and they don't have I don't think they have a 4th.
No,
I don't think they have a fourth. Oh my! Hey man, hey, grab someone off campus. Tell them to play Steve. They'll probably take a stock or two just because of that. Grab someone off campus. But no, in all seriousness, that is gonna suck if that ends up happening. But again, people have prior commitments. Smash is not everyone's entire life, so you know what? I do understand. It's just enforced that might have to happen at this point in time. But either way, let's talk about that bridge when that actually ends up happening. Right now, Jorge about a 40% or so lead off to basically the exact same start they got off to. Glad to see that minor delay didn't cut off anyone's momentum, because they're both playing just as well as they were in that initial game. But Jorge right now looking primed to potentially take this first stock, trying to find a diamond, but UMOP burning all their resources, not letting them get that diamond. I think I see an iron pickaxe, which will still probably get a KO around here though.
Yep, and now charging that thing up, and there is, oh wow, given the loop-de-loop and pull. These shoes are looking cool.
Good down smash right there from Jorge, from UMOP, but you know what, wasn't enough. Jorge was ready for it, got a forward smash of their own, and you know what, a forward air up, wow, making Jorge tickle the blast zone right there. Not enough to get a KO. That is what they would have needed to put themselves back in this match. Now Jorge with a little bit of momentum, already 41% of extra credit on UMOP's second stock, but is sitting at 145. You're not going to survive much longer, especially against Robin, who has a lot of KO power.
Oh, giving it down. Not going to get to block him out. Not boxing him out right there. Instead, still coming back on stage. The parry, got to be careful of that L Thunder. Still, you have Diamond. Don't want to use it yet. At 160, back there isn't going to do it, and that's not going to connect either. But jab, the gentleman will.
Yeah, both of Robin's jab, whether it's the Arc Fighter jab or the Elwin jab, they will KO you around that 140% mark. I think Arc Fighter might KO a little bit earlier, but yeah, both of Robin's jabs will KO you. But the thing about Robin, even her jabs use some of her resources, so you can't really, you're not going to see Robins try to jab very often, because yeah, it does burn their resources. Their Elwin jab does burn their recovery, which is just very unfortunate, and their Arc Fire jab obviously burns their side B, so that's why you don't see Robins go for jabs too often. But either way, all tied up, 2 stocks each, relatively even percentages. This can go either way, which is exactly what was happening in that first match before the delay happened.
Yeah, and there was an Arc Fire ladder in the middle of that as well, and touching the top of it again, but just a little extra push to send him over the edge with that L Thunder. And bang, smash attack, not killing off the side. Only a stone tools there.
Arc Thunder not going to be enough, or sorry, not going to be able to hit. Hits the shield instead. UMOP on the brink of taking this game right here. This should be a forward air, or a back air. Instead, taking that stock, that iron is gonna be enough. And you know what, UCF already off to a better start than in that game number 2. They were down 2 stocks there, but oh my gosh, rolling right into the Arc Fire jab. Already 78%. They got it. Oh, and that is okay. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You rarely ever see Robins break shield unless they're using down smash. This down smash lingers for so long that you'll see that often break shields. Haven't really seen a shield break like that before. But hey, either way, for Robin, for UMOP, you will take it. So we are almost right back where we were in that second game right here. UMOP, UT only up 1 stock instead of 2. I would imagine we're going to see a similar lineup coming through from UCF in terms of who they send out. So I think they sent out Javi next in that first game. But now Javi has a bit of an easier task, having to only take out 1 stock if that is the option that they go. I don't imagine we're going to see them send out Knave, their Robin. I think Javi the Villager might be their best choice here.
Or this would actually be the good time to send in Psychic, since they already have to leave early. See how far they can push it. They can speed run as much as they want. Really, just push the momentum. Because at most you can just see how far you can take it at that speed. They could either go the Palu, or even come back and flip it on its head from the last the way match 2 ended, and play their own Ness into the Robin. So there's a lot of different ways this could go.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. This is because Robin is so easy to counterpick. I can see this going, again, in any direction. But man, UMOP's Robin, I think Robin is easy to counterpick. As you see that Arc Thunder forward smash, gonna do enough to break a shield. A bit of a risk, I think, forward smashing the opposite side, but hey,
Yeah.
still worked out. That 11 forward smash is incredibly powerful. But yeah, because Robin is so easy to counterpick, I feel like no matter where UT goes, it's not necessarily a bad pick. But even though Robin is easy to counterpick, I feel like Umop, the player, is not easy to counterpick. But that's why I just think you just go with the safe choice, which in my opinion is Villager. Despite we saw Umop do relatively well against Javi previously, I do think that is the best choice. I don't think I can't see Psychic going in. But just do you want to burn your Palutena early? Especially when you still have, potentially Ken to deal with. I think Palutena is going to be your best bet against that. Same with Lucina, same with Ness. That's why I do kind of lean towards Villager. Pray they take off this one stock. And then if Texas sends in Broken there, we know Javi did relatively well against Broken. So I think that's the matchup you kind of want. So I do think sending in Villager now might be a good choice. Or do you send in someone else, wait for UT to send in Broken, and then send in Javi to kind of counter that?
I think you send in Javi to counter Broken. We saw how they performed against that playstyle in the last match, and really, if a one stock difference really just determined that from Broken beating Javi in the last match really allowed the snowball to get even bigger. So we saw how they performed against it. So I think that's how you counter in return. But we are seeing Psychic on the Ness.
Oh, this is the first time we've actually seen Psychic's Ness today.
It is.
We have seen Rusky's Ness. We did know that that Psychic did have a Ness beside that Palutena. First time we're seeing it. And you know what? A good choice against Robin as well. Again, you can't really throw out all of your, if you're Umop, you can't toss out all your resources without thinking about it, because you will just give Ness more health. And oh my god, you are playing with fire down there. Okay, yeah, you will just give Ness more health if they are ready. With the side magnet, again, forward smash is also a reflector, so you got to be careful with that too. So I do like this switch here for Psychic and UCF.
Yeah, and so far it seems to be paying out pretty well, only 38%, and we see a very similar situation as how match 2 ended, just with the roles reversed. Psychic only has to get Umop up to 80-90%.
Yeah.
They can start fishing for back throws and stuff to really take him off, and plus we're on Halabastion. It's FD with a middle platform, so drag down up airs are going to do a lot as well, and you can sort of carry him off the top even within your own PK Thunder. So right now we're seeing a lot of that start up. The PK Fires are landing. They're doing a lot of percent, 86%, so almost to that magic zone that you want to get them to. And really the key here is to survive without losing that first stock. And so far, they're getting a little tense in that category.
And we saw Umop go for an Arcfire ladder, which may have actually gotten a KO but missed it, and now gets KO'd themselves. UCF now tying this up at 9 apiece. Now Texas has a choice to make. You have Rusky with the Ness, you have Gallon with Lucina, you have Trace the Steve, you have Broken's Ken, who we saw take out 6 stocks in game number 1. I think they sent in Broken second last time. I do think that is definitely a possibility. Do we see that again? Just to try and build up a little bit of a lead. I think, as the season has gone on, I have seen more and more of teams sending in their best players second. Typically, I would imagine it's either going to be first or last, but I've seen the rise of teams sending in their best player second, either to make up a slight deficit that maybe they got in the first game, or to build on a lead that they got in the first game. So I think that's what we might see again here. They did it in game number 2. We might see that again here. But I can also see them, just because it's a game 3 and there's no leeway to make mistakes here, I can see them sending in Broken either third or last, just as cleanup, just in case something bad happens. But Texas, I keep saying this, no matter who they go, I think they have such a good roster that nothing is gonna be a bad choice.
They have the perfect amount of variability in their play styles. Yeah. Obviously, with the Ness, the Robin, they have the Steve even. They have the ability to sort of just keep your opponent away and keep them at bay. And then with Broken, you have just somebody that's so solid with rush down and take your stocks faster than you can blink. Yeah. They have the perfect character spread to really counter most of the things that are thrown their way. So in the case of I mean, having a Steve on your team already covers a lot of that. But these deeper character picks like the Ness or even especially like the Ken, you can really counteract certain things like Palu, like Ness can take on Villager, even though I think most of what Villager will throw at you is not energy based. So you're not going to be able to PSI Magnet it, but you can still get around a lot of what they're going to throw your way. So as for who comes in next, I would like to see Broken. Yeah. Because, at this point you want to really set the tone for the rest of the match, send out your best when they're needed. And I think you can do a lot to win the mental game early if you send out Broken in this place to really, take out Psychic, and then you know what you have left. You just have you have a Villager waiting who I think would then come out in return. Yeah. But like you said, there's no real wrong answer here. It's just what you're most confident with. But I would like to see Broken.
Yeah, it worked last time. Why not? Why not just do it again? They don't really have an answer. I don't think there's any one player on UCF that can really deal with Broken. Mm-hmm. It took two people, I think, last time to only take off those 3 stocks off of them, and no, it took 3 people actually. It took 3 people to take those 6 stocks off of Broken. That's 75% of your team to try and take out one person. So I think, and with the potential of UCF losing somebody just because of time constraints, don't know what the ruling on that is going to be. If they're going to give maybe one player 6 stocks to work with, not sure what the ruling on that is going to be. But either way, this is looking like both in game you're going to have an advantage because of how good Broken is, and now for factors outside of everyone's control, you're going to have even more of an advantage potentially if if UCF kind of has to lose somebody right here.
Yeah. And then we also have the whole decision of where do you take it. So really who gets sent in depends on where we go. Obviously PS2 is such a simple thing to go. But there's so many other ways to go. And looking at this now, it seems like we might be getting Gallon onto Lucina.
Okay. You know what? Solid pick. Solid. Don't hate it. Lucina, never bad. Never bad. There's really never a bad time. Lucina, Palutena, 2 characters where it's never bad to toss them in. They do well. They either go even or beat or maybe slightly lose to basically everybody on the Smash roster. So it's never really a bad time to throw them in. So I do like this, saving Broken for either anchor or for third, to either do a little bit of cleanup or to close it out. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree. I do like that pick.
Yeah. Yeah, but looking at things, there's some things going on behind the scenes. Apparently, teams are not notifying of roster swaps, and I think they're just thinking they can play with 5 people.
Okay.
So now they've been notified that they do have to play the same rosters they played in match 2 for this one. Okay. And with that, it looks like they're sending in Trace next.
Okay. See, I made a joke about picking someone up off the street and letting them play Steve. Guys, I was joking. All right, don't actually do that. Okay, I was joking. But we're going to be seeing Trace up against Psychic. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Man, there's been so much Steve today. We've had more Steve in this one set than we've had all season long. It's kind of crazy.
We get more of it in the next match because we got Fleetwood waiting for us.
Oh yes, I forgot about that. And again, I can't wait. I know we're still on this match, but man, I can't wait to watch Northwood again. I know those are your boys, but man, I'm becoming a massive fan right now. I've become a massive fan as the season has gone on. But you know what? We'll get to that match when we get to that match. We still got this one going on. But yeah, just trying to figure out a couple things behind the scenes. Again, we know somebody might have a time commitment that they have to get to, so we might lose a player. Like you said, issues with substitutions and player swaps and stuff like that.
You'd think a lot of these teams would have this stuff down because we're so these are 2 7-0 teams. They have won at least 7 matches. Yeah. So you should really, I mean, if you don't know the flow and the formula by this point, what are you doing, brother?
Hey, mate, thing is, sometimes you're so good that that certain rules just don't apply. Not they don't apply,
or
but
maybe you've never encountered them before.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, that's what I mean. It's you're so good, you're just beating everybody so quick that it's never came up, and you never had to deal with the rule. So I don't think it's like a malicious thing. I think it's probably just an honest mistake from
Yeah.
from whichever team it is. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out some behind the scenes stuff. And again,
If you want to talk
everyone-
about Grime, if you want to talk about Grime, I saw something coming in from Apex where Leon was playing Maya, the Japanese Game Watch player just making their NA debut, and in Game 3 picked Hero with the switch set to English.
Oh my god.
And Maya still won. Maya wiped the floor, like lost one stock and then just came back and reverse three stocked him. So
Yeah, that's so grimy.
but it was pretty grimy.
Oh man, but hey, either way, we finally got this match underway. We are seeing Psychic's Ness go up against Trace's Steve. Relatively even percentages going on in this match. And you know what? We're all tied up at 9 stocks each. So whoever gets a 2-stock lead, if we do see someone get a 2-stock lead, I think that's the team that's gonna likely end up winning. Which is why I do think saving Broken for a little bit later might be a good idea. Because no matter which way this goes, if Trace, whether or not Trace loses or not, having Broken as, you know, a bit of backup to either bring you back into a match or to just build on your lead even further, I think is a really, really good backup for UT. And University of Florida doesn't really have a player like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't really hear it either. So I don't really know. And right now we're seeing a lot of Psychic having some experience with this matchup as they wanted to go for the PSI rocket but didn't get it there. Instead, they're getting up smash for their troubles, not killing just yet, even though Ness is a pretty light character. My goodness, Anvil.
Great shield. That was a great shield mix-up, by the way.
It was so good. The way that Anvil has that landing hitbox that you can then force your opponent to push him off and then shield poke him, and didn't really matter there as they get a minecart to the face, take their first stock, and then just get him out of here. Get back thrown, even things back to zero.
I really like what Trace attempted to do. You saw him build those 2 blocks at the ledge because they knew that the back throw was coming. But unfortunately, they built that wall maybe 1 block too short because they wanted to be able to get back thrown into the wall and then tech and then punish that back throw. But they just built it a little bit too short. I appreciate that attempt, even though it didn't work.
It was a smart idea, but then even then, it probably was, like, at that percent, it was probably untechable, and who knows, it might still have enough power to kill him from all the way across stage. Uh-oh, don't want to get rocketed.
Okay, PK Fire's on the ledge there.
Yep, taking time, making space.
Even percentages, even stocks as well. Both of them just looking for something. Haven't seen Diamond. This is the opportunity to get Diamond. Oh, some bad RNG there for Trey. Yep, unable to get the Diamond, but you know what? Does get the minecart and builds an iron sword for their trouble. And you're going to see a big combo right here. Up smash. Nope, not quite. Going for the other up tilt into forward air instead. 61%. This is probably going to be game. I lied.
No,
hey,
yeah,
hey, man.
again,
Come back to stage, man. I ain't done with you yet.
The same thing Jorge did. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna return the favor. But my goodness, minecart fair. That's some nasty angles to it.
That was cute.
Even the backer too. Okay, hitting the swoop-de-doop, but you can call it whatever you want. It's still gonna end in you losing your stock.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? Psychic is at 87%. Still no diamond from Trace. They've been looking and searching for that diamond, but much like Minecraft, it has been very, very hard to find, and they are probably going to need it very soon if Psychic keeps up this momentum. Already has them at 48%, making a bit of a comeback. Still no diamond. They're looking for it, and they're looking for it very, very hard at 64%. I think at this point, if I'm Trace, I stop looking for the diamond, and I just go in for the kill, which is exactly what happened. I feel like they let Psychic back into that match because they wanted that diamond maybe a little bit too much. But when you're up by that much, also, you know what? Before you even say that, you gotta remember, as Steve, even Iron, even Gold are both going to KO people, you know, decently well. You don't necessarily need the diamond, especially against a character who, like Ness, who is a lot lighter. Iron back air still going to KO you at like 110, 105%. And I think because they wanted that diamond so badly, they allowed Psychic to come back into that match. Whereas if they were just a bit more aggro on it, they may have been able to leave that with 2 stocks instead of 1.
Yeah, they could have just a little bit more, had some of these moments where you could have, you know, flipped the script on them, unable to make them happen. And now you're looking at, you know, potentially 2 players left. I mean, obviously you got 2 players left to choose from, so it's going to be interesting to see who gets thrown out next. And still, what could be the potential counter on the side of the Longhorns?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't think. Do you save a villager for Anchor? Because it's not unheard of. We've seen it happen before. We Ash No Joy, who we're going to see in the next match, is a fantastic villager who has like full right to be an anchor for Manchester. But still, I don't know if you put in Javi as the anchor or if you just do what you did last time and save Nave for last. But we're going to find out right here.
We will see. I got no clue. It's going to be. It's gonna be Nave. It's gonna be Nave. Okay. Once again,
we get Steve versus Robin again. How many times?
It's like the third or fourth time, maybe even fifth time we've seen Steve versus Robin today, man.
Oh my goodness!
I've seen Steve versus Robin more in this last like 2 hours than I've seen in the however many years it's been. 2 years since Steve came out.
And it's not even my first time commentating a set this matchup this much. Shout out to Eden and Onan when he first started in West Michigan when he was a Robin player. This is the exact matchup. Believe it or not, this is the matchup that made Onan. It was a West Michigan player, Eden, playing Steve against Onan's Robin, and it just sort of it was the inverse though. Steve got the upper hand a lot of times, and that caused Onan to be like, you know what, I'm just going to start playing Steve, and the rest is history. So this matchup has a lot of significance for the current Smash meta.
That's a backstory that I did not know. And you know what? You know what I do know? That's probably going to be a stock. I lied. I don't know actually what I'm talking about. I thought that was going to be a stock taken.
Yep,
but you know what? That good vertical recovery from Robin going to bring you back. Not enough people talk about Robin's recovery, but yeah, that vertical recovery is crazy. Horizontally, it's actually not that bad either. Pretty solid all around. It's unfortunate that you can't, use it unlimitedly. Hey, but either way, it worked out right there. But Trace, looking to try and take the stock, does have some diamond and did build that diamond sword. Looking for back airs, looking for forwarders, looking for everything.
Trying to be the team that starts that critical 2-stock lead that you said would probably determine the winner of the game. And right now, at 124, it is more than likely. It's just up to Trace to really, solidify their confirms and really catch Nave jumping at something.
Catch him with a minecart. There is a 2-stock lead, but you know what? If Trace needs to try and take out at least one more to guarantee that you're going to have a 2-stock lead. But at 76% with the way Nave is playing, I don't know if that'll happen. But you know what? Already at 47%, so you know what? I might have to eat my words right there.
You can't really count out Steve when they have diamond, and especially, not only getting one arc fire, not going to get the 11 sword up smash, still 67%. I don't know how much... And Trace does have another diamond unlocked to refresh their current one. Uh-oh.
Oh, whoa.
Air dodge into the rapid jab as well. Not going to take it off the top just yet.
Watch the snipe. Okay, there we go. Watch the Dark Thunder jumping right over it.
Yep.
Should be up smash. Oh, I thought up smash was going to come out, but it didn't. My card not going to do anything right there. Forward air is going to do it. So you know what? That 1-stock lead still being maintained. That vital 2-stock lead that we mentioned earlier not being taken yet. So this is still anybody's match. That was Trace going out. Steve sending broken.
I don't really know what other option you have. I think this is the perfect time to send in broken, unless they are the enigma I hear they are that you can only hope to contain. You can't even control broken. You can only hope to contain them.
Yeah.
So other than that, I think. Who are your last two options?
Because UT still has Gallon left, right?
No, because I think Gallon was the swap out in between game 1 and 2. Was it? I don't remember. I have this big notebook in front of me that you think there was the kind of information that should go in there, but I'm big, dumb, stupid, dumb brain sometimes. So
that's okay. We play Smash. We're not smart people.
Yeah, we're gonna keep guessing. I play Game & Watch. I don't play the game to think. But I think is the gears start turning. Is they have Rusky and Broken. They have Broken left.
Broken left.
No. As your remaining two players.
Oh, left. I thought you meant
remaining.
Left.
Sorry. My return. You have Rusky and Broken remaining.
Got you. Ooh, you threw me for a loop there. But yeah, I think you just do it. I think you just send them in.
Yeah.
Keep Rusky for last.
Or it could be a case of, but still you have Broken who took 6 stocks last game. They have serious potential to be a very, very solid anchor, and I imagine Broken's been a big reason why UT has made it this far as 7-0. So what word is coming in? It is Rusky. We're getting Ness instead.
Okay. Ness.
Another Ness
Ness
Robin.
Another,
see it again.
So much
We're seeing two matchups over and over again.
Here's the thing, man.
The same 2 matchups.
I've been commentating Smash ever since Smash 4. Okay, I've been commentating this game for damn near 8 years now. Okay, I think I've seen more Robin today than I've seen in the duration of all I've seen in Smash 4 in the 4 years of Ultimate. I think I've seen more Robin in the last 2 hours than I've seen in 8 years.
I would
commentating
agree with
this
that.
game. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. And the funny thing is, I actually played Robin in Smash 4 too, and I still don't think I've seen that much Robin, as much Robin that I have seen today. Well, yeah, we are going to be seeing Ness Robin again, a matchup that I think we've all become very familiar with as the set has progressed.
We've really just become so much more familiar with Robin as a character as the set has progressed, because we've seen plenty of Nesses, we've seen plenty of Steves, but it's not every day you get to see 2 different players playing Robin and seeing both of them take countless stocks for their team. So I think this is if you're a Robin player out there and you're watching, you're eating well. You're eating like Thanksgiving has come early.
You're getting so. Oh, see, that joke doesn't fly in Canada because our Thanksgiving is in October. But for all the Americans, you know what it means. Yeah, you know what it means. But yeah, we're gonna see Robin again. Again, a very solid character, just kind of held back by, I guess, game design choices, if you will, having limited resources and being just exceptionally slow. This does hold this character back just a bit. Also, a lack of frame data, and might see a stock right here. Nope, didn't get a stock, but got 88% already. For Rusky right here, which is exactly what they needed. Already has about 101%. Try to go for a little cheeky forward air, but does get that down smash instead. Back throw. Nope.
Yep. Nope. Go for another up smash with the yo-yo. Trying to catch on landing. Not going to do it, but it's going to catch on that. A nice little drag down fair into the up smash, taking another stock off Knave, and now there is that 2 stock lead that Rusky is going to do their best to maintain. And possibly widen.
Oh, wow. Ooh,
Speaking of widening, okay.
Bro, yo, he was gonna go for that PK Thunder too, the PK Rocket. I know for a fact that's what he wanted, but the 11 Sword snuffed that PK Thunder out. Oh, you don't go for a PK Flash like that unless you want to go for a PK Thunder right after. That would have been play of like the tournament if they managed to actually land that, because I know for a fact that's what they wanted. Didn't land it, but still got a lot of damage and still has a relatively healthy lead right here, and 1 stock away from getting. Oh no, if he gets this stock, that'll actually be a 3 stock lead. Okay, there we go. 2 stock lead right now. Sorry, 1 stock lead right now. Yep, but if Rusky does take this, it will be that 2 stock lead that we both said will probably confirm the victor here, especially considering that Texas still has Broken left, who they are saving for anchor, and not too many better anchors in this tournament than Broken, man.
Fighting fire with fire. A lot of arc fire versus PK fire, and now, dang, okay, there's a nice little down throw into the 11 sword. Knave still showing signs of life, what we saw at the end of the last game. At the end of the last match.
Yep.
Trying to get their own little run back here on Rusky.
And remember, Knave almost brought them back from like a 3 or 4 stock deficit in set 2, but just kind of ran out of juice. Oh, that was a very risky play right there for Rusky. Could have got down smashed at the ledge. But yeah, Knave almost brought them back in that first set and is looking to try and do that again. That get up attack, a bit risky, but did get them back onto stage. Arc fire to cover your recovery.
That is okay, and Levensword comes back just in time to reach him with the back air, and now back to even, but at 117, oh yep, that was the back there they were looking for. Not gonna find it just yet, as now, just no fear, run up, but you gotta be careful. You still gotta have some respect. You can have no fear, but you gotta respect the yo-yo.
And yeah, didn't respect it right there. It jumped in at a time where they shouldn't have, and now UCF down to the last player, who is going to be Javi, the Villager, up against most likely going to be obviously Rusky right now, then most likely Ken afterwards. We did say earlier, I think we both agreed that you probably save Javi for Ken, but if you're UCF, you would have liked them to send in Ken first and then you send in Javi as a response. But now you're risking going up against Ken relatively unhealthy if they do lose the stock against Rusky here. So I think UT is in a perfect position to clean this up and to take this game.
Yeah, I think so too. And now you, like you said, play that game where in comes Javi. You wanted it to be a case where they send in Broken first, and then when you lose your current player, maybe hopefully they had taken one stock off Broken, which is what we saw was the difference when Broken and Javi played last. But now Rusky has UT up a full stock, able to now just sort of whittle down and play their own game against Javi and the Villager. So they take one stock, could look very, very ugly and could be over pretty fast.
Yeah. So now we're seeing Rusky lose both of those lost stocks right here. If Javi can take them out without losing one and go up against Broken, we did see them do relatively well against Broken in set number 2. So I think that's the thing that they want to happen right now, but they do have to get past Rusky, who has shown to be a fantastic player, even in matchups that might not necessarily be in Ness's favor. So we're going to see how this goes here. But right now, Javi off to a hot start already. 51%, 58, 65, still going. Trying to get a forward tilt right there, but you know what? Good read on the back here. Hunting that tree.
And Rusky's struggling to... Okay, there you go. Yep.
I think Rusky was anticipating Javi cutting down the tree and rip that forward smash in order to reflect the tree right back, which is also a bit of a dangerous play because if Rusky was able to... Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wait, did he snipe the PK Thunder out the air?
Yes, he did. PK Thunder comes out. It's like there's a slingshot. Got it.
Again, we've seen so many snipes today. We've seen snipes from UMOP with the L Thunder. We've seen snipes from Nave with their L Thunders and Arc Fires. We've seen snipes from both of them tossing their 11 items at you and their tomes at you. We've seen snipes from Steve with the minecart, and now we're seeing a snipe from the slingshot for Villager there and Javi. So exactly what you want to see, exactly what you needed to do. And that's the thing, if you're a character that has projectiles, especially fast projectiles like a Villager, you can do that to Ness. That's a free stock against Ness, but you have to be very, very careful because going that deep against Ness is risky, because if you miss, you risk getting hit by that PK Thunder 2, which will KO people at like 20% sometimes, so that it is a little bit of a risk, but you know what, the risk paying off there for Javi. Now UT, down to the last player, which will be Broken. Not much else to say about Broken. We saw what he did in game 2. 6 stocks all by himself. Took 3 different people on UCF to take him out. And now you're down to your last person. And honestly, if I'm UT, there's no one else I'd want anchoring my team.
Exactly. No one else you'd want. They have shown they've shown the ability to really get through the wall of projectiles that Villager will throw their way.
Mm-hmm.
Still, they get clipped a couple times, obviously. I mean, it's Villager. They're going to be throwing out a lot of slingshots and everything in the kitchen sink your way. But Broken's ability to bob and weave around the back airs and the Lloyd rockets, all that stuff, to just land one down tilt and down tilt into anything, pretty much, is really going to be the game changer. It's going to be just a battle. Honestly, I think you're going to see a case of Javi just fighting to survive, running away, throwing stuff, everything they can, just until they can get that one little thing of get him off stage and then catch a roll in with down smash or even the tree. So all these things to keep in mind as we go forward, looking at this last game.
Last game of one of the few 3-game sets we've had on the broadcast. I know off stream there have been a decent amount, but yeah, as you get deep into the season, you get these teams again. Both of these teams are 7-0, have not lost. One team will lose today. As you get deep into the playoffs, deep into the season, as the lesser teams have been kind of forced out, and you only have these good teams, you're gonna get game 3s. You're gonna get these long sets, and I feel like at that point in time, it becomes less about how good you are on the sticks, now about how good you are mentally. Because these long sets, this has been going on for I think about damn near 3 hours now. These long sets are mentally taxing. They're mentally draining, and you know what? That mental side of not just Smash, but really any type of competition, I think is very, very crucial, and the thing that no one talks about. Having the mental stamina to just be able to keep going when things are this long, especially with this much at stake. If you lose here, you are gone. To be able to keep your self up mentally, to have your friends around, hopefully you have good people around you to kind of keep you up and to keep you in good spirits. But yeah, it can be very exhausting as we get into this game. 7 is going to be broken, and it is going to be Javi. The final hopes of both of these teams lie on this Ken and on this Villager, and we will see who comes out on top at the end of this match.
Going to Yoshi's, a rarely seen stage these days because people don't like the slants. But yeah, it's a short stage, so it's going to play a lot more towards Ken Broken's ability to kill with Shoryu off the top.
Yep.
So it's a lot to keep in mind here, a lot to really pay attention to as this game progresses. And right now, oh my goodness, just barely making it back in time. And now Javi seems to be the one really dictating the pace. Like we saw, throwing the kitchen sink, and a lot more seems to be landing than Broken wants.
And yeah, this is why we both, suggested that you save Javi for Broken, but then, they were forced to throw at Javi a little bit early right here. But this is exactly the matchup that UCF wanted. Out of everybody on UCF, Javi is the one who did the best against Broken in that second set. And you know what? He's continuing that right here, already a almost 100% or so lead. And I was going to say, going to Yoshi's, I'm not exactly sure how stage selections are working in the crew battle, but typically this is a stage you don't want to see Ken at all, just because of how short that top blast zone is. You're going to be dying to Shoryuken's like 15 or so percent earlier, as we see that up tilt almost get a KO there. But yeah, you're going to be dying from Shoryuken like 10 to 15% earlier, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is.
Yeah, it's still at 165. Oof. Ken has rage, but still, you gotta land your confirms. Back air is gonna do it. Oh boy, and now.
I like what Javi did there at the end, waited for the air dodge. One thing Broken has not been doing a good job of is mixing up air dodge timings, and Javi has taken advantage of it, not just in this set, but in the first set too. They're air dodging as soon as Javi approaches instead of waiting, and Javi's just waiting to toss out an attack because they know Broken is going to air dodge immediately.
Yep, and there you go, down tilt into run up, down tilt Shoryu, even things right back up at 71%. Broken needs a couple neutral wins here. Really just got to get those axe kicks started. Can't really get anything down tilting. You gotta think maybe this stage wasn't the best plan, because it looks like Ken can just sort of down tilts aren't landing in the way a lot of they would expect.
Yeah, right there at forward tilt, like right on cue, that forward tilt not landing either. But you know what? Did still get some good damage on. Has Javi at 63% right now, and I think a Shoryuken might actually KO if you combo into it, starting around this percent again. Yoshi's story, very very short top blast zone, and you're gonna get KO'd, 10 to 50% earlier, and that's even more if you're on a platform. But hey, you know what? That up air from Javi is gonna do it. University of Texas now down to their final stock. Once again, everyone, both these teams undefeated, 7-0 up until this point, so they're both looking to hang on to that undefeated record, and right now it's looking like UCF is going to be the team to do that if Javi keeps up this momentum.
Yeah, Javi keeping up the great momentum here, only at 98%. There you go, starting to build up to 117.
There we go.
Back air is going to do it, and here we go. How else would you want it? Last stock, Broken only at 32%. And that is something that Ken can make up in a second, as we see right here. Boom, back to even.
Okay,
here.
Okay, this is what you want. You want, if you're Broken, you want Javi on those platforms, because I said earlier, Yoshi's story, you're gonna KO like 10 to 15% earlier on those Shoryukens, and those platforms probably take off and knock off another 5% off of that too. So if you can get Javi on those platforms, especially that top one, and you can get a Shoryuken, honestly, starting around now. Never mind. And you know what?
Okay.
You know what? Never mind, as UCF and Javi come clutch and taking out Broken, who I can't stress enough is one of the most well-known Wi-Fi warriors in the scene, taking them out. And you know what? Kind of stopping a bit of a scare there. They won that first game. They kind of got clapped up in game number 2. But they took momentum back. A bit of a scare for UCF. I don't think we're going to have an interview with them. Would have been nice to kind of, talk to them to see how they're doing. But yeah, a W for them. Still 8-0, and they do move on in the Open Premier side of the bracket. And everybody, I know that was a long set, but we still have one more for you of the real playoffs. Northwood University, your boys, up against Manchester University. We're going to have that right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
was attempted pick coming in for the Tempered Fate out of Light
I
Pulse,
thought
but
they
it
might
didn't
try to
connect.
collapse it.
They were looking to see if they can get the pick on an
Needs to be
Ubi.
careful.
And now Aslak gets flashed on. Here's the true shot barrage. That's a long
Oh,
one. Hard,
he
no!
kills him.
Hard is huge. They can't stop him. And Aslak finds Light Pulse.
He's in. Oh my God.
Hard.
Aggressive position up here, and I think of it is used a very awkward way. It might be able to reveal his position, but Scott Flyboy doesn't need to use it now. And somehow Scott Flyboy is able to take out 4 members.
And
They got him.
Samira locked in. Jeff
Oh, no.
Damage, but is finally slain by the Ren. A double kill. Gonfun trying to survive, but it should be too much to bear as they lose 4 members. Only the mid laner survives, or does he? Because Lobos wants it. He is on the
That's
prowl.
it.
He's hunting down, and it's an ace. That will be game, victory, and series won by Maryville.
Ultimately a 1-on-2. Bullet now. Last one alive. That'll be a destroyed rendezvous. They're running out of bullets. They have to make a reloading effort if they want to repeat again, but the off is here. Jump for a shot. Bait it up. A beautiful one from Bolo. A 3K.
God.
Unleash power, almost getting him.
Oh.
Gets 2. They actually turn it around because they got the solo kill on the other side that helped out.
They
Now
killed each
Gorica,
other in bot
You
lane.
gotta kill Gorica. Can you kill Gorica? I don't think so.
Bam,
He's too
bam,
low.
bam, bam,
He's
bam.
huge. He's throwing those axes to get a triple kill.
I really don't know what all this utility is looking to accomplish, but I guess it's doing it. They're still alive. 1 HP, 1 player, 1 chance to stop and keep this opportunity under their belt. 1 more shot needed. 6 bullets left. A kill!
Oh!
Can't do it! It's Flowery with another 4K.
Hey, hello everybody, and welcome back. And before we even go on with the schedule, I got to give a big shout out to Ontario Tech University. I saw 2 plays of the week there, and that's actually my school. I just graduated, so shout outs to them. Anyways, here is the weekly schedule. Next week, we don't have anything. We're taking a break, but the week after, you see it right there on the 28th, we have a doubleheader of Rocket League and Call of Duty. 29th, Overwatch and League of Legends. 30th, Valorant, and starting on December 1st, we have Smash with some Rainbow Six. On the 2nd, Counter-Strike, and on the 3rd and 4th, we have back-to-back grand finals. Those will be the IRL grand finals. We are going to be flying out those schools to, I believe, Villanova University to fight it out in real life. So now, Wi-Fi, online, internet connection is no longer going to be an excuse. It's going to be the best of the best teams playing in the best of conditions. So again, 0 excuses for everybody. But yeah, we're going to get into the second match of the day between 2 schools. This is the playoffs. We have Northwood University, the #1 seed of the entire tournament, also undefeated, completely dominant. 2 players, I believe, in the 12-stock club with Copel and Frostbite. Probably have someone else who has 12, who's in the 12-stock club. Wouldn't know. Up against Manchester University, who we've seen quite often, very solid team all around. Augment Pars, Fleetwood, and Ash No Joy. We've seen them in the playoffs, I think, twice, and I think once in the regular season on the broadcast. As we see the rosters right there again, Copel 700, who is going to be playing K-Rule. Frostbite, who is going to be playing Roy, So Good Pop with the Wii Fit, and that is Seth down there, one of the best Captain Falcons really in the country. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Augment, who's going to be playing Terry, Pars, Kazia, Fleetwood, Steve, and Ash No Joy, who will be playing Villager. Northwood also does have a 5th player, Nuck, who plays Joker, so we might be seeing them as well.
Oh yeah, Nuck.
And again, the #1 seed of the tournament. The first time I saw them back, I think in like week 1 or 2, I said then, I think this team is going to win the entire thing. And they have not proven me wrong up until this point. But you know them personally, so I want to hear your insight.
To give people an insight of how well I know this team, I have a win over Nuck. I have I have beaten Nuck in bracket one time.
Man, why aren't you on the team?
It's because I go to a different college about an hour away.
You could slide in there. They don't.
And plus, I'm nowhere near the level of their other players. Copel, a fantastic, the best K Rool in all of the Midwest. Frostbite, and an incredibly good Roy, finished 13th at the Big House recently. So good pop, one of the best Wii fits on the scene today. And Seth Reed, they call him Sethsational because that's really what he is, a fantastic Captain Falcon stalwart of the mid-Michigan scene, one of the originators, one of the founders of it, and still, while he's gone off to, I believe he's gone off to California, he might be back for the school year, he is still so good with it. And those are my boys. I'm sorry if it's going to be hard for me to be biased during this, as we see them start out with Frostbite versus Ash No Joy. You're already getting the wonderful Villager play, more Villager from Ash No Joy versus Frostbite off the beginning, and this is going to be an interesting one to see how Frostbite's going to be able to get these Ash No Joy defenses. What do you see so far going in this set?
It's just so hard for me, even though like Villager Roy, I can see going bad for Roy. This thing really could go bad for either character. It's just so hard for me to doubt Frostbite. I've seen this person take 12. I have seen this person eliminate a team by themselves before. Okay, it's hard for me to really ever doubt them. And you know what? They're doing really, really well right now too. Already got 95% on Ash. Almost got that hitbox, the hitbox extension off those balloons too, but wasn't able to actually get the spike. But doesn't matter. Still has him at 108%. Ash unable to get back to the stage. That should be a forward throw. No, down throw. No follow up.
Back air.
Yep, no follow up off of it. Might be looking for the jab back air. Not actually, might be a little bit too high percentage for jab back air right now.
At this point, you can just let an F tilt rip, and you get the sweet spot. You're gone.
Yeah, there
right
is
there.
right on cue, that forward tilt coming out. But you know what? Jumping right into that forward smash and going into another one. Ash coming clutch with those bowling balls. Frostbite losing their stock. In a kind of unfortunate way, getting bowling balled back to back after jumping into that first one. We do see that up B coming through 20% right now.
Spike on it, gets all the finishing touch, blazing flourish, whatever you want to call it. There's the back air again to do it, and another stock gone on Ash No Joy. Frostbite standing tall, sitting pretty. So a little more backstory here. Frostbite is a transfer from the North Carolina scene that has moved up to join Northwood University and join their fantastic esports program, and already making a play for Michigan PR here in their singles play. So combine that with the ability of playing on a team that we've seen from them. All signs point to success.
And again, I cannot stress this enough. He is a part of the 12 stock club. He has eliminated an entire team all by himself. And you know what? Like, that is a very elusive, exclusive club. I think only like maybe 3 or 4 people in the entire tournament can say they are a part of that. And you know what? Showcasing why they are so good here as he does take out Ash No Joy with that jab back here and giving Northwood a 2-stock lead. And man, Northwood with the lead is with any sort of lead. 1-stock lead, bad enough. 2-stock lead with potentially your best player going out early. Like, you still have Pars, you still have Terry, you still have Augment, you still have Fleet. All good players, all playing very good characters. Terry, Kaz, and Steve respectively. But against Northwood, man, this, like, you're gonna need every single stock. You can't afford to go down on more than one. And after the first match, they're already down. And you still haven't seen so good Copo or Seth.
Exactly. You're already down 2 stocks, and you sent out one of your biggest hitters out of the gate, and they got 2 stocked. It really has to weigh on you mentally, because now looking at things, and here we're going to see a little how that game ended there. Beautiful time waiting out for the dancing blade, and then jab back air, seen it time and time again from all the Roys. But now there's your sort of like your odd one out, like not really odd one out because Ash No Joy is such a phenomenal Villager player. Now you get into sort of your stalwarts of the Wi-Fi scene. You have your Steve, Kazia, Terry left. Who do you think they go into counteract this? How to counteract Frostbite? Because I think Steve is probably a good option, but there's no character here that Frostbite doesn't have a lot of experience against. I know for a fact they play, there's another player at Northwood, RageLink, who is a Terry player, a Terry main, that Frostbite, that all these players, I imagine, get a lot of practice against, so Augment may not be the best choice there. Steve, you gotta remember, we're in Michigan, he's probably played Onin quite a few times. Yep. Exactly, so there's no surprises left for Manchester to throw at Northwood. it just comes down to, can you execute against that? Yes, you can throw out the Kazuya, which I think is probably going to be the best option here to try, just cheese and get a couple of those stacks gone. But still, you get rid of Frostbite and you're looking, it's like the Killers Row Yankees. It's like you took out, you struck out Babe Ruth, but you still have Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Lou Gehrig, all of those guys still coming up to the plate. And it's going to be a tough one. It's really going to be a tough one because, like you said, it's Northwood with the lead.
And the thing about this is no disrespect to Manchester whatsoever. Spoken to Augment, on interviews, very good player, very good guy. I've spoken to Ash actually away from the broadcast in DMs. Love both of them, but I think it's just like no matter who you send in, Northwood is just from player to player wise, they're just better. That's just, unfortunately, that's the situation. Not saying that means they're gonna win. In crew battles, anything could happen. So I think no matter which way you go, I think the best option is to go Kazuya because it is Kazuya. And even if you're at a player disadvantage, Kazuya is just so good that even if you're not as great as your opponent, you can take a couple stocks. So I do think that is the option. Again, I mean, zero disrespect to anybody when I say that, but I think Kazuya is just on paper the best option, but you are burning that early, which is unfortunate. Excuse me, when you still have Coppola, you still have Seth, you still have Frost. It sucks because it's like, as much as I love Manchester, no matter who they send in, I'm just looking at Northwood's roster, and it's just like, this is an all-star team.
I want to say though, there is one situation here that Manchester actually was denied us of, because in the previous round they defeated Oakland University, another Michigan college, 2-1 in the round of 8. And if Oakland had won that, I know for a fact there are players on the Oakland team who have definitive wins over players on Northwood's team. Which, mind you, I would have been a hog and slop at that point because I get to cast all my homies on both sides. But that's just not the reality we're living in. We have you have Manchester United, who's coming out players that have only ever met online, only ever know how each other. You have to learn very, very fast in this situation. As we're getting pars the Kazuya against Frostbite, we did call it correctly, so chalk that as a W for us.
And I like the Kazuya pick. Like I said, Kazuya the character where even if on a player-to-player matchup base, you're not as good as your opponent, Kazuya's just so good that they can kind of take a stock for you if you get a good opening. But man, Frostbite is just such a good player that, again, we all know exactly what Parts is looking for. We all know what Kazuya's want, and Frostbite I think is a good enough player to not really give that opportunity. As I almost had to eat my words right there, I thought an uppy might have came out from Pars right there. Would not have gotten a KO, but would have done some good damage. But yeah, Kazuya is just such a terrifying character. All they need is one opening. We're seeing Pars look for those electrics right now, unable to really land anything. And yeah, Frostbite, never mind, there it is. Uppercut, a little bit of a whiff though. A whiff on that side B as well. And I feel like even though Pars is whiffing a lot of stuff, it's still 94% that he's gotten on Frostbite up until this point.
Yeah, the percent's building. You get uppy like that, boom, there's your stock gone. And shout out to Pars for trying to to plug their stuff any way they can with their tag in the game. And here we go, taking it for a ride, looking for something early. Not going to find it just there, going for down smash at ledge, one of my favorite options, just because you bonk people in the noggin to take their stock. But down, okay, wow,
no, you're fine,
this is fine. So much. No, you're not.
Oh, no up B. Oh, never mind.
Took your jump, took your up B, took your keys, and your wallet.
I thought the up B was there still. Never mind. You are definitely correct. Yeah, that's a really, really good conversion right there for Frostbite. That's stock number 4 taken for them. They hang on to this 2-stock lead. Pars doing whatever they can to try to turn this into a 1-stock lead. Okay. Option here. Good. Bad roll. You never roll in like that on a Roy.
Never. No. It doesn't matter. Kazuya players think they play by different rules because they play Kazuya, but there's some rules you still never break in this game. Yeah. And one of those is rolling in on a Roy. And I'm surprised you got the soft hit back here, still making it back. You have Rage Drive online, so you can still, I don't even know if at 70% you can take it out at this point. But, it's Kazuya with Rage, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, if they get the command grab, that's 100% going to be a stock take.
It only takes one.
Yeah. If they get that grab... Okay, it's gone, though. There it is. got it beat out and got that stock beat out of them too. Frostbite
5.
still on 1 stock. That's also stock number 5 for Frostbite. So you know what? Guaranteeing that they are going to maintain this 2 stock lead going into the next game with the potential for actually going up 4 if he can take the stock right now. But again, that 2 stock lead is still guaranteed.
Well, you know, just pacing back and forth, trying to get something started. There's
should
the
be it.
electric.
Oh, no, wait,
yeah,
wait.
no, back air dropped. It's the air of playing Kazuya on Wi-Fi. Oh my gosh, the snipe with the laser trying to bonk him again. Nothing, just that. Back throw. Gates, that's a dirty angle.
That's
and
it.
the
Yeah,
snipe,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Ate the jump, and you know what, Roy, with the not a great horizontal recovery, he's not gonna be able to come back from that. But hey, you know what? Frostbite came in, took 5 stocks, put Kazuya down to basically the brink of their life. So now again, Northwood basically an all-star team. I feel like no matter who you send in at this point, they're gonna be able to clean this up. If your pars, excuse me, if your pars, you don't necessarily have to win this match, stay in, but try to take out a stock. Try to take out at least 1 stock before you go down just to prevent this lead from growing anymore. If you can keep it within 2, you're still in striking distance. But 3 is against Northwood. Being down 3, I think that's where it might just kind of be game over. So you want to keep it within 2. If you could take 2 stocks, obviously you're trying to take 2 stocks. But if you're pars, I think you just go for 1 and trust the rest of your team.
Yeah. As for who Northwood sends in, I like So Good Pop here. It's a Kazuya. You're gonna have deep breathing. You're gonna have sun salutation. You're gonna have projectiles to keep him away. I think all it takes is 1. Take a deep breath, and then you can sort of run up and start hitting Kazuya with whatever you want. You're gonna have at some point a damage to match his, which is something I never thought I'd say, but then again, I never thought Kazuya would be in Smash Ultimate, let alone the amount of damage he does. So, So Good Pop, I think would be my guess, because after that, you still have, you could send in Kopel has had legendary battles with Onin and all the other Steves in the state. So I think Kopel would have Fleetwood's number, and then even then, like to end it with Augment, Kopel, once again, both these players, whoever is left when Augment comes out, they have experience against Ragelink, who is a very good Terry that goes to Northwood as well. So it's there's my outlook on how I think the rest of this match is going to go. Whoever, it's really just fighting until you get to Augment, like whether or not that is right after pars or whether or not that's after Fleetwood.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I think.
But yeah, it's just like you bring up a really good point that everybody on Northwood has great experience against the characters that Manchester has. I feel like Steve isn't really going to be an issue for them because, again, like you said, they play Owen all the time, who, if you don't know, is most definitely the top 2 Steve in the world. Definitely the best, 1000% the best Steve in the US, top 2 in the world. Between him and like a Colo, you can kind of go back and forth as to who's the best. But so I don't think that's gonna be an issue if you're facing that all the time. I don't think any other Steve is gonna really scare you. Again, like you said, they have experience against Terry, Kazuya as well. They have experience against too. But I think I just don't know. Does Manchester have how much Wii Fit experience do you have? You know what I mean? Like if you're Manchester, how much K Rool experience do you have? I think I've seen them actually play a different. They've played a team against a K Rool. They had a K Rool. I don't remember which team it was, but like. How much K Rool experience does anybody really have? Unless you have one in your region, which not many regions actually do. And I know for a fact Wii Fit ain't no one play Wii Fit. No one has no damn Wii Fit experience. So like how do you respond to this not understanding what not only not having the Wii Fit experience, but not having Wii Fit experience against someone as good as So Good Pop on top of all of that. So how do you respond to all the weird this wacky, janky, odd stuff that Wii Fit tosses at you? How do you respond to that when you don't know what's coming?
Yeah, the mix-ups with the soccer ball, like not even just spiking it all the time, but letting it drop and then hitting it with an F tilt kind of thing. As we load up here, I do think, is it going to be So Good Pop? Is it? Make me a truther. And we're right. It is the So Good Pop. We have the Wii Fit and the Kazuya. Things getting started up here. Yep. 2 stocks to take. Only 1 stock to take for So Good Pop to keep this 2-stock lead. Make it a 3-stock.
And Wii Fit, one of those characters that, again, very unorthodox very, in I guess like that higher end of the mid tier of this game. But because they're weird, because they're unorthodox, because they're not necessarily popular, do not ever doubt them because they are crazy. And you know what? Want to know what else was crazy? That conversion right there from Par, So Good Pop, losing a stock very, very early. Yeah, I really hate to see that if you are Northwood. That was 2-stock lead, now down to a 1-stock lead. And you know what? Pars is actually a stock away from actually turning this into a tied game. Yeah, 1 stock away from turning this into a tied game, but is about to lose this stock right here. Nothing that they have is going to KO yet. Rage Drive isn't going to be enough, but does get. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, trying to take it for right. I like this though. I like So Good Pop feeling the pressure, retreats back to ledge, knows that they have all these options at ledge that Kazuya just cannot contest with, whether it be deep breathing off stage, sun salutation, because you force Kazuya off stage in those cases, and then you can get up and get things like back here and then run and get your real conversions that you need. Like there we go, F tilt. That's all you need. Goodbye.
Okay. Yeah. And I talked about Wii Fit having weird hitboxes and stuff. That's one of them. That forward tilt is just so it hits both in front of you and behind you. Because Wii Fit's turnaround is so fast, you can just run, turn around, F tilt, and no matter which side you're on, it's going to hit them. That forward hitbox, I believe, is a little bit stronger than the back one. And I think, I just don't think Pars was ready to DI that. Because that KO from the opposite side of the stage, and we saw them just fly right into the blast zone. So I don't think they're ready to DI that, and that's the weird kind of wacky stuff that Wii Fit can do. And just like that, Northwood does hang on to that 2-stock lead. I said earlier, if you're down 2 against them, it's very hard to come back. You burned your Kazuya, that nuke is gone. You still have Terry, you still have Steve, which is great. And both of them are incredible at taking stocks, especially Steve, but Kazuya is the most explosive character in this game. I think even more explosive than Steve is when it comes to just damage output and being able to delete someone's existence from the face of the earth. And that's gone. And again, you mentioned earlier, everybody on Northwood has played Onin before. Onin, best Steve in America, top 2 Steve on the entire planet. So playing someone once again, must say this again. No disrespect to anybody on the team, but it's just like, look, Fleetwood isn't Onin. Fleetwood isn't Onin. Great player. I've watched him a bunch of times. Great player. But when you're so used to playing the best all the time, when you play someone that isn't, it's kind of just like, oh wow, okay, cool. I can kind of get away with a bit more stuff that they can't get away with against a world-class player. So I think sending in Fleetwood might not necessarily be great for them. You still have Augment's Terry, and you said there's also a Terry in Michigan that they likely have. Well,
there's actually a Terry player at Northwood University, so it's another student. Yeah, it literally in their backyard. They're shout out Rage Link. They're the co-TO with Mr. Blue Milk GG, their coach, when they run the weeklies at the school. Yeah. So I think peeking behind the back curtain, it does look like it's going to be Fleetwood on Steve. So that's coming out next against So Good Pop. Still 2 stocks to play with. Still a lot to. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, a lot to work with. So Good Pop is going to be able to get through a lot of these Steve blocks with the soccer ball and dash attack as well. I think this matchup isn't as bad as people say. I don't think many of the Steve matchups are really as bad as people expect. It's all because Steve is one of those characters that really just comes to spacing. It's all about playing in this mind you, it's a very tight way to play this matchup. You have to play in a very specific spacing window to force Steve to do things. But I think a player of So Good Pop's level is going to be able to do that no problem. Especially mind you, Fleetwood is no slouch. Fleetwood still has the power of Steve. Manchester is 5-2. They've made it this far. So I would say that yes, Fleetwood's going to put up a fight, but I still think So Good keeps that 2-stock lead going into the.
When's the last time you saw Wii Fit versus Steve?
So funnily enough, I believe it was at a regional not too long ago in the state of Michigan. We have multiple Wii Fits for some reason. We have 3.
Huh.
Two of them are in mid Michigan. One of them is in West. So I've seen this matchup before for some reason.
I don't think I've ever. Maybe I've seen it on broadcast before, but I don't think I've really ever seen it. This is weird. That's odd.
I've seen a lot of weird matchups.
That's odd. I feel like every region has that one character that like for some reason everyone like a lot of people play them in Ontario. It's like it's the me characters. We have for some reason a bunch of people who just play the different me characters. Never understood it. But either way, into this next game, So Good up a stock right now over So Good over Fleetwood, up a whole stock right now. Wii Fit versus Steve, a matchup I will probably never see again. Well, I don't think I've ever seen it before. But yeah, it's two very awkward, kind of weird characters. Wii Fit being one of the weirder characters in the game, odd hitboxes. But just because they are weird does not mean they are not good with that deep breathing, and so they will do a absolute ungodly amount of damage on you. And want to talk about ungodly amount of damage? That damage right there from Steve was quite a bit. Almost actually got that KO there, but a little bit too low on the percentage to confirm it. But still doing relatively well here in the early goings on of this match.
Yeah, and I like how So Good Pop is making use of like when I have deep breathing, I am going to just hold forward and rush you down. Okay, my screen seems to wasn't real quick for a second, but yes, just rush you down.
You're good.
Yeah. And then you can put an on pressure. Unfortunately, like with these stronger blocks like there's a minecart coming out. With these stronger blocks like the wood, iron, and stone, it's gonna be a case where they can't really pressure them as much, but they can still run through things with like dash attack that we saw earlier, and all these projectiles. So I like how So Good Pop still like their default state is sort of like drift back to the ledge because surprisingly one of the strengths of Wii Fit Trainer is getting up from ledge with so many different options to either air stall with projectiles or just get up and contest moves. So making good use of every single tool in the kit.
And yeah, Fleetwood's building up like just 10 different walls to try and block this soccer ball barrage coming through from So Good. And again, the 2-stock lead that Northwood University has just still untouched, still intact. But you know what? If anyone could close the gap on this, I do think it is Fleetwood, especially when you are playing a character like Steve. But they are at 118%. Deep breathing is now active for So Good. Whoa, hitting that soccer ball right back. That could be something. Oh, okay. No punish right there. Yep.
Tech chasing by making more blocks to be able to catch the roll out.
Oh no. Okay.
Nope. Just coming off the top.
Fleetwood
Back
on
air.
the brink of taking
What
this
DI?
stock right now. Watch that soccer ball. Oh, that would have been cute. There it is. There it is. Okay.
Toes.
Okay, now that 2-stock lead that Northwood has had is now down to 1. Now I said coming back against two stocks in Northwood is very difficult, but if you can keep it within 2 stocks, you're still in striking range. So now whoever Northwood sends in next has to put in a lot of work onto this deal. I don't think you could afford to really lose a stock. I think you want to keep that at least a 2-stock lead going into who will, after Fleetwood, it will be Manchester's last player, which will be Augment. And I think you want to keep that 2-stock lead, especially because you have a Terry waiting who, once you're at like 90%, you can lose a stock at basically any moment in time. But at the same time, it's Northwood. We still haven't seen Seth. We still haven't seen Copel. And it's I could take a bit of a sigh of relief. Not sigh of relief, but it's hard for me to feel worried knowing that you have those two back there, despite how close this match is.
So, because using more of my insight because I know these people. So Copel and Seth Reed are homegrown talents.
Yeah.
They are born and raised in the area. Frostbite and So Good Pop are 2 players that they recruited from out of state to go to Northwood because they're such a legendary esports program. And it's interesting they saved the 2 like homegrown talents for last. Obviously, I think Copel comes out next. I think Copel has a lot more positive experience against Steves in the area. So I think his ability to contest blocks, get around them, and while yes, K-Rool is such a big body that's going to get comboed a lot by, Steve up tilts and stuff. Copel is very good at hitting the reverse cards and stuff with the belly armor and even counters as well. Has a few nifty tricks that I hope we get to see, whether it be, the return crown into up air stuff and, using all of the capabilities of Blunderbuss. So I think really in this one, you save Seth for last to take out that Terry because Cat Falcon Terry would be a much more favorable matchup. And then sending Captain Falcon into Steve. Plus, I think Copel
Oh, yeah.
is the real answer you want here.
You definitely don't want to go Captain Falcon against Steve. I think that's you want to probably avoid that at all costs.
Or now that I have a platform, I can say this, or as Hungrybox calls him, Coplay for some reason, refuses to get his
Coplay?
name right. Yeah,
Oh my god, it's not even spelled like that. Oh man.
yeah,
That's
it's
it's
Juan.
that Florida education, man. It's that Florida
Yeah.
education. Oh,
That man is a chemical engineer.
oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh man, chemical engineer, not an English major. But yeah, no, I agree. I think you do want to probably avoid. Doesn't Seth have a Steve too?
No, no. Seth has a Captain Falcon, and if you were to pick a secondary, it'd be Sephiroth.
Okay, because I've seen him play Steve. He's played Steve on air before.
No, he hasn't.
He played Steve on air before. I do remember.
I feel like I have failed because I have not seen this footage.
Yeah.
I
think it was like week 2 or week 3.
I had no idea about that. Dang, Seth, I'm looking you dead in the camera.
Oh man.
What?
It's Steve. Why not, man? Why not?
I mean,
man?
still,
Look,
sometimes
good
you
at
have
the
to
game.
play the character to know how to beat the character. You got to know what the character's capable of before you can figure out how you can exploit it. So,
Look, man, if I was good at the game, I'd probably just play. If I still care about winning, I'd just play Steve too. Either way, we are seeing Copel, this a big body K roll. Someone else who I believe, if I remember correctly, is on the 12 stock or is in the 12 stock club, which means they have eliminated an entire team on their own. I don't think that was on stream. I'm pretty sure that was off stream. But hey, either way, that is a very exclusive club with very few members in it. So if you're a part of it, shout outs to you. You're basically a top 5 player in the entire tournament if you're in that club. But hey, the problem with K-Roll is stuff like that happens to you. You get up
you got to pay
tilted
the
once.
heavy tax.
Exactly. That's you know what? That's I'm stealing that. Paying the heavy tax. I'm stealing that. You get hit once and it feels like you get hit 7,000 more times.
Yeah, and funnily enough, this is basically the Michigan Regional winner sides like top 8, where top 8 or quarterfinals, because these two Copel would always seem to meet Own in there. So Copel was very well versed in this matchup at this like high stakes situation. But Steve is such a versatile character. There's a nice little up throw, do more damage, and going for the fair, kind of uncharacteristically. I know Copel loves to go for those up airs when opponents get that high, and seem to just sort of take the opportunity to just space out and just, area denial. You always got to be careful because the belly, that's a freight train.
So this is it's a little bit off topic here. It's just funny. This is like the most intense match, playoffs, going on to the grand finals. To see who goes to the grand finals, and it's just happy Mario music playing.
Superstar.
I don't know why that's so funny to me. Oh, I almost started singing halfway through that combo there, but yeah, Northwood right here, try to hang on to this lead. Fleetwood about a stock. If they take off a stock, they will drag the lead back down to 1. But okay, you know what? Watch for the back here. Minecart not gonna do it.
Nope.
K-Roll a bit too heavy for that one. The next one might actually KO though. Watch the. Ooh, wait, did he counter that?
Counters it. He's seen it before. You gotta
Yeah.
pick out a new trick, but you know what? Sometimes it's the old classics that really do it.
Yep, couldn't counter that one. And then the one stock. Nope. Okay, still a
Hit him with
one
a
stock
drop
lead.
kick, Marty Jannetty.
Still a 1 stock lead. Trying to get that inhale with the blunderbuss.
Oh, gets the
Up
up
tilt,
tilt
okay,
started.
You're probably gonna take like about 70 to 80% damage right here. Oh no, they dropped the combo. Okay, never mind. But I did hear the diamond sound come through. But you gotta get back to the crafting table. Yeah, not getting
Yeet.
back to the crafting table and shot out. Not gonna be.
Wait
Oh
for
no.
it. Oh, I thought the cannonball was gonna land.
Okay, that
He's just waiting for him to drop. He's waiting for him to get up so he can drop through the platform and then suck him up.
That is-
He's waiting for
Ooh,
any
good
movement.
read. Good read. Baited you in with that blunderbuss inhale, waited to get that down tilt, and you know what? Shout out to Copel for that great read. And now Manchester down to their final player, which will be Augment playing Terry as anchor. I feel like it's gonna go similarly, where like you said, you're gonna have to pay the heavy tax against Terry. You're gonna get comboed quite a bit. You're gonna take like 30%, 35% off of basically every interaction they touch you, if not more than that. But because you're K-Roll, you're going to have just so much survivability that you don't mind taking 70% damage, 75% damage, because all it is building rage for you. You're gonna survive. You have your belly armor, what's gonna protect you from a lot of the stuff that Terry wants to toss. We know that Copel's also good at using counter, like we saw right there when he got up on that TNT. So you know what? This is looking really good for Northwood. They still have that 2 stock lead, and Seth hasn't even come out yet. I feel like you can say 4 different people are arguably their best player, but like you still haven't had Seth yet, who's arguably their best player, still waiting in the wings with that Captain Falcon. So Northwood in a really good position right now.
Yeah, Northwood is sitting pretty. It looks like only one option left to send in Augment on the Terry. Copel is Copel's feeling good. Like Northwood is sitting pretty. They've seen this. They're prepared for anything that comes their way. They know how to fight this character very, very well. And hearing it really from the coach's mouth that Seth Reed does actually have the steed really changed my view on everything. And I'm like, wow, didn't know. Really, I've been out of the loop for a while then, but yeah, this is I don't really know what else to say about this because Northwood has 5 stocks remaining, still has that 2-stock lead against a character that they can practice against whenever they want with a character in their own backyard, a matchup that they should all know inside and out. I don't really see how Augment has to basically turn into MKLeo or turn into Riddles, turn into Forma de Riddles for this to really turn the tide and bring this back for Manchester.
It's just so hard for me to doubt Northwood just because there's no weak link, man. It's like you beat cool. If you get past Copel, cool, you have someone just as good, if not better, just waiting for you. So Augment is gonna have to play the absolute best match of their entire life if they want a chance to win this, because Copel is one of the best K rules I think I have ever seen. Hurry up and lose your stock. Stop stalling. Jeez. Anyways, Copel, one of the best K rules I think I have ever seen. So Augment's gonna have to do a lot to not get past just him, but then get past Seth right after this.
Yeah, and right now, even gotta remember the belly, not just a counter, but also reflector. And Copel loves forward throw dash attack. It gets so much good mileage off them. And if the biggest thing you're gonna fight, if you're fighting Copel or any K rule, the biggest thing you have to pay attention to is the crown. The crown is their combo starter in a lot of ways. On the catching him below the stage, doesn't even get the spike, doesn't need it, gets a stage spike instead. Good job, Copel, taking Augment's first stop.
Fortunate thing about Terry's recovery is that his toes do poke over the ledge before he actually magnet hands to the ledge and grabs it. So if you have a big downer like K roll, you can really do that for free if you time it correctly. So I would expect to see him go for that again. If you're Augment, you would probably want to recover horizontally instead of vertically,
he does
because
it again.
It's gonna happen again because it's free, because Terry's feet poke over that ledge, man. If you're Augment, you probably want to try and recover horizontally, but I think at this point it's too little too late. Even if you do recover horizontally, you're risking getting hit by the crown and getting, followed up, something like that. So I really just think this is probably Copel's game.
Copel's on X Games mode right now. Copel is in the groove.
This is likely Copel's game.
Jab, jab, power. No, jab, jab up over the top, but still, that's a big old croc that's going to live pretty long. And oh, yeah, he's trying to get cheeky with it. But Power Dunk is going to be there to save the day. And now, still, Augment only has 1 stock to take, but still, it's a fresh K rule stock. That is a long way to go in order to make anything happen. You got to basically almost take the percent until you get to go meter, and only then can you really get anything that can. Looking like a 0 to death combo, but right now he has it.
Augment can't touch the ground.
No, Copel won't let him.
Okay, there we go. Finally touches it, gets that jab, jab, power dunk. Gonna see I think Buster Wolf won't even KO right now. That's the thing.
No.
Buster Wolf can't KO. Power Wave is gonna be useless because it can get reflected right back at you, and you can't do anything. You have not done anything about that crown yet. That's probably game. I lied. No, it's not.
Yep, Zoop zooted. Going for the drop kick. Now just recover off the
Ouch.
top. Up there.
Getting poked by the up B and then finished off by the up air. That is Northwood taking that first game. And you know what, Max? That was only a 4-stock win, but it didn't feel like it. It never felt like Northwood ever really lost control of that match. Because a 4-stock win really isn't that huge of a victory. That's I want to see a couple interactions going the opposite way for it being maybe tied at 2 stocks each for the other team. Even though that was a 4-stock win, it didn't feel like it at all. It really felt like Northwood was in control of that match from the word go. And we both kind of agreed if they get a 2-stock lead, that's might be it. that might be it for Manchester, and they definitely proved us right there, building that 2-stock lead up to a 4-stock lead. But yeah, it never felt like they were lost control of that match.
No, not one bit. But I think, yeah, it's curious to look at. But we'll be right back with the next game for this set, possibly another 2-0. Who knows?
Maybe.
We'll be right back.
We'll see. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are about to begin Game 2 between Northwood University and Manchester University. Again, this is the round of 4. Winner does make it to the in real life grand finals in about a week and a half on December 3rd. There's a lot at stake here. Both of these teams are fighting for a lot. But man, Northwood taking that first game, winning by 4 stocks. And we said before the break, even though they won by only 4 stocks, which is not a huge margin, it felt like more than that almost, just because of the fact that they never really lost control of the match. Yeah, you know what? Manchester brought it down to a 1-stock deficit at times, which is what they needed, but that was it. They were never able to tie it up. As soon as they lost the lead in that first game, they were never able to come back. And the fact that we still had Copel and we didn't even see Sensational at all in that first match, like, it really just felt like Northwood was in complete control. They were in complete control that entire time, even though it was a 4-stock victory. It felt like a little bit more than that. I'm wondering now, do they just send out the exact same lineup in the exact same order and kind of just keep doing that until Manchester figures it out? Or do you mix things up a little bit?
That's a good point. I think at this point, you just roll with what worked.
Yeah.
The only thing I could see is possibly sending out So Good Pop first instead of Frostbite, but I think you keep the same general order because Frostbite starting was so solid, and it doesn't really matter. Like, sorry,
It's all good.
Against who they play, on paper, Villager is probably the worst matchup for Roy, because just wanting to keep distance, and Frostbite made that look trivial. So there's really nothing else they could throw Frostbite's way to hopefully make, there's not a worse matchup that they have access to that they could really send at Frostbite. So I think you just start the same way, go through the same process, make them adapt to you. Yeah. And as soon as they do, throw them a curveball, something that they won't expect. So I think they have the players have the capability to really just play the same way and make this thing end just as fast, if not faster. But it's really up to Manchester to dig deep and try and find some answers and try, maybe get a little cheesy with it. Because when you look at their roster, they got a charcuterie board at their disposal.
Yeah. And then we actually did just get word from production. It will be Seth and Augment going in this first match. So we are going to see a little bit of Seth Sensational today. Most likely going to be playing that Captain Falcon, Augment with the Terry. So 2 very offensively potent characters going up against each other. I expect the stocks to basically be flying off the board left and right. Especially again when you have 2 great players like this playing those particular characters. So both teams are changing up the lineup a little bit. Maybe that was a little bit too close for Northwood to be comfortable with. And for Manchester, if I'm Manchester, I'm not even that upset with that match, because it's look, we're within 4 stocks of one of the best team of the best team in the entire tournament. You're within 4 stocks and a couple of interactions going the other way, and that easily could have been a 2-stock difference, where now maybe it's tied up at 2 stocks instead of being down 4 or whatever the case is. That 4-stock difference was very, very, very volatile. So I think if Manchester, I like them starting out with Terry instead of starting out with Villager. They're sending out someone who is more capable of getting KOs early than Villager is. I think you said you probably don't want Villager to go up against Frostbite, so maybe they were anticipating Frostbite going first, and they were trying to, dodge that or something. But either way, we're getting Augment versus Seth. Again, I do like the Terry pick. You're going to be able to hopefully take out at least 2. At the very least, if you take out 2 and lose, I think you've done more than enough, especially against this team. If you take out 3, then obviously you're doing a bit better than expected, and that's great. But I think if you're Augment, you want to take out at least 2 here, minimum.
Yeah. And looking at things, it looks like Seth is going to be starting on the Sephiroth, which is the other character I thought knew he was going to have access to, then learned he had a Steve. So that's news. Like I said, I'm still kind of blown away by that, but it's going to be good to see exactly Terry Sephiroth. Sephiroth, much lighter than a lot of people would have expected them to be in this game, dies surprisingly fast, but still has a lot of tools to keep Terry at bay. Obviously, a lot of projectiles with the Orbitrons, the solar flares, and then that massive sword with the sweet spot. I think this is going to be a good one to see exactly if the Sephiroth is Sensational.
So here we are seeing the Sephiroth coming through. Again, not as polished as his Captain Falcon, but still a very solid Sephiroth. I've been able to watch it a couple of times in different tournaments that Seth has played at. So again, very very solid character. But I think he's going Seth because he probably trusts the rest of his team. If this doesn't go too well, I think he trusts the rest of his team to kind of make up for a bit of the slack if this doesn't go the way they want. And it has been really even up until this point, so it is looking like we might see this come down to the wire if the match keeps going on like this. But yeah, if you're Seth, you could kind of afford to go Sephiroth here because the rest of your team is just so talented that if you maybe don't take off as many stocks as you would like, maybe you do end up losing this match, you can depend on them to make up a bit of the ground for you.
That is a quick confirm. Gotta be careful of it. Oh, there you go.
That bait was crazy.
/ action. Gotta be the power dive. Okay, roll through. Not gonna get the rising tackle either. Now, this is a very, very stressful situation. Neither player wants to be the first one to lose his first stock.
Yep.
But there you go, full on solar flare. Not gonna get it either. Not gonna get on the get up either. Just pure spacing. Both character looking for that first poke. Seth looking for that fair. Maybe even that back air as well. Trying to get something sweet spot here with that big sword, keeping plenty of distance, but it's going to be the dash attack that finally does it, and takes the first stock off Augment.
And you know what? But still at 105%, like you mentioned it earlier, Sephiroth, a very, very light character, so we're going to see, wow, a KO like that. That DI was very suspect too, but hey, you'll take it if you're Augment.
Very, very interesting direction. And don't feel bad by saying Seth or Seth. I've done that plenty of times.
Me up too, man.
Yeah. I feel like he does it on purpose, but no, he was, I know for a fact, he was just so excited when this character got revealed and was found out to be in this game. It's like his favorite video game character ever.
Oh, same. I fell off my chair when I was watching that reveal trailer. But hey, either way, we're on to the match right now. 57% right now on Augment. 35 on Seth. They are going hit for hit and blow for blow at this point. I would imagine whoever wins this match, I would imagine we're probably going to see a one stock lead for whichever team comes out of this. I kind of would have liked to see the good follow up, by the way. I would have loved to see the Captain Falcon coming through from Seth. But you know what? Hey, a little bit of Sephiroth practice ain't too bad.
Wow, and jab clanking and nullifying the little Orbitron, the first part of it. But he has go on already. And one winged angel on the part of Seth. Gotta be careful. One little down tilt, and you can kiss your stock goodbye.
And you saw the first frames of Power Geyser come out. That should be a punish. Yep, of Power Geyser coming out, but Seth was able to kind of hit them right out of it. Dash attack wasn't able to get a KO. Forward tilt, not going to do it quite yet. One for the forward air off stage, and charging tackle. That could be enough.
Oh,
wow. Wowzers. Wow, if that Octo Slash hit, that would have been a crazy interaction from both of those players right there as we get that hop over back air for Seth to take that second stock. But you are at 134. One conversion from Terry is going to take your stock, and that is it right there. Good read on the power dunk, read the jump, and spaced and timed that power dunk perfectly to get that, and we are down to one stock each. I said earlier, I feel like this is going to come down to these one stocks, and they are... And I'm telling the truth. They're letting me tell the truth here. I'm not lying to you. As we see 58% right now on Seth, and no punish. You know what, Max? I felt like Augment has been going for a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily the safest, but Seth hasn't been able to punish it.
Yeah, but still, Seth's still been trying for those Orbitrons the whole time. Finally gets one, but it's not going to be a little too late, as now Manchester University holding a one stock lead over Northwood. Just goes to think, like, yeah, Sephiroth on paper, very good pick. Seth, very good player with Sephiroth, but still, you missed a little bit too much. He's such a tight character to play. When he's played well, you have to make sure, like, it's a very cool player when they're played well. We've seen Ned do it time and time again, but still, it's fighting with those very narrow hitboxes. Those very, yes, like up air and stuff is very, wide reaching, and your smash attacks are very similar, but F tilt, where you make a lot of your money, is a very narrow hitbox. So pick-wise, I would have liked to see the Captain Falcon too. I think that would have been a much more interesting matchup, but still, Augment moving on with a one-stock lead for Manchester.
Yeah, and you know what? I've never seen Northwood actually go down before. I've never seen them down a stock. I've always seen them either up 2 or up more than that. We've seen them beat a team by like 12 before, so it's really rare to see them down, but it's like I'm not worried, though. It's like, if I'm them, I'm not too worried. Yeah, Seth is gone, but Seth wasn't even playing his main. We still got Copel, who we saw who will do a lot of work. We still have So Good, we still have Frostblade. But if I'm Manchester, I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy going up 1 against whoever is coming in next. If an augment, whoever it is, your goal is to take off just one stock off this person, and you've done your job. And then I think you wait for the Wii Fit before you maybe send in somebody like Ash. I think Villager could do okay against Wii Fit Trainer. I think that's might be what you wait on. But yeah, if I'm Manchester, I'm pretty happy with how this is going. You still have Pars, who did well in the first set as well. And again, you still have Fleetwood, who also did okay, and you still have Ash, who was arguably your best player. So I think you're in a pretty good spot. But man, Copel is still on the roster for Northwood, and that makes me just like scared for Manchester a little bit, because we saw what he did last match against Augment's Terry. That was complete domination. And then can't stress this enough, Copel's in the 12 stock club. He's taken down an entire team by himself, and so we know he's explosive. He's capable of taking out like 4, 5, 6, 7 all on their own, if not more. So having that in your back as a backup, having that waiting on the bench, man, I feel like if you're Northwood, even though you're down, you're still pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think Copel might be the pick here, because you just want to turn on the steamroller, get them going, get the boys buzzing, really. And Copel has that ability. Like we've seen it, like we saw at the end of, being a member of the 12 stock club, the way Copel ended the last match. I think you take one stuff off Augment, and what do they do in response? Because then it's their move. They can send in Pars, but still, it's going to be big body versus big body. Yeah. Copel is going to be able to, utilize, and has experience against Akasia. They can send in Steve, but we saw how that worked last time with Fleetwood. Or they could send in Ash, who, yes, is going to be able to, be a little bit more of a nuisance with all the projectiles and stuff, but still, Crown is going to be able to go through the tree. Crown is going to be able to hit on the other side of the tree. You're still going to have plenty of options if you're Copel for that matchup as well. And even then, another high-level Villager player that is in the state of Michigan, shout out Wilf, out of Aquinas. So Copel has experience with that matchup as well. It really, I think Copel is going to be the answer to this, and I think you just sort of let him run wild, like in a bull riding thing. You open the gate and let the beast run wild.
You know what? The more I think about it, the more I agree with you. I think switching Copel and Frostbite's roles, having Frostbite be your anchor in this set, and then having Copel just come in to take the stock off of Terry real quick is your best option. And then after that, again, you kind of just deal with getting counterpicked at that point. I would imagine we might see Kazuya or Steve come in after that, just for the KO power. You don't want to use Villager against K-Roll, in my opinion, because Villager just doesn't have that crazy KO power that Kazuya and Steve have. And against one of the heaviest characters in the game, you definitely want that extra bit of juice. I think, right now, if I'm Northwood, I maybe send in K-Roll. Before I go on, let's see what happens. But hey, before this match starts, I gotta give a big shout out to the Army ROTC, become a leader for life. And look, hey, they are sending in K-Roll. I think this is the right pick. You send them in, clean this stock up as fast as you can, try not to lose the stock of your own, and then kind of just deal with being counterpicked a little bit later. I would imagine they're not going to send in Villager, they're not going to send in Ash, so you're likely going to see Pars or Fleetwood after this. And I think Copel, even though K-Rool isn't the greatest character, I think Copel's a good enough of a player to be able to handle whoever gets tossed in later.
Copel, you cheeser. He turned on environmental noises.
Yes, I was. Look, I was trying my hardest not to mention it. Why is this in the game? Why is this song in the game?
Because sometimes you just need to chill to some environmental noises.
Bro, this is the sound I put on when I want to go to bed at night.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to vibe to environmental noises.
I don't want to vibe. I want to fight. This is Smash Brothers, bro. I'm not trying to vibe. I'm trying to beat someone's butt.
The silence makes it just a little bit more tense. But okay, here we go. Augment already putting on a lot of pressure, getting 130% on Copel.
I can't take it seriously, man.
It is hard to it's hard to take it seriously, but at least it's not like 75M of a 3 where it's like a 3-second loop. Okay. Oh wow, the roll through, the auto turnaround gets the jab power dunk as well. Okay, Augment looking to put a 2-stock lead here for Manchester's favor. Getting things going, but the up air out from ledge. Gonna put him at go as well. Gotta be careful of the belly armor at this point.
Watch the Buster Wolf. There it is. Oh, nope.
Nope. Just full jab. Force him to shield.
Watch the Buster Wolf. Crown. Yep. That should be grabbed.
Come back and the dunk.
Nope. Got the sour spot. Wasn't enough to get a KO. Once again, watch out for Buster Wolf. It's coming. Or the power geyser.
geyser.
And that's going to be a stock, and you know what? 2 stock lead for Manchester right now. And you know what? They could probably take another one. Okay, no, not quite.
I think Augment wants to. You still have at 147. Okay, you still have Go Meter. Go Meter doesn't go away, but now Copel wants to end this thing in style.
Yeah, going a little bit too deep. You're up by a lot. You're at 163. You don't got to go for crazy stuff like that. One back throw should do it. The guys are already stick. Yo, is Augment gonna take another stock? No, he's not. No, he's not. Very, very close. So you know what? That 1 stock lead for Manchester still being maintained. Copel unfortunately losing a stock there after the domination that Copel had over Augment in that first set. I would have imagined. Not gonna lie, I didn't imagine he would have got, worked up like that. He would have got worked like that. Did lose the stock. Could have lost the second stock if that back here didn't actually KO. But there we go. Or sorry, if that's that forward, I should say. Didn't actually get a KO. But either way, Augment is now gone. And now you have counter pick advantage if you're Manchester with Copel down a stock. So for Manchester, I'm pretty happy with what's going on right now. In my opinion, I think you go... Okay, for my opinion, I think Ash is off the table. I don't think you send an Ash. Between Pars and Fleetwood, I can see that going either way. It's like the one and two best characters in the game, arguably. Both are characters that are gonna do whatever they want to K-Rool. But Kazuya is a bit heavier, so you're gonna have a little bit more survivability. Steve is a zoner, so it's a bit safer because you're gonna be able to run away a lot, but you are risking a little bit of weight. Either way, a bit of a risk. There's a lot of reward. I can see this. It's a 50-50, and I don't really have a pick here.
Yeah, it's really just like Copel being down 1 stock really does put a wrench into things because
it changes things, man.
Yeah, because while it's still an online situation, and that's going to make it much more difficult for Pars to do their Pars to do their Kazuya combos. They're just so tight, and like the latency with Wi-Fi can really make it difficult to even input a single Electric Wind Godfist.
Yeah. So
I think Fleetwood, or heck, even Ash at this point might be the real answer, trying to keep Copel away, build your resources, and then just poke and prod and build more percents, take a couple stocks like as you see fit, try to make him come to you situation. So, but we've seen time and time again, when you make Copel come to you and play at your speed, he's more than capable of doing so, more than capable of just like turning your strength into a weakness. So it's gonna be interesting to see who they pick here, and it looks like it will be Ashno Joy on the Villager.
This is what
What do you think? So you seem to have a strong opinion about this one.
I think that this was not necessarily the greatest move. That's just based on the fact that Villager does not have a lot of consistent KO power that Kazi and Steve have. So they're gonna have to burn unless they're landing, trees or a couple offstage bowling balls, which they could definitely land because of the linearity of K-Rool's recovery. It's gonna be hard for Ash to get KOs. Just because Villager struggles to really get anything consistent, going on, and is relatively light. One of the lighter characters in the game, I think, in the lightweight class. When it comes to weight classes here. But yeah, that's what you're gonna have to do because K-Rool's recovery is vertical and very linear. You can drop bowling balls for free, but that is at the cost of you being able to get down there like that and dying a lot earlier, especially on Yoshi's story, which we are going to again. Not somewhere I'd really want to go against the heavy. That should be a stock, yeah. because you could do things like that too.
Yep. Big old fist, give him the dunk, take him to Duncan, because remember, Nate Star League runs on Duncan.
Good transition there. I respect it.
It's really so easy. Thank you, Duncan, for being a sponsor. This game makes your ad reads very, very easy. And we're seeing it right now. Copel just keeping up more of that pressure. We saw it earlier that Ashno Joy just wants to try and pocket Crown, because that just will deny K-Rool Crown. Like you can just hold it and then he'll never get Crown back.
Yeah. So
if you just yes, you take away one of K-Rool's strongest options with Crown armor as well, but you gotta pay close attention.
Yeah. This is why I didn't like the Villager pick, man. It's like you're unless you land a bowling ball off stage, Villager's still another like 20 or 30%, unless you get a tree either. from really getting a KO right here. I don't know if back here is going to KO yet. If you're on the ledge like that, maybe. But once you hit like 80%, you're in KO range for K-Roll. As we saw, KO almost happen right there, going deep for that one.
Both
No
players
downer or
going
anything
deep.
like that. Just opting to get back to stage.
Probably, yeah. If Kobo probably threw out an aerial, both players had to land, and even then, probably would have case of both players dying.
Yep. Pocketing the crown, but tossing it right back. Okay, forward air, not gonna be enough to get a KO, but the crown right in your face. Can't KO off the top just yet. Another one might do it. Up smash, up air.
Yep.
Double
Loves that up air.
And that is going to be it. And 137, Kopel still not losing a stock in this match. Came into this one with 2 stocks, and it still has 2 stocks at 159. Still surviving. Bowling ball. Oh no, you
Gets the
tried
drift
a
just
little bit
wrong.
too hard. You know what? I do like it because Ash was just standing there. You risk getting up smashed as well, or up aired as well. And I think Kopel was just a little bit afraid of that. And just, unfortunately, SD'd there, burning a little bit too much gas on that up B. But now, Ash in a pretty good position to take this match. Again, my issue is just that with K-Roll, you're gonna... Oh, no way. Whew,
Yep.
okay.
Takes it to the top platform, and that can... A lot of times people won't expect that, and then you can just hit him with an up air and take a stock at really, really low percent. So,
Yeah.
Good job on Kopel, almost getting it done.
Okay, got the crown. Crown back in the
armor.
Kansas K-Roll, tossing it right away, getting hit by the bowling ball. Not gonna be enough to get the KO just yet. A little bit too heavy for...
Another bowling ball!
And Manchester Ash shutting me up and proving me wrong. Man, I disagreed with the villager pick so bad. But you know what? In my defense, in my credit, I did say if he wants to win, he's going to have to land a bunch of bowling balls. I did say that, and that is exactly what happened right there as Kopel goes down, and Northwood is still down a stock with only 2 players left. Matt, I have never seen this. I've seen them go down temporarily before, but then they come right back. I have not seen them be down for this long. 2 games in.
I think this all really hinges on the Sephiroth pick coming out first. And yes, while I still agree with it, I still think it was a good with it not working out and not really resulting in only 1 stock lead for Northwood has really kept them on the back foot here. And while we saw in times with that second match, Kopel was able to bring it back very, very closely. Still, that one at the very end, the double bowling ball, not really. There was a couple counters there that I know Kopel would have wanted instead. And now,
Definitely.
yeah, it's curious to see who you send in next, because at this point, I think So Good Pop becomes your anchor.
You think you send in Frostbite right now?
I would say, I think it's, well, obviously it's going to be one of the 2.
Yeah.
I think the deep breathing factor that Leafit carries will make them a very strong anchor. Either player is a very, very strong anchor at this point. But I think right now you want to go with the Frostbite. You want to go with the Roy. Just because they're going to be able to rush down and get through a lot of that stuff. There's nothing for Villager to pocket. There's nothing for Villager to hit like an Uno reverse card with like there would be with either Sun Salutation or Soccer Ball from Wii Fit. So only having 1 stock to get rid of, you can go with Roy. You can fight some ghosts for a little bit, take it out quickly, and then you're still sitting at 2 pretty favorable matchups. You have a Kazuya or a Steve, 2 characters that we've seen literally both of these players take on to success.
Yeah, you know what? I think you bring a really good point. I do think, now that I'm thinking about it, going Roy might be a solid pick just to get easily, I don't want to say easily, but more consistently be able to take off this 1 stock. And then, if whoever Manchester sends out in next, whether that's Pars or Fleetwood, I think Roy could do okay against, okay, I'm not going to say well, I can say okay against both of those characters. With Kazuya, it's going to be kind of a slugfest. Both of them are going to be looking to get in on each other. Against Steve, you do have a disjoint, despite it being a small disjoint. You have a disjoint that can get through some of the blocks. You have the speed to kind of snuff Steve out. And we brought it up in the first set. Everybody on Northwood, I'm sure, has had experience against Onin. Top 2 Steve on the entire planet. So I think playing against Fleetwood, they're not going to see anything new. We will see. It is okay. You are right. It is going to be Frostbite. They're going to try and take off this one stock quickly and save So Good as anchor. They also have Nuck on the roster too, who could potentially be a 5th player. But it is going to be Frostbite and likely into So Good right after this. We Fit, despite being an unorthodox character, not the worst anchor.
No, and they're here trying to get something started early, but there's 36% already looking for an early ending to this, but you got to be careful. That rapid jab, you got to really SDI out of it. It's a real tough thing, and even then approaching Villager, you have to make it through all of these projectiles and stuff. You have already eaten everything in return, and now that's a tough situation that you do not want to be in. Having to stare down and recover against the bowling ball, getting a sour spot on the fair off stage as well is not going to help your case. Still, good job from Mash No Joy to keep up this pressure and possibly force, unheard of, forcing Northwood into a 2-stock deficit.
We've seen them go down temporarily before in a couple matches, but never have we seen them go down this long, and never have we seen them go down 2 stocks going into a match. So I think right now Frostbite's gonna have to pull everything they have out of their pockets to try and get this W. It would for Northwood to make it this far undefeated, be the favorite, and to go down a game. I don't think they've lost a game. Lost a set this entire season right here. So to lose what set this deep, 1 round away from grand finals, would be quite the storyline right here. But I think Frostbite's gonna do whatever they can to try and make sure that's not the case. Almost getting bowling balled right there. They want the jab back here. But Ash No Joy not giving it to them. Another Lloyd Rocket into the up,
and they get the up smash.
That read was perfect. They knew they were gonna jump over the Lloyd Rocket and try to get in, get a forward air or something, and got that last hit of up smash. Ash still surviving right there off that forward air. Frostbite, what's the option?
Follow up here. Yep. Option,
Back
look for that back air. Yep, back throw.
No, okay,
forward throw.
Well, we were both wrong.
Yeah.
Jab. Okay, yeah, jab back air I think is out of the question right now, but back air on the opposite side.
Across the stage, still nothing.
154 on Villager. Forward tilt. I imagine we're going to see forward tilt coming out soon. I lied, forward air is going to be it. But yo, Ash coming clutch. Taking a stock off of Frostbite. Manchester now down going into the last 2-3 games of this set. They have never been in this situation before. And you know what, Matt? I said this yesterday. I think you learn how good a team actually is when you see how they respond when they're down. Because it's easy when you're beating everybody by 8 stocks to feel good, to play good, to keep your head in the game, stay focused. It's easy. When you're down, a game away from grand finals, against a team that's like 4 or 5 seeds lower than you, who, player to player wise, the players don't match up, necessarily as good as your players, and you're down, how do you respond? Do you fold? Do you crumple? Do you get frustrated that you're not winning like you're used to? Or do you rise to the challenge? I think this is when we're going to see how good Northwood actually is.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think being down a full stock and looking at your 2 remaining opponents, you have the Wi-Fi special, you have the quote unquote game killers, you have a Kazi, you have a Steve. I think in this case, Fleetwood might be the answer, because yes, you're facing a character with a disjoint, but at the same time, it's Steve against a Roy, a matchup we've seen time and time again go in Steve's favor. I think Steve might be the one to go with here, because you can just so easily snuff out approaches from Frostbite. Build a couple blocks, and then however they try to make it through, you counteract it with their minecart low, going high with a back air kind of stuff. We've seen it time and time again. So I think while neither pick is a bad pick, sending Kazuya into a character with disjoints is a lot more of an interesting pick as sending Steve into a Roy.
Yeah, no, I can see that. And honestly, I think I agree with you. But man, a part of me is still just like, feels like Northwood has it. A part of me just in the back, I've just seen them just do so many good things that a part of me still feels like they have it despite being down this much, or being down 2 right now. But Manchester is playing out of their mind. This is the best I've seen them play. Ash playing out of his mind. Augment starting off played crazy, taking out Cobble. Now Frostbite, taking a stock off of Frostbite. Seth going, I don't know if they regret going Sephiroth now. Maybe they Sephiroth.
You did it. You did it.
I did it.
I've done it too.
I did
Everybody's done it. I feel like
it.
he does it on purpose.
Oh, absolutely. What, Seth going Sephiroth? Maybe they regretted it a little bit instead of just going their main and going Falcon. I gotta stop saying Sephiroth. I'm not happy with myself on that one. But maybe they regret that. Maybe if they go Falcon, maybe if they go their main, maybe there's a 1 or 2 stock swing in their direction in that first game. Maybe that, I don't want to say it was cockiness, but maybe that was a little bit of we got it, I can go whoever type of thing. Maybe it was just a little bit of practice. I'm not gonna put words in their mouth, but that could have been it. I'm wondering if they went Falcon, if this would be different right here, because now your Copal's down, Seth is down, So Good and Frostbite are still great, but you'd have loved to still have Copal as insurance going into these last 2 games, especially being down right here, and keeping So Good Pop as the anchor, as good of a player as that is. Wii Fit is just so easy to counterpick. Like, you have Steve, which can do pretty well against Wii Fit. You have Kazuya, who can also do pretty well against Wii Fit as well. So no matter who you have going up last against So Good, if we get to that point, So Good's gonna have to play an incredible match to get past him.
Yeah, it's still, I think whoever they send in, I think Frostbite's going to rise to the challenge here. And yeah, Frostbite, we've seen them, like you said, this is a person that got 13th at the Big House just a month ago. They have put in the work. This is a high-level player that has seen it all, and it's going to be tough to really, really cheese anything from. We saw Ash manage to get 1 stock off of him in what might have been like probably the best read we've seen all day.
Crazy read.
Fantastic, covering all options, including like the jump, horizontal, covering vertical and horizontal approaches at the same time. So, yeah, when it comes to Fleetwood, your sword is only going to reach your sour spots are going to be able to reach through blocks, and even then you're going to be probably eating a Jake smash, like a big S smash through the blocks anyways. So who exactly comes out next is tough to say, but either way, Manchester has been set up for success by getting probably one of the most crucial 1 stock kills we've seen so far.
It's a toss-up. What the choice is going to be. I think I see Augment. Yeah. Oh wait, no, sorry, Lars. I meant to say Lars. I do see Lars right there with the Kazuya. Definitely a good pick. I said Lars. I meant Pars. Lars is a Tekken character. That's why I said Lars. I meant Pars. Pars coming in. Kazuya, definitely a good choice here. You're going to be able to take off a couple stocks for free if you do get the choice, but right now Frostbite does have a 70% lead, going 0 to 70, 0 to 79. I'm probably going to jinx it. He's going to get hit right now, most definitely. But yeah, looking for a back here. And you know what? If they can get this kill right now, this is going to be a dead even game. Rage Drive is active, but you're not going to be able to do too much with it with Frostbite only at 4%. Okay. Jab.
Oh, yep.
Okay, jab forward here.
Got rid of the Rage Drive off of him too.
Yep. Did knock that Rage Drive out. Let me see, forward throw. No, down throw.
And now just patience, waiting to see how they respond. Get some early, reads on them. See how are they going to respond? But you get the crumple. This is a bad situation to be. Not going to take the stock right there. That is the power of Kazuya. You mess up once and you can pay for it dearly. Already, that was like what, 50, 70% just
something crazy.
Nowhere. Absolute nuttiness. But now here comes Roy starting to back up. A couple. Ooh, getting clean with it. These conversions on the side. It's going to be another stock gone. You kidding me? Frostbite going absolutely sicko.
Hey, production.
On that one.
If you want your Smash play of the week for this week, that's the one. Thank you.
There you go. That right there.
That's the one. Wow, that was absolutely incredible from Frostbite. Man, we talk about Kazuya being able to delete your stock off of one touch. That was absolutely insane. And you know what, Frostbite and Northwood.
I like the idea. I respect the idea. I like it.
I was about to say Frostbite and Northwood are about to take a 2-stock lead of their own, but you know what? They're going to go into the last game. Potential last game up 1, so about a 2-stock kind of switch right there for Northwood after that amazing conversion from Frostbite. That side B on the Town and City platforms, like that subtracts like 60% of like whatever your move KOs. If you're on that platform, subtract 60% off of it. and it's gonna
even
kill.
then, yeah, and including, it doesn't matter who you are. That was a Kazuya, one of the heaviest characters we've seen, one of the characters that has like insane survivability.
Yep.
And even then, yeah, we're gonna see it again right here. All it takes is one nair. See, one nair, two into the
Into side B, and then another one.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Landon and does that with it, and that is does that after suffering an unfortunate like loss of stock. And then I love their idea they had afterwards, trying to counter the recovery. They were facing the other way with it as well in order to force a tech situation from Pars, but they mistimed it just barely to where it didn't work out, and they lost another stock. But still, like, explosiveness. I feel like we spent more time talking in between that game and like the last than actually like playing that game.
It was
It
a
happened
minute.
so fast.
That game was like a minute, man. And when you get players like or a character like Kazuya, characters like Roy in a match, like stocks are not gonna last long. If your stock is around longer for than like 45 seconds, I think you're probably playing an amazing match. Like, that is absolutely crazy. And again, that side B KO off that platform is absolutely crazy. One of the top plays of the tournament for sure. Definitely the best play we've seen to date. And either way, we're getting into this potential last game. The last player for Manchester University. Their grand finals and tournament hopes all rest on the shoulders, on the very polygonal shoulders of this Enderman / Steve and Fleetwood, the player controlling him. But man, Frostbite has this all the momentum right now after that. That was 33% damage. That was what the hell? That was crazy. But
Crazy.
but yeah, Frostbite with a lot of momentum right now, already 63% on Fleetwood. And we mention this every single time.
Is that
everybody?
No. Okay.
Everybody on Northwood has experience against Own in the top two Steve in the world. So Fleetwood's not really going to be able to do anything that they haven't seen before.
Back throw situation, still 111%. It'd be terrible to put that hot a percent on.
Nice.
But you get a stock, and there you go. Fleetwood down one already.
Oh man, and it's crazy because to have the lead for this long, if you're Manchester, to potentially lose it at the least opportune time in these last games. Obviously, it's not over just yet, but to hang on to the lead for this long, man, and then to have Frostbite or delete the entire thing by themselves and almost win this set on his own, man, is absolutely crazy. But again, it's not over. Blowing themselves up with wow, I think Fleetwood actually took a little bit more damage on or a knockback than Frostbite did there.
That's a very popular Onan setup, hitting down, or I guess for Steve's in general. But
no.
is this going to be another one? Oh, goes for no way! Oh my gosh, that was disgusting. Double blade flurry reads the roll in, but still it comes down to a footstool anvil.
I was about to say, are we gonna have 2 plays of the week in one set, back-to-back games?
Oh my gosh,
If that KO'd.
If that KO'd, that would have been one of the filthiest, like, hard read. That would have taken Ash No-Joy's spot for best read of the day. My goodness. Holy cow. But still, did their job, came in, took another stock, and now you're going into this thing with a 1-stock lead.
So now we have So Good coming in for Anchor up against Fleetwood Steve with 2 stocks. So again, Manchester, these are their final 2 stocks of the entire tournament, potentially. If Fleetwood does not get out of this, they are done. They are done, so they are gone. They are going home. And Northwood makes it to grand finals. But if anyone can do it, honestly, I do think it is Fleetwood. Great player, a great Steve player. But man, with So Good and that Wii Fit up next, man, So Good is unironically is just so good at the game. Like, just so good with this Wii Fit. I don't know how much experience Fleetwood has against Wii Fit, because who really has Wii Fit experience? Not many people do, and not many people have Wii Fit experience against the Wii Fit as good as So Good Pop. So I'm thinking that's probably going to be a factor here with Fleetwood. But yeah, So Good, definitely someone who's capable of cleaning this up. Don't want to say they're going to do it, but it's looking good for Northwood right now.
It is. It's still looking good for Northwood. Still a very tense situation, though, because a character like Steve, if they get diamond early, it can be an uphill battle for sure. And it looks like they're going to PS2 for this last.
Okay.
Another thing to keep in mind with every set that every match Steve plays, the stage choice has a secondary meaning because this will allow Steve to get a lot more iron and stone than say on Smashville, where he'll get a lot more wood. So the resources in this one are going to come into play as well, as it looks like Fleetwood messes up on the S&D. So here we go, getting into it here. So Good Pop, two stocks to take to send their team to the grand finals. Fleetwood needs to take 3 to keep their grand finals hopes alive.
And right now, off to a good start. 34% already Fleetwood has on So Good 37 and is still climbing. Has been in a position off stage, looking for that diamond. Couldn't quite get it. Does get a little bit of gold though. 64. And this lead is still climbing. So Good, unable to really get through the wall. This should be a forward area. Okay. I thought a back was going to come out. Iron pickaxe. So a little bit more damage is going to be coming out from Fleetwood. And So Good. Oh my gosh. Okay, Diamond is all ready. Ooh, watch that TNT. Diamond is ready, but that crafting table is all the way on the left side of the screen. They can summon it to themselves, but I think So Good Pop was waiting for that. Ooh, wow.
Oh yeah, nice I like that response. Dash attack, okay. Now still, you're denying Steve access to their crafting table. While yes, they can still like send it back and just spawn it wherever they want. You're forcing them to build a wall before they can do that, and still not doing it just yet. But there's the diamond.
Okay, minecart. Diamond dash attack, not going to be enough. TNT, but couldn't put the trigger down. Oh no, I lied. Put the trigger down, but it's right beside it, so you're going to be able to avoid that relatively easily. Ooh, boy, watch that TNT. Okay, 90% right now.
TNT keeping the camera distance as well. Okay, got to be very patience here is important.
Ouch.
Ooh, pretty much an even thing here.
Even percentages, but if you're Fleetwood, you can't afford to trade stocks. Good recovery. Avoiding that anvil. Good that. Okay, I like the attempt with that down smash because it almost worked with that roll on from Wii Fit, which is just a little bit too long. And now Fleetwood does take that stock, but they are now 1 stock away from their grand finals hopes being shattered by So Good Pop and Northwood University. Fleetwood, if you got anything left, now is the time. You know what? You know what? Very good second stock already. 53% has not been touched just yet. 69.
Yep,
Still
keeping it for a ride. Still has diamond on lock. There goes the salute. The sun salutation not landing. Still fishing for these up tilts, finding nothing yet. There's a dash attack here. Offstage situation. How is So Good Pop going to respond? Not landing on platform. Avoiding the minecart as well. Doing a very good job being evasive so far in this one. Up tilt, up air. Still nothing just yet. Only at 36% is Fleetwood on their last stock. So you can still, while you still have space to play, missing the deep breathing is going to be rough.
Yeah, you have a bit of space. Like, look, you can afford to lose the stock if you're So Good, but because it's Steve, because it's Steve, and he has another diamond, KO, and with 2 diamonds, so he's gonna have diamond for the rest of this match. You don't want to give him the chance to win. Okay, opportunity here, 74% right now. Deep breathing is oh no, deep breathing is gone. Okay, and you know what? Fleet not giving them the chance to get deep breathing. There it is. No, I know. He mistimed it.
Still miss it, just barely.
Back here. Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. Oh, goodness gracious. Fleetwood missing the up smash. 101. Fleetwood still has another diamond in case this one breaks.
Oh, no. Minecart. That should be it. Okay, no.
Cut the tension with a knife. Do we go to a game 3?
What's happening? Oh, my God.
He's stuck below the stage. Still has recovery. Back air.
And that's gonna do it. It's So Good Pop. Oh my God. Bro, that last 20 seconds, I did not want to talk. I couldn't even say anything, but yo, honestly, when Northwood fighting off a bit of a scare there, and moving on to grand finals, but man, I have to say, Manchester University, I am so proud of how they played right there. We have never seen Northwood get taken to the break. I don't think Northwood has lost a game this entire tournament. That is they came within 1 stock and one hit, not even a stock, 1 hit of doing it. If So Good doesn't tech that little crazy offstage interaction there, then we're going to game 3. And Manchester is like the first team to take, would have been the first team to take a set off of Northwood. So I gotta give Manchester their flowers. Everybody on that team a team that was fully capable of winning this entire tournament. But man, Northwood showcasing why they are the #1 seed for a reason, coming through, coming clutch, despite being down for a lot in that set. Moving on to grand finals to play the winner of I think like Wichita and Shenandoah, which will happen I think off stream. But man, that was as good of a semifinal set as you really could have wanted, man.
Exactly. Down to the wire. I have to get, like you said, give your flowers to Manchester University. Played so phenomenal. Played at such a high level. The best I've ever seen them compete, but still Northwood, amazing job from So Good Pop to stay calm and collected when all of that stuff happened below stage at last stock. Teched in on the stage. If there's any replay, I'd love to see that one. Teched in on the stage and then wall jumped from below underneath PS2 and then returned with up. He used every single did everything they had to do to live and inputted it perfectly. That shows calmness, that shows poise, and that shows technical ability from So Good Pop in order to, and once that happened, I think Fleetwood didn't even expect them to recover, so they just ran back, tried to get their other diamond refreshed, because that caused them to run out of tools at that point. Their diamond tools were gone, so they had to run all the way across stage, and in an attempt to create space to give them more time to recover, to refresh their tools, but forgetting to build a wall of the resources as well allowed So Good Pop to just run up, get the backer that they needed, and at that percent, even without deep breathing, that's curtains.
But yeah, man, once again, I hope Manchester, whenever the next Star League season starts next year, I'm hoping to see Manchester again, because this is such a talented roster of players, and they should be very proud. Honestly, it sucks to lose, obviously. No one wants to lose. But they should be so proud of how they did, taking the #1 team in the entire tournament to the brink of a Game 3, which I don't think they've had to experience before. And everybody on that team, from Augment, Pars, Fleetwood, Ash, shouts to all of them. But we do have an interview with Sensational, I believe, from Northwood University, and I know Max. It's your boy, so I'm gonna let you ask away.
Hi, Seth.
Hi, Max.
Excellent job. You guys put it away. You're going to the grand finals. How does that feel?
It feels great. I don't know if there's any other way we could feel. This is what we've been playing for, so I'm happy about it.
So at the end of that thing, you had talk me through. You went in first for that second match and going with Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
What was the thought process behind that pick, really?
We were thinking that we thought for sure they would send out either the Villager or the Steve first, and in terms of Sephiroth and Falcon, Sephiroth would do better versus those two than Kazi and Terry. We didn't expect the Terry pick, and Terry was the main character that I was like, I can play any of these other guys with Sephiroth, but if I play Terry, I really want to go Falcon. We didn't expect it, so that was kind of the best I could do, being taken off guard with Terry pick as Sephiroth.
So, yeah, I got a question for you. So, during the season, you're obviously a team that's been dominant. That's really no other word to really say, But this is really the first time I feel like I've seen you guys, even though it was a 2-0 win, the first time I really seen you guys kind of pushed to having like that last game situation. What was your mindset, once you realized that was going to happen and you could actually lose a game here? Like, what were you thinking?
I was just thinking that I hope we get a better draw in the first game next time. Honestly, I was thinking mostly about myself and how I influenced the outcome, but the fact that we didn't lose means I don't have to lose any sleep over it.
So, going on, you're looking at either Shenandoah or Wichita, and all the numbers point to Wichita. When looking at that team and how they're constructed, you're looking at a Palu, Mega Man, Mario Rob, or a Ken and Ryu. How do you guys feel like you guys stack up to that kind of roster?
We've scrimmed against Wichita a couple times before, and we've talked about their Mega Man and their Mario specifically. Gave a few of our members specific problems, and we've been tackling that. Like, we've actually been studying that since our scrims with them a while ago in the past. So I think we're probably more ready for Wichita than anything else. Just gotta hope that we send in the right people that we've planned out extensively versus the right characters, because they did give us trouble when we played against them.
Okay, Seth. Oh, Max, do you have another question?
No, that was it.
Okay, Seth, we're gonna let you go. Congrats on making it to Grand Finals. Go rest up, and we're gonna see you in Philly. Okay.
All right, see you guys in Philly.
Always good to see you, Seth. Take care.
So that was Seth Sensational. Northwood University, the best #1 seed in the tournament. No shock that they're here in Grand Finals. Maybe they would have liked it to be a little bit more smooth than than that last game was. Hey, but nonetheless, a win is a win, and that is going to be it for the broadcast, for the Smash broadcast today. We do have CS:GO coming up right after this, so if you're here for Counter-Strike, hang on just a little bit longer. But before we dip off, do you have any final thoughts, Max?
No, just fantastic showing. 2 fantastic matches today. One of them went a lot longer than I think both of us anticipated, but still, excellent job. All the players involved. Stay tuned for some hot Counter-Strike action, which I believe is going to be Northwood versus Drexel.
Okay.
So stay tuned for that. And from myself, I've been Maximus. Thank y'all for having me.
And before we dip out, I gotta say big thank you to Extra Life, Duncan, ROTC, BetterHelp, and Mavix. All their banners are below the stream, so click on those if you want more information. But yep, I am Mies. That is Max. It has been a pleasure casting for you today, and we will see you all next time.
welcome, and it will be not too long till you're 2 feet deep into the CSGO. The next Star League is where you're at. It's Cup of Break. I am joining, I should say, the lovely Birdie Box Birdie. We have a sick best of 3 for the semi-finals to see for everyone today. It's going to be awesome. I'm really excited.
We do, and we should be excited, along with all of you viewers as well, because it is Northwood versus the side of Drexel, and that's exciting because Drexel are the reigning 2-time champions here for the next Star League, and also exciting because on the other side of the semi-final side of things, Davenport have already won a forfeit win against Kansas State, and so potentially an opportunity for Drexel to set up a rematch in the finals.
And that's such a poetic storyline, a narrative if it could be. But I do not think that is what we're going to see here today. As you kind of scroll through the rosters and just showing where things have been at. Northwood statistically 7-1, so having a little bit of a better season. Very small margin though. And over to the other side there. Obviously, you're seeing Drexel doing well, but not as well as Northwood. So that's the exact reason, as we kind of go forwards here, I think Northwood are going to take this in a 2-0. Birdie, what's your scoop? What's your take? You kind of mentioned it a bit there. You think there's going to be a bit more of a battle?
Yeah, so I think the caliber of players we're working with here on both teams, they're both advanced level players, advanced level teams as well. So good, I think the only player here on the server today that's going to be ECL caliber. But talking a little bit about the maps that we're heading into couple tonight, it's Inferno, Dust 2, and Mirage. Interesting because these are about the puggiest maps you could be playing.
Pug is possible. Yeah, this is the definition of pug. If PUG could be spelt with IDM, it would be this, wouldn't it? Completely, because maybe it spells mid. Switch it round and it spells mid of Dust 2. Rest in peace, Dust 2. Just got that gentle reminder. Dust 2's on its way out of that professional scene, so love to see that. It's a mandatory map to see, in my opinion, for this level of CSGO. It's a classic map, but you either love it or you hate it like Vegemite. I don't know if many people get that reference, but I know for me, I'm a lover of Dust 2, and you're like, dude, get it out my life, and thank goodness. That's your take. So 2 hot takes, and let's see how the hot take is going to be when we get things rolling here too. I do see a 1-0 scoreline. Are we underway already?
Yeah, a little bit late to the action. Unfortunately, we did get into this a little bit later than we expected. Some setup issues, but listen, it's okay. We still have plenty of Counter-Strike left coming. It's only the pistol round that we've lost track of. But that did go the way of that Northwood side, I do believe.
Let's have a look. See, pistol rounds are my favorites, so I'm slightly salty, but that's okay. I'll get over it. Drexel, big plays here so far. Getting one on the scoreboard to start things off. And that's the best case scenario for them. They want to try and get in the heads of Northwood early on and really take away that sort of mental advantage.
It's interesting, though, because this is dangerous round, honestly. You have the rifles bot up here, but Drexel have reinvested. Northwood have reinvested off the back of, I assume it was a bomb plant from them, but walking towards the crossfire towards top mid, and early kills for the T side, all 3 of them, in fact, as the A-bomb sides plowed right open. Melo's hunting already.
Love that. Absolutely love what we're seeing there. Almost like Drexel weren't expecting such an explosive play over at middle. The Northwood impacts being felt early on, the number advantage being felt too, and those AKs, if they could be held in the strong hands here of these Northwood players, they'll be getting out of it, no problem at all. Nice smooth investment to that next round here as well.
Yeah, and the important note here is this is the immediate response. Northwood, having lost that pistol, can come back into this and not skip a beat. You know, being able to recover in a situation like this it's a confidence builder. Let's start with that. But hunting for these rifles, let's say they do it and they keep some players alive. It's not something they'll be complaining about. But nice kills, and the Galils will be able to hang on.
The Galils with the kills. That's exactly right. Early game Galils. Galils still being held in the hands of Ellis. Try and farm, get some more money in the bank account. And for Drexel, looking to force in again. So they feel that they might be able to tip the scales here, and they're willing to go for the high risk, high reward kind of gameplay. But this is so risky. This is really, really risky in my eyes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it's a risk you have to be willing to take if you want to push your way towards that grand finals. Just a reminder, that is in person. It's a land not a lot of these players will have had the experience or the pleasure of playing potentially in the future as well. And so tied up, and lots of presence towards Banana early on. It seems like there's currently a stack from Drexel towards the A side of things, but that information will not be in possession of Northwood just yet. Oh, scout shot.
Body damage. Scout, a staple of many long-term CS player, whatever version of CS it will be. Just a slow rounds, methodical, peeling the corners of the envelope back. The timing could be perfect with that Molotov. Molotov actually put out here by Neos Dragon. Does get back to New Box. That could be huge, but they're going to clear it.
And they do have the bomb site. Neo has just tried to hold on, but unfortunately there's just 4 players, not only coming through Banana, but also flanking through CT. But a boost over the smoke. I believe S3 does find that kill with the Galil, and Mello continues to hunt with the MAC-10. Look at all this money being gained. It's the 3 on the kill feed for him. And Fab, this is, I mean, what do you do?
Hope that you're going to have to pick up a frag. I was surprised MP9 wasn't kept there. I understand the Galil, the sense of sort of heading out of there. MP9 a bit faster, close combat, a bit more money making, but no risks are going to be, no rewards are be given from those risks. And they're on a hard reset right now. Like, if you see a full sin again, I'm not sure what I'm watching, really. And I'm going to be straight up about that because we need to see some discipline. You've made it to a semi-final. High risk, sure. But over and over again, you're going to blow that mindset in the first game. And we are going to see a bit of a reset here for the economy.
Yeah, exactly. And just a reminder, this is the pick of Northwood coming into this. And so expecting a little bit more presence from them and being able to come back into this isn't necessarily unexpected as well. But Drexel, we can't knock them out. As previously mentioned, they are those reigning champions, and having won it Nace Star League twice as well, it's not something you can laugh at. And they were the upsetters last time around as Northwood rush out towards the apartments. Mello has been so aggressive and so successful so far as the USPs start to crumble on the bomb site. Okay, a quick trade from Neos.
Couple of frags, not bad. You got USPs, man. Like, you're trying to tickle a giant, tickle an elephant and trying to do damage. The spray down of the MAC-10s have been deadly from multiple players over on that T side. And Northwood just having a blast, having so much fun with this. And at the same time, look at the money already. Look already. And we've got an op in play, but they could buy a couple of ops next round if they wanted to at their leisure.
Yeah, and Mello's a player that, I mean, let's be honest, AWP in his hands, if you're not familiar, can be extremely powerful as well. And so, lots of talent. Northwood displaying it very swiftly so far.
Love that. Yeah, confidence just oozing from these players. Mello not going to get lucky with too much going on at mid, though. In fact, a bit unlucky. Chip damage, the nades down that choke point of mid. This could be interesting, though. A little bit of a cluster over by the old car over from Banana.
They're starting to group up more than just a couple of players. They've got the control and
the whole gang.
Because they haven't found any contact, they're gambling on this execute. They want to go for this. Mello with the op in hand, though. This could be the entry with the contact play they're expecting.
He sees them.
Neos spotted out. S3's got the off angle, and this is going to have to be the trade. He does only find one, though. I imagine he's being pinned down now by that AWP. Molotov will secure presence with this bomb plan. Drexel, once again in this retake situation, they've been yet to deliver with it.
Yeah, we've not seen success. This is a buy round, and we haven't seen too many because of these wonky forces. So this really will be the test of time, the test of map 1 of this semi-final for the Nace Star League, the full season. What can they do? What kind of players are they? They've got enough utility as well here, Birdie.
The time's already ticked a decent amount, though, and they've only got Kit in the hands of Neos, and so that's going to find the kill, but immediate trade onto him. Mello finding an help shot through the coffins. Oh my! David removed from the server, and it's all down to that Kit player. Zella shuts him down as well. Northwood bring us to that 4th round, and oh my, that retake crumbled so quickly for the CT side.
I don't really care about the retake. I just care about the op wall buying headshot through coffin. And there's nothing more ironic than being killed at coffin because you just fall into the ground and you're going to be put in a coffin if you're not careful with the way you're playing. That's unfortunate. Good pre-fire and good awareness coming in here from Northwood. And I think you're seeing very much why they are 7-1 in the regular season. Just it shows. It's showing right now. Another save coming in for Drexel. 5-7's been a weapon of choice in a couple of players popping out, but yeah, get a bit more that you can chew there.
The rifle's not stopping. This is confidence oozing from this T side. They want to be obstructed by anything. Mello finding a double with the AWP and ready to set up the rest of his team. It's just Feb standing alone to the bomb side. A quick 1D to follow up by a second, but unfortunately this T side is just so quick. Their pacing is excellent, the spacing just as so, and they've managed to find themselves on top of that round just as well. This is absolutely crazy. This dominance from the T side so far, it's been excellent. Straight off the pistol round.
It has been excellent, and we are back to the cams. We're back to seeing our mugs on the screen. Try to sort out some audio issues from us, actually, just so we can be more dialed in. Casters, we've got to be dialed in as well. Otherwise, it's like a bit of a silent movie sometimes. So we're getting that sorted, and we'll be back to the action. But so far, so good. I think if you're going to be a Northwood fan, but for Drexel, this is slipping away from them very quickly. So many resets, so many forces. It seems like a bit of a shaky start to a best of 3.
Yeah, it's tragic because this isn't really how you want to start off your Inferno City side.
No.
They've lost a few gun rounds at this point, and I'm sure confidence is starting to waver. The thoughts in the back of their heads will be, how do we find ourselves back into this? Especially when you're playing against a T side that's just so comfortable at going for these fights.
Comfortable. And you said puggy maps, yeah? They're playing it puggy. They're playing it so puggy right now. And I'm talking to just sort of running it down mid, running straight down banana. We haven't really seen too many fakes or anything too crazy, like strategically. It's just been bare basic essentials. Talking about a full-blood kill here coming from Dav, and that's sick. That's what they need to get things started here on CT.
Not too shabby at all, and not a bad player to be taking out of the equation. But in the meantime, Northwood, they've found themselves in control of brackets. A nice lurk smoke from Tix to take this gunfight on his terms. Neos is ready and waiting for it, but the AONS at that range is just not as effective as anymore. Tix finds an opening, and look, they're taking advantage of it. It's immediate split towards this B bomb site. Feb's going to have nothing to say about it.
Feb can't get an edgeways. Can't get a word in edgeways. I'm trying to... Nope, you're not. Stay in sight. Smoked off everywhere. Tick just playing the lurk as well. Mello, I'm a bit surprised, actually. We haven't seen the full push through arches here. Feb does get a frag off of that. Gonna get traded out, though, with F underscore getting pwned over by Graveyard.
Okay.
And the frags continue. It's 3 versus 2.
Yeah, that split towards the B bomb site didn't quite come through. Instead, it was the double back towards A, and David, he found that opening duel earlier on, and now he's left in an awkward situation, to say the least. A 2v3. Not much utility to actually force these players off angles. Instead, they're going to have to try to win the gunfight. Soulgoat finding that first impact, and David's just trying to find a shot to get back into the round, but no, conceding it. This op is too important, too expensive to concede, not only just into the hands of the T side, but to make sure you don't have it going into the next round.
Very much so. The power of an op is so dominant in CSGO as a whole, but for Inferno CT side, you need that. You need that. You can crutch that, I guess is what I mean to say, where you've got low money, no problem. Ooh, take a little bit of damage from the bomb explosion there. See that adjustment just a couple months ago where the bomb explosion, the radius goes a bit further, and a tickle over at Banana even. So, yeah, the pain train continues here from Northwood. In this time, we'll have a little technical break before we get back to business. I want to talk of some CSGO facts. As I said to Birdie as do his pre-show, we've kind of jumped straight into the thick of things here. But I want to say some stats real quick. CS obviously used to be a mod of Half-Life. I'm starting with the small ones. Everyone knows that. We're getting warmed up. Everyone knows that. So CS, there's been 4 main versions of it as well. You've got your Counter-Strike, you've got your Condition Zero, you've got Source and Global Offensive. There's some facts as we go into another kind of awkward purchase. A couple of MP9s, 5.7s in support of this op.
Just look how aggressive they are. I mean, Feb, I'd actually say lucky to get that frag. Soulgoat seemed to have lost track of that spray, but his teammates were behind him to try to work their way through that smoke, but unfortunately just didn't quite have enough room to actually get into the bomb site. And Drexel, I mean, listen, you take kills like that. That's not only a kill against the T side, but it's potentially a rifle you can recover off the back of the concealment of that smoke. But again, Northwood not being afraid against the economic situation they're presented with. They're more than happy to take these duels and setting themselves up for another ace site take. Over towards Orange, you've got the AWP of David. He's holding this angle, and he wants this frag.
Ellis got the flash available here. Contemplating, am I going to face an opponent real close? Yes, you are. And up to the face of your teammate. In fact, Cape down, Tick able to trade one, but the crossfire Oh, a little bit of a whiff coming in. That's going to be a really important frag missed.
Yeah, and with missing a shot like that, Mello, that's the Tech 9 up in hand.
All the
And now
time.
trapped towards up, exactly. David's gone out of the round. 18 seconds left, though. This can't be a push towards the B bomb site, at least not with the information they have. And so in towards A. I don't think they've figured out where F is, and so they'll have to plant the bomb in a safe position, at least if they want to keep track of the round. Mello, that's an excellent position. He's caught F off guard, and it's a 5-7 out of the round. Neo's... He's got the MP9 here, Kappa, but this is difficult. At this range, I mean, Mello's an easy target to find, but Tix, he's got an AK.
The rotation timing as well just wasn't there, and that's the problem with being that B anchor, right? This the bad vibes. Like, man, I was just doing my job. I was just being the pillar of support with B, but you guys melted on A, and the op's gone. The purchases around the op is gone. Sure, a little bit of loss bonus, right? I say a little bit, a lot with the rate of how things are going so far. But look, reminder, and you said this yourself, very CT-sided Inferno. And it's starting to feel like a very T-sided affair off of what we saw yesterday from Davenport and from what we've seen here today from Northwood as well. The top teams that are potentially those two for the grand final, not to write Drexel off of things yet, but you're seeing the same kind of patterns and behavior on the same side of the fence. And T-side Inferno looking dangerous.
It's crazy. It's weird because in my head, Inferno CT sides are usually pretty dominant. I find it to be a lot more comfortable than the T sides, personally. But in recent days, we've seen the T sides of Inferno have a lot of comfort. Davenport springs to mind. They came back to win that map after an incredibly horrendous half for them on their CT side. But yeah, up 7-1. And another opening duel for Northwood.
Yeah, Mello. Just beating their chest with confidence. Solgo trying to do the same. Tries to clear over that logs cubby, but no such luck. No one there to go for the trade. F gonna get a nice frag, seal things down a little bit, and a number advantage we haven't really seen too often here for the CTs over on Drexel. This could be the turning point.
But I would say not only could be the turning point, but it should be. These are rounds, if you're Drexel, you need to be winning. If you want a chance at winning Inferno, this needs to be a round that you try to win. Found in contact towards the top of Banana, S3 is going to be able to fall back with the M4 in hand. Luckily, he found the information at cost of, I would say, doesn't lose his life in the process. But Northwood, just look how mobile they are. They don't spend any time trying to think about what decisions need to be made. They just make them. A missed shot might actually cost Northwood here, but they're more than ready to head in towards the bomb side. F's got an off angle. The A1S will find him. Only one as the bomb looks to be planted.
Time, but more a problem with how many players there are around. It's a 3 versus 2. What can these two players do? Cape, Tick. Big pressure. Just slamming down in their shoulders. One pressure. Or for players could be too much. Down to the 3-on-1. It's lit Cape. Really needs to have a Superman cape here. It is not Superman. The kryptonite is going to be found just in the nick of time here, I do believe, for the CTs. And we said it needed to be that turning point, and we are going to see a breath of fresh air and some surfacing to the top of the water for Drexel.
And honestly, in a situation like this, I would love to say that, okay, listen, Drexel can continue off a round like this, but the previous ones haven't really been close enough to keep Northwood's economy at bay. They're absolutely rich, and with more than enough money to invest into this round off the back of that loss, they'll actually be able to do it again heading into next if Drexel pull through with this one too. But
good night, man. Money's high.
Money's high. That's really the summary here. And Drexel, it needs to be flawless if they want to recover this half, because it's already out of hand.
Money's high, spirits are high. They're just soaring in the sky. Lots of damage inflicted early on, though. And this is what's actually going to be missing for the tool to get them into this game for Drexel. Use that utility, keep them at bay a little bit more, and seeing that early damage, not even under 130, that is really, really important and essential to their comeback here.
Oh, it's a nice flashbang. It's got the kill in towards apartment. Celis, he's been lurking there almost every single round. You can see that Febs, that's a hard counter to not only get an opening into the round, but to punish a player who's been dealing so much damage to you.
Oh, yeah. All game long. Just banging the drum of victory. This time, back to the CT advantage. It's a 5 versus 3. 2 players, one tappable with that op, that one-tap rifle. Even with an A1S, an A4, it doesn't really matter. They're so lit up. It's all going to be on Solgo. Really, a leg comes in. All of them are one-taps now, or close enough.
A single bullet can taking all three of these players if they line up, actually.
Get that Kolat. Go on.
I don't think it's that likely. Let's be realistic here. But there's four players here on the CT side, and this is crazy to me because they still very much understand what's going on. Sorry, 3 players here. But yeah, it's a quick affair. It's a quick round. At least a quick end to it. Drexel now up to that third, but this is another pivotal round. This is the stage where you could stand to break the Seaside economy, or at least put them to a level where they could be not investing fully, right? And up to a 4th round as well, we could see the scoreline start to close, and I think comfort is starting to build for Drexel as well. Before, they weren't necessarily finding the opening duels. Now we're seeing a little bit more success, at least percentage-wise, on that front, and I think the aggression from Nothing Northwood's been punished, which I think is the more important aspect.
I think so, and I just want to say before the round kind of goes awry, the presence of utility just devastating. Doesn't always need to be the frags. Good utility use once more allows for the crossfire to come in. Unpwned 2, that's sick.
And Fab's going for aggression. He's got that kill. Okay, that's huge. It drops the bomb. Follows up as well to make sure the same bomb site stays in the CT side's possession, but Mello catching off that rotate actually means not only does he get the kill, but his position has been revealed to the CT side. And Drexel aggressing. They want to make sure this doesn't get away from them, that is. But never can. I was going to say, never count out a Mello AWP, but Fab's made sure to position himself for that right angle, and 3 rounds separating Drexel and Northwood, and we are going to see that sort of awkward investment from the T side now. Mello 14-7 though, Capo. That's outrageous.
It's been the Mello show. Not mellow. Vibrant, exuberant, skillful. It's been enjoyable to watch. It genuinely has. You can see they want to get this game. They want to get this over to the map number 2 and see it through on Dust 2. The last time, at least for this rendition of Dust 2, I'm still a believer it's coming back. I don't care what you think over there, Mr. Birdie, but I think it's going to come back. So Dust 3, you ready?
I want you to show me the person that's qualified to design Dust 3 and is willing to take the criticism for it, but I don't think they exist. And that's a crucial tap to S3, who's not going to be participating in any of these gunfights anymore because it's going to be the early rush out towards B. Neos will be able to punish, and stuck behind the Molotov means Northwood have to sit and wait to walk in.
I'll show you Dust 3. Good presence. Backside just doing wonders from New Box and showing exactly what you need to do from New. The USP comes through too, just to put insult to injury. And I want to say a very, very impressive comeback from the reigning champions here from Drexel University. And this seems like a team now off of, I can think, your hype. And my goodness, the sound of that knife just being released is fantastic. I love to hear that sound, and I think for the CTs, they're starting to enjoy the game. They're starting to play to their strengths. Flash for me, I'm peeking balcony. Flash for me, I'm peeking mid. That's the kind of comms that you need. You can feel it in the server now.
Absolutely, and early pick out towards B. David's connected. He's been able to disappear as well. The smoke will hide that trade, and Northwood, I think, a little bit stunned now, because with Drexel being as comfortable to take these fights, the same tactic of aggression that they've been relying on to find their 7 rounds, it just has not been working.
No, it hasn't. I think 7 rounds is impressive to get your T side, but if there's going to be any more to be earned by Northwood, they've got to get a little bit more creative. F's getting creative, though. This kind of creativity could thrive. Yes, he will. That's the bomb down.
And managing to disappear as well, that means it's time wasted for Northwood to try to figure out what's going on here. Not only that, but it's also utility wasted, but they'll be able to grab it, and they'll shift resources back over towards the B site. There's only 2 players ready and waiting here, though. Drexel, this might be a miscalculation. I think they were expecting them to head back towards A or put up more for a fight for the bomb site, but the crossfire of the bomb site starting to collapse. It's just David left who needs to stand tall, but the delay might just be enough because Ellis has not got possession of the well-timed swing. Turns up for the second, but Feb has got the trade. It's a 6th round for Drexel, now down to just 1 to tie up this scoreline. A little bit closer, almost pulled it back there towards the end from Northwood, but that kill on towards the bomb flank, that flank, was definitely the play that set up Drexel for the round.
100% was, and I love those AK structure melees. This is why they're so threatening. Even back against the wall. Even back against the wall from Northwood, they are like a kicking bronco. Just kick the face. Anyone that attempts to discipline them, to put them in check with these Tech 9s. A lot of presence over at T-Apps. And I do like this push. Maybe going for that waterfall off a balcony. But big problem, there's a blockade over at balcony.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like an app swap. Usually you have that player, it's currently still ready to send the utility through, but they've heard the Molotovs tick, and that means Feb might have an idea of what impending doom might be coming through. A minute 20 else on the clock, the flashbang ready to fly through, and oh, maybe something to prevent that. I'm not sure what communication might have caused them to reconsider. Flashbang. Sent them up for gunfights, and towards Arch. Danks, Tech 9s, they find the frag. All of a sudden, this split, it's on the cards because F is also out of position. It's all down to Feb. He's been able to deliver in rounds prior, but no, the A bomb site collapses under the threat of the Tech 9s, and it's all down to those B players to pull it back, but they're smoked off. Kappa, this could be a save.
I think it has to be, brother. I think it has to be. Sure, you've got some money, but enough. It's CT side. You still need to bolster out this last little bit. Pads those pockets with weapons that shoot off like a rocket, and we know what the op can do. We've seen damage and stuff with it. The A1S good for an exit, but don't bite off more than you can chew.
Time, it's ticked though. I would say if this happened,
You gotta go.
If this happened 15 seconds earlier, I would say go for the round, but unfortunately, there's that opportunity well and past. As Escape finds one more kill. David, he's too close to the bomb site and taking damage there. It actually cost him his life. That's an expensive round to lose, but unfortunately, it's just not going to matter. Drexel, not only that, but we're heading into the last round of the half, and so they'll be able to make do nonetheless.
I think if they wanted to go sort of for the posture for the double up play for that last round, that was the only reason to save. But good frags regardless. Yeah, it doesn't really do it too much to kick in the utility impact, the nades able to be purchased, but frags love to see them regardless. Frag by name and Cuppa frag by nature. All the Cuppa frags happening from all the players. This aggression, something different through Drexel. We needed different, we asked for different. This is a huge pickup, and it will be.
No response from Northwood. They're locked in towards Banana. It's aggression that they'll have to respond to, but you can't let something like this slide and text his teammate to set up for the kill. It's 2 kills immediately.
What a flash.
To respond for this east side. It's Feb. Smokes isolated him, but he's boosted up. He needs to multi-kill if he wants to keep this round in his favor.
Oh no, Feb gets 0. Oh no, they're expecting that boost. There goes the plan, there goes the secret.
Once again, we just keep seeing the players on the opposite bomb sites in these hard-to-beat retake situations. Northwood, I think they found their stride. Once again, David's caught a bullet to the shoulder. And a swing triggered by that from Escape finds another frag, and F now caught between 3 angles means it is the 9th round for Northwood. Recovery towards the end of the half, but Drexel, I would say, finding 6, considering how the half started, it's not the worst-case scenario by far. We could have seen something much worse.
I think it was 7-1 at a point, mate. I think it really was looking dire straits. It was looking like, are they going to turn up this game? They definitely turned up, and they've got their dancing shoes on. We've seen impressive stuff from all 10 players in the server right now. There's not a player I'm like, well, why are you here? No, it's definitive why they're here. They are skilled players, and they're both showing it in this matchup. Interesting fact, touching fact, that Birdie mentioned in the pre-show, Northwoods all do play within the realms of Advanced, as well as those of Drexel. Drexel, I believe, play together, and for Northwoods, they play on different teams, but they all have that experience in the Advanced scene. So a lot of players that independently, individually, they know how to play this game very well.
Yeah, I think there's a couple exceptions for the Drexel side. I don't think that all of them are on the same roster for ESEA, but it's close enough where there's got a lot of chemistry that transfers, but that's the timing. Mello, I thought he could have been able to take advantage of it, but instead he drops in this awkward gunfight, so the A-bomb side starting to shift the way of Northwood. Okay, excellent tap from Tix, but it sets up Solgo for this 1v1. David, the bomb stuck in pit. He needs to go for this before it's a round possibility. So much damage being taken. Just shaking in my seat. Just one more shot needing to connect for both of these players, and David's got it. 4 kills, 4 headshots. The P250. That's why you buy it.
You know, I was going to say that P250 at range, it can be very frustrating. And both of those weapons, high skill ceiling to be able to hit those shots, and a struggle bus. It gets it down to 4K, just the cherry on the cake to a fantastic pistol round. And that is Drexel's key to the ignition to get things going for this second half. What a start.
The Northwood, they're not comfortable letting this slide. They lost the last pistol round as well, and they forced back into a round victory. And so why not give it another shot? The scout connecting for another point of damage. Listen, you've got P250s and Deagles supporting Solgoat into this round, so this damage can't be ignored. Those are one-shot opportunities for the 50 caliber Deagles. And Mello, close range, and he's got that kill. 100 HP gone. The pick towards B seems to be setting itself up. I can't believe Escape's going for this, but he's got another kill. This seaside offensive, it's starting to collapse.
It is. Crumbled real quick. There was a peak and we're already dipping into a valley. Is that going to be the valley of death for these players?
You'd hope not.
You'd hope not. Hopefully they're equipped and they were ready for the riot. Doesn't look like they were. The Galil does have a little bit of a bite, a bit of a bark back. It's primaries versus secondaries here. Secondaries for a team that were in the pressure cooker for this round, and they've stepped up a MAC-10 acquired. This is looking a little bit more doable.
Tix just continuing to deliver it. I think Feb was the player on low HP out of the two, but Mello, he's got 3 kills for the round, all of them Deagle kills. They do it again. I don't understand how Northwood keep pushing themselves to win those second round buys, but they've done it twice in the same game.
I can't. That's sensational CSGO. I'm almost speechless on that. Like, nothing to work with there.
You gotta love Mello's "I'm feeling thank you" in the chat. That's a good throwback. Are you familiar with that?
Drop it. No, drop it. What?
It's just I think it was an interview with one of the players. I believe one of the ENTS players after a game. Just how you feeling? I'm feeling thank you. And, you know.
Yes, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Thank you for the accent as well. That gave it. That's actually what helped me understand. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, love that. Love the bit of banter in the chat. Love the history being dropped as well. More history facts coming through. But this game's been too intense. This game's not been a sleeper. It's been anything but. Plenty of sick plays on both sides of the fence here. I see a bit of an underdog team as well. They're looking to be the top dog team. MAC-10.
Okay.
Doing wonders here.
I'm surprised they're still out of the bomb side. Escape finds 3. Not the right weapon to be working with here, the MP9, but he makes it work with a flank quick from Solgoat, and Ellis abusing that timing makes it so that this B defense, it's almost flawless. And I mean, surprising, there was Mello, the first contact there. I mean, we did see him in that last round with the Deagle find 3 kills. First one dead. Nothing he could have done in that situation. There's just so many players ready to fight him.
Oh yeah, like the pincer movement, the pinch coming in from the flank of Banana as well, just perfect. Pitch perfect on the note coming through, singing those victory tunes, and already looking towards map number 2. Sure, it's just like 11-7. This map, it seems to have flown by. That nade's doing a lot of damage, actually.
Both these teams playing very aggressive Counter-Strike. You mentioned the pace. Both teams accelerating into round wins as Northwood pushed themselves to a 12th. But yeah, I'll continue that thought. Northwood's style on their T side was just push, and they did that until they started. Yeah, they did that until they started losing. It was that 7-1 scoreline that we saw where Drexel started to pull their way back into it. But how did they do that? It was with some aggression of their own, actually. And so I think we're seeing 2 styles of play here, which are somewhat similar in terms of how they succeed at winning rounds. And I mean, that's why we're. I mean, what, half an hour into this and 19 rounds in, 20.
That's exactly it. The hard backbone stats there as well. It's such a fun CS to watch. Punishing all the players though, and Mello spotted by a cape with the spray down Banana. Going Bananas, absolutely just going ape. This is 3 already, man.
The fact these kills, Mello's continuing to hunt. He's been so good at that, but S3 is gonna be able to shut that down. Ticks to respond. And S3, Galil in hand, usually don't hype up these sort of 1v3s, and I'll choose not to this time around. Ticks with the A1S, showing why the gun is used. Despite the nerf recently, Northwood. They're setting themselves up well here to pull Inferno to its closure because it's another save round from Drexel. I feel like a lot of the pace, it started to drop off, and by the time we see them back on rifles once again, it might be too late.
It's never too late because you've got another game in your best of 3 for this map, though. Yeah,
True.
I agree with you, brother. I do agree with you. It seems a little bit too late to start to have those adaptations of how you're going to do things. Mellow, just so aggressive. You're a CT. You're not a T, but acting like a T with these kind of picks and, well, putting the capital T in CT and Terrorist, I think it is going to be Northwood University coming back from these starts that aren't ideal. You lose pistol, a 4K coming in from Dad, but that seems so long ago now. That seems eons ago because nothing's happened since then.
Well, and look at this read from Northwood. They've got 4 players for the safe side. I think they were anticipating some sort of apartments pop. And having not found it, they're more than happy to go for the swing towards top mid. Still go to be the pincer movement from that apartments to get the pick. That might push the bomb site towards B, but a smoke, a well-timed one to deny that entry. It's the Deagles from Drexel to find little to no impact. 40 seconds left. They need an opening if they want an entry into this round. They need it soon.
They need it darn soon. Yesterday, in fact. Time's a ticking. Utilities.
Okay.
They're doing a disgusting 1 Deagle mid like that, but not going to be enough to crack open the egg and have a breakfast in celebration. No, not now. Little time, 15 seconds here for Neos Dragon. It's just not going to be enough, is it?
Not even remotely close. He's going to be loud about it, and unfortunately, yeah, there's just 2 counter-terrorists on the other side of that wall, and he does well to take care of one of them, but doubling the scoreline of the T side, Northwood University, showing us why it's their map pick.
And Dust 2 is one of those maps that even if you don't pick it, even if you hate it, and you can speak from your own experience, Betty, is
Okay.
You still know how to play Dust 2. So even if it's not your map pick for Northwood going into that Dust 2 setting with a 1 map advantage already in a best of 3, odds are you're going to have some plays in your back pocket. That's concerning. That's very concerning here for Drexel.
Yeah, Dust 2 is just such a weird map to play. I mean, we'll get into that once we get there, but
Sorry, you know all about the Dust 2 trade Inferno. We've talked a lot of Inferno recently. This is a great one-sided Inferno affair. The Inferno, the Disco Inferno, it's gone over at Northwood University's bench. Just having a dance all over their players over on the T side of Drexel.
that apartments push has been punished this time around, though Solgoat eliminated from the round, and 3 players left. I mean, okay, let's take a look at the utility. They've got 2 smokes, 1 Molotov to work with here on the T side. That could give enough to walk into either bomb site, I feel. Inferno does have that some sort of flexibility, but unfortunately, you also need players to find entries, and Mellow shutting down that first one means the road climb to get up the mountain, well, it just got a lot longer.
It did. And I talked about Disco Inferno, more like just an Inferno flame version. It's Mellow. Absolutely
so
on
quick.
fire this game. Dude, he's been nuts. He's been absolutely nuts. So many crazy shots. And the pain trade continues from Mellow. From T-side to CT-side does not matter. Not Mellow at all. That's reported for being deceitful for that name. Reported.
26 and 14. 126 ADR. That's crazy.
Come on. It's the first map.
Yeah, first map, again, to emphasize that not necessarily unexpected, it is Northwood's map pick. Okay, swing towards mid, Mellow,
Come on.
sweeps David aside as he goes for the swing, but look at the damage that's dealt here. Mellow, I mean, it's a 4v4 and a flashbang to send out Mellow off the angle, but the damage has been dealt. All top, good force, S3, passive angle, and Solgoat's able to catch him off guard. The trade. Good, but again, we're in this rinse and repeat situation. Just Drexel don't have the advantages that they need.
Look at Tick! Checking all the boxes. Yes, sir. 2 versus 1. It's over and done. Feb looked like a Christmas tree. 13 HP. And I do not see any sign of victory here. Good movement through the smoke, but this is going to be a tough one.
And doesn't even have the bomb. He's got to hunt for it, but instead opting to go for the kill. It's gonna be Northwood to close it out 16-7. That's one of the more dominant games we've seen in the last 24 hours.
It very much is. You gave me a stat, and I'm gonna put this into the air right now. That for Northwood, they have beaten. I forgot the team reference. We'll come back with the fact check on that. But the long story short of it is that Northwood have beaten a team that 2-0 Drexel previously within the season. And because of that, I think you saw that right there. They seem to have just a higher strategic level of understanding of the game. And it was a dominant performance on Inferno. Let's call it nothing else but. Some good rounds coming in from Drexel. The dab with that sick 4K and pistol, as well as some other good rounds sprinkled throughout the half, but the game, I should say, it just wasn't enough to compete with Mellow. Just nuts, just absolutely nuts. I think close to 30 by the end of that game, maybe 28 or 29 frags.
That sort of impact is crazy. I mean, you don't really win maps of Counter-Strike when you have somebody fragging out like that, and especially when you're also on the winning side of things. But we do actually have Dust 2 coming up soon. We won't be pushing it to a break, but I guess a little bit more time to discuss things, Kappa. So.
For sure.
Let's talk about heading into Dust 2. What's important? What are we looking for when it comes to success on Dust 2?
Start a petition to keep Dust 2 in CSGO. That's what we're going to do.
All right. Understood.
Personal opinion. I'm on the fan bus, but obviously I'm retiring from CSGO. My Dust 2 on One Trick Pony. What are you looking for at Dust 2? You're looking for agile gameplay, and I mentioned this over in that Inferno game from Mellow, and Agile Opper is Mellow, right? Really quick to adapt, quick to go for those rotations, quick to be confident of where they're going. Dust 2 is just Ego Peak City. You've got some utility you can use, but you've just got to be knowing your angles. And if this game is anything like that first game, it might not be an map pick for Northwood, but I think this is going to be a very, very tough map for Drexel, unless they've got a lot of those one-trick kind of smokes, utility to hold them off angles. And that's what we started to see a little bit later into that CT side from Drexel. So there's one thing I want to see from Drexel here. Use the utility that you know and love straight out the gates, and I think they can get this to map 3.
And what that utility would be useful for is to shut down Mellow. I mean, listen, he had so much impact on Inferno with the AWP. Dust 2 is only more dangerous in that regard. You never know the AWP is going to fire off, if they're going to go for a pick towards Catwalk, push towards tunnels, position themselves on the long corner. They're everywhere, and oftentimes once they find a kill, it's very hard to keep track of them. And it's why Dust 2 can be so spawn dependent as well, because if as a T side you got a bad spawn for something, you don't want to go for a play that finds you the wrong timing on an AWP. You're almost always going to come out on the wrong side of that. But I mean, and another note here too, Kappa, this could be the last time we see Dust 2 here in NA Star League, because the finals, I mean, this isn't 100% confirmed as far as I'm aware, but happening at some point in December, and that would imply a transition to Anubis, if I remember correctly. And so this could be the last time we see it in between two top teams in the league at that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to look at the rule set, maybe some homework for the next two classes in the grand final, if it's going to be something that's already regimented in there, or if we're going to be moving along with the game. Valve have kind of put into place of Dust 2's out. Dust is out of the mix, and it's the legacy map, isn't it? And it's actually kind of bittersweet. I understand it's a map that needs to maybe have some revisions. It's had a couple. It doesn't slap like it used to. It's still a fantastic map. It's still a great map. You think of the simple op fake flash over on B. You think of those iconic moments, right? It's got so many of them. And this could be an iconic moment if we can see Drexel bring this through to map number 3. Map number 3 is Mirage. So the 3 maps you've seen here today, just classics. Absolute CSGO classics. Not even just CSGO. CS as a whole classics.
Yeah,
What's your favorite CS, by the way? Sorry, go on.
CS map?
CS game of all time.
CS game?
Favorite CS game? Yeah.
I had Source for, that was for Gary's mod textures actually, but kind of, Global Offensive is the only one that I ever really played, but I mean, I'll touch on it for a little bit. I mean, Dust 2 is one of those maps, it's sacred. It's been around for so long. When you think of first-person shooters, yeah, exactly. When you think of first-person shooters and you think of what is like the map to play, Dust 2 is everywhere. Not only is it in Counter-Strike, it's been in every instance of Counter-Strike, but it exists across games. If there's a game where you can create your own maps, you can guarantee that Dust 2's in it. If there's a game where you can, and not even shooters, like Minecraft, we've seen versions of Dust 2. Roblox, there's, I guarantee there's versions of Dust 2.
Roblox mod does. Yeah, 100%, brother.
Racing games, I assure you, there's a version of Dust 2 in there somewhere.
I've seen some memes where there's a race car going through Dust 2 just with a player was that fast. I haven't, I'll be honest, I'll share it, it's fantastic. I've cried laughter at that one many a time. How many memes, even, you're right, if you've never played a first-person shooter and someone's like, oh, I know that map. That's from that Counter-Strike game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that Counter-Strike game is where we are right now for the Varsity playoffs. This is the semi-final. Drexel down the map. This is their map pick, though. A chance to come back into this, an aggressive play. Quick plays out of long. It's looking like a good one so far, but there's someone like...
Oh, that's a nice anticipation, though. Drexel, they've accounted for this push. They've been able to punish Shen, and S3 continuing to deliver with that recovered USP, but the bomb manages to work its way out towards the safe side. Gunfights on all fronts to leave Tix in this 1v2 situation, but both parties have no idea where the other is.
See the USP. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's close, really close. The James Bond-like gunplay here has to come in from Tix. Has to really quickly, but in fact, it's going to be from S3. Superior plays with the acquired USP. Good plays with the Glock as well. Just the patience is a virtue, and what they did so well, they used the sound over at long A. The timing was so good that they were just able to bust out there and just surprise. Like Samuel Jackson on Snakes of the Plane. Comes through huge, and that's a big pick up for Drexel.
Okay, now here we are, Kappa. We had two pistol rounds on Inferno, right, as you usually should. Both of them went the way of Drexel. We saw the same force back though, and they won both of them. That's exactly what I'm leading into. Northwood, they've been in this situation twice. They came out on top twice, and they're looking to do it again. They've already got the first kill off the back of the scout shots. And now they're playing this close angle flashbang. Both players barely dodging the shots, but you can see this angle's being covered from 3 different angles. From that B window, player right behind Mello as well. Smoke to isolate it, but it's not going to be enough.
Not smoked off. It doesn't cover the top crust. There's another smoke just trying to get that top crust. A little bit of coverage. It's looking good for the mid push for now, but players on the flank as Ellis comes through with the Juan Deeg. Gets it done. I think I even might have been from CT. Another little tick coming away. Oh, this is so hard to watch.
It's so frustrating too if you're Drexel, because you know you've been here before and you just can't understand why it keeps getting away with you. But like listen, it's a bomb plant though on the B bomb site. If there's one that you can hold to just 2 players, it is this one. As David finds that first frag, the scouts of the retake, not the ideal weapons, but they'll have to break their way in. Soulgoat to find the trade back, and the recovered Galil to find the last kill. They do it again.
Oh boy. Give him a Deeg, give him a Scout, and they'll show you exactly what it's all about. Northwood University, I think so far in this best of 3, and it's an interesting statistic to give, undefeated in that second round. They have brought it back 2 for 2 now. In fact, 3 for both halves, and yeah, 3 out of 3 pistol rounds on the back of that second round. They have defied the odds with limited utility, limited weaponry, and are still coming through victorious. That's devastating for the mental.
Yeah,
for Drexel.
It's crazy too that that's off the back of them not winning a single pistol round series. But I don't know how Escape is alive right now. He needs to escape because there's 4 people on the other side of that wall ready to fight him, and he is the one to pull the trigger. Awkward situations, but the MAC-10s, they seal the deal. 2v3 situation. It's an open door towards A.
Fragfest. Absolute fragfest over at long. All game long. A lot of presence there so far. 2 Galils to cover the cross. They've got the firepower. And I think they might be able to take this. Getting one. Exactly. That's the full HP player. It's down just to 1. Lit player. It's going to be F underscore, maybe F10. Because you're getting kicked out of the server for that round.
And those are the rotations that are going to win you games. Northwood definitely on top of things. It's Soulgoat to save the round. Just round of applause for that man, because this is a CT side that you're going to want to chain momentum on. That's for sure. Northwood, you don't want to let this map slip away from you, because I mean, why would you, right? But
no, straight up though.
Dusty,
you want to take it here and now. You are right.
Dust 2 just comes down to those 1v1s, those timings, those angles, and making sure that you can win get your kill, so to speak. Ellis, he's gone aggressive, he's gone for it, but when he spotted out the speed rush, the rifle down, it sticks on the B bomb site to fall. Now potentially a bomb plant, and a hard retake for Northwood.
Hey, what are you saying? Like, all these retakes have been hard, and we're not to take anything away from this hype we're putting behind Northwood. Drexel have been playing some very good CSGO. I think they're just being outclassed when it comes to these last engagements. Outclassed with a little bit of view till it's raining down like napalm as the CTs go for this retake.
Down, kill is huge, unfortunately, and able to find some kills, but yeah, time's starting to tick, and Melo's got that last kill. I don't think he's got it. Does he?
I think this is going to be right down to the crunch. No kid. It's going to come down to like 0.5
He's got it.
seconds.
No, what?
No, he doesn't.
I thought I heard the tick go off after the 1 second mark, but no. Melo, so close, but so far away from that round. The only consolation is that every T-side player went down. But listen, that was an eco round for them. That was the Glocks. That was the pistols. And so they're more than happy to take that win, along with the bomb plant money. Full gun rounds into this, and Northwood, they're left fruitless off the back of that.
They are, man. They're down to scrounging up at a couple of P2s, 2 Deegs, and a couple of dreams. That was a nightmare. I was saying Drexel have been put up a good fight, and that's the confidence boost. That's the injection of adrenaline they need into their system. They've got to build off the back of that. We can't see these spicy rounds coming in from Northwood and these weird pistol buys. I'll say weird, normal pistol buys, but weird psychotic plays. Oh, play just like that. That's what I'm talking about.
Not too worried though. They've pulled it back, and I think shortly this situation will end up going away for a third round for Drexel. But okay, I won't get ahead of myself just yet. An AK to fight with, and a bomb ready to shift out towards long. But listen, just a couple more kills, and Northwood's investment into this next round could not only be easier fought, but it could actually end up breaking the economy of Drexel. But he's heading the right direction. The question is, how much more damage will he be able to deal?
Deep smoke for CT. The favor here of 6, not able to get what they wanted from it. Good thought, good idea. Also, I thought this map, Dust 2, has been around since March 2001. It was like from the original Counter-Strike. So we talked of like a map and sort of saying goodbye to it. Definitely is something. Man. Definitely. That's a long time, bro. That's 21 years.
It just hit me that Dust 2 is older than I am. That's
what?
crazy.
Can we get a fact check on this, please?
It's confirmed. I'm sorry. That's
so. Oh, I feel old now. What have you done to me? I don't like what you just did there. I feel attacked. I feel very attacked. Just like this attack at long, a trade coming through, but 2 coming in from the T's, coming in from Drexel. That's a nice start, because they've got an ultimate play as well. Hello, Famaz, doing some work as well.
The problem is, I mean, that information towards lower, that was supposed to be the opening for the bomb to rotate through and push out towards B, but with that kill going the way of Northwood, it might make them reconsider back towards long. Escape, he's ready to hold this. He's got an off angle. He just needs to find 1, maybe 2 kills. That would be great.
A game changer, a round changer I should say, pardon me, but no game changer, round changing allowed, clearing their corners, not making those early mistakes they might have made in that first map. And Famaz, Tix getting denied the cross once more. So aggressive, maybe thinking of a Kakuli play, jumps up there, doesn't need to.
That's ambitious. F trying to secure that gunfight instead just ends up leaving it in this 1v2. I'm not sure it's going to make much of a difference because the bomb's planted in a good spot for David to be able to close out the round if necessary. But once again, we're in another situation where Northwood, they just bring it so close, but in the clutch situation, it's difficult to pull out the round, and Drexel, they'll push themselves to the 4th. Expensive, but it's another gun round that goes the way of Drexel.
I think something you could put on your resume. I played one of the last college year CSGO games. I wouldn't mind putting that on my resume.
I'm not sure.
Austin.
I'm not sure what resume you'd put that on. I'm not sure.
On your esports resume, silly. Come on.
All right, fair enough. But I'm not sure I'm going to be applying to software companies going, hey, listen, I played Dust 2. I'm not sure that's going to work.
The last Dust 2, sir. It's not just any Dust 2, but if you say it's a talking piece, you can get back to you on that. I think it's a banger.
I'll get back to you. Yeah, I'll let you know if I get any interviews with them.
Please. It could be in quotations at the top of your resume. Cast the last Collegiate Dust 2 map for CSGO. Fire. Absolute fire. So, it's the early rounds that we did see coming in for Northwoods. A couple of cheeky picks, Solgo gets theirs. Got mine. What about yours? Ooh, another cheeky little 1D coming up from the boost.
The smallest margins of timings there for him to grab that kill, and it makes this a lot more possible to do. He does it again! What? That's outrageous! And the USPs, they come out on top, it's mellow. Oh my! Stop it! He keeps doing it. Why, Northwood? Why do you keep doing this to me? You're setting me up for this Drexel success, and you just take it out of me. I'm more than happy to see it, but it's tragic. This 3 weapons immediately flipping back towards the CT side. It's you take that every day.
30 seconds before reading how things have gone, completely opposite side of the script. Cross it all out, scribble it out because Northwood are back in business, right? Just when you think they're asleep, they're going to map 3. No, wakey, eggs and bakey, and a nice little quick cat peek as well. Gonna miss that one. I'm going to keep saying this, by the way, because I really will. I said infamous a couple of times. It really is. That quick aggro play gets so much information. Look at Solgo, already at palm tree, already at top mid.
And no one's really paying attention to this. He drops that smoke to indicate his presence, but I can just keep Drexel wondering what's going on. David! Just finds it. We're talking about milliseconds there for that kill. Solgoat's going to be kicking himself because that leaves the CT side a man down, and unfortunately, there's a lot of presence behind that. There's a lot of utility invested into that aggression, and it's going to be left, well, without anything to back it up.
Smoking off that flank. Nah, not today. Not on my watch. No more of that flanky, strange business there. F underscore looking to get a little bit cheeky. Does gain some info. Really close one, actually. A bullet to give you a haircut there.
Yeah, it just said hello and decided to come back later time. Yeah.
That is, you know what? I'm actually not hungry anymore. I'm going home. You just said you wanted to go out for eat with me. No. I changed my mind. Not hungry.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good. I'm taking the day off.
We've all done it. We've all been there. We've all had that friend that's done it too, and that is, in turn, going to be Drexel. I thought Botman here at the corner.
Team flash, though.
Trades. Yeah, that team flash is going to be a bit of a attack crumbler.
Honestly, Northwood might just save here. Escape being knocked down to low HP means if they don't get an early kill here, you kind of want to bail out of the round because this B bomb site, it's just a fortress. There's literally a wall right there dividing these two sides, and the flashbangs will bring the players in. Okay, wait, no, F caught between ankles, and David only finding 1 kill, now caught behind this smokes. They can stick this, and they're going to know exactly where he is as he emerges from the fumes. It's Ellis to find the headshot. Northwood up to a 3rd.
Northwood are heading in a north trajectory, and that's in the sense of victory, just conquering everything within their path from south to north, north to south, east to west, all over the place. And they have made their way through the playoffs, and they want to get to that grand final. Sure, they do not have the scoreline of Davenport undefeated, and Davenport looking to set records, break boundaries. Drexel, on the other hand, they've got every reason to come back into this, and that's because they are reigning champs. Feb proving that with a 1D first blood.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they were expecting to be going up against the Deagle round here, but it's going to be found out very quickly as Solgoat's aggression once again gets punished, by the way. It hasn't been working out more than often than not, and it's actually caused the rifle to go the way of the Seaside. I'm not sure if they actually picked it up yet, but regardless, they're going to go for it again. They went away back in the round. It's the flashbang towards Long to swing through. Escape finds the kill. David, the Deagle's just so good tonight.
Oh. Treating like an op. Clicking heads. 50 as well. The pistol master, Feb.
That's the B-site.
The initiator as well, right? Started with the Deagle. Ellis gonna finally punish Feb. Does get his 2 though. And we all know 2's better than 1, especially when it comes to these Deeg rounds and trying to get it done. Juan Deegan's son. You have to be that best Deegler you can. Say that 10 times fast. M4 required here as well for S3.
Only one smoke to cross, and I
Ooh,
thought
the
that
timing.
shot almost connected and doesn't. But I'm all top of the bomb site to make sure this plant gets a little bit more difficult. They'll be able to plant it behind that box, but gotta fight towards Catwalk. The AK at this range is the right weapon, but there's just too many bodies to try to find. The Omp sneaking up through CT. 3 targets though. Drexel, we just keep seeing the Echo rounds come out on top, and I'm not quite understanding why.
Dust 2.
But it wasn't just us two.
Dust 2.
We also saw it on Inferno. Just every single time, you'd be like, we would come into the round and say, oh, listen, surely, done deal. You might as well, you know, put us into the next round. It doesn't matter. And it's over. It just keeps going the other way. And, I mean, it's great. This is the Counter-Strike we'll be seeing. Somewhat random, unpredictable, and just players showcasing their abilities. But at some point...
7 players in that line.
Oh.
But I will get one free. Another D coming in, and you talked of ecos, and they're delivering from one side to the other. No, this is my story, said Northwood. We're getting it done in 2. Ooh.
Okay, recovery.
Maybe not.
David and F have both together shots to come back into this. Another one will fire off to indicate their intentions to go out towards Slaw. That's a well-placed timing and a well-placed flank from Tix to pull them back to the ground. F trying to make sure they can trade out into the 1v1. And it's another one.
How does this happen?
It's another tied up scoreline.
I'm not frustrated, infuriated. I am mesmerized.
Are you counting?
I'm not, but I've lost track. It's an eco train of just trade for trade for trade for trade for trade. And it isn't because of misplays. It's because of outplays coming in from the opposing team. It's such good to see us go.
Double molly, that's going to make sure David falls off that angle really quickly. And Drexel, that's a rough pill to swallow, and lots of shrapnel to the, the feet of the Drexel side. A combined total of 13 HP left for F and David. I don't think they'll be going out long anytime soon.
I need to take a moment, Genty. I could even go to a 3rd tier, and I was saying 2-0. Mistakes were made. XD, you said 2-1, and I think 2-1 might be exactly what happened for these teams to get it done. A nice little cheeky wall bank coming in from Solgo.
And that's the whole HP of the nades from long having the effect. Spam continuing to deal more damage, Shrek. So I mean, you're just hoping for an opening back in towards this round as the bombs drop towards mid. You're wondering where that came from, but a minute left on the clock. It's somewhat do or die for this round at least. You need something soon, and Ellis, they just keep finding timings on these flanks.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do indeed. This is a slightly 50.9% when it comes to the rounds, but it's going pound for pound here. This is such a bloodbath.
They want the knife.
From maybe a knife.
They wanted it, yeah. That's crazy. A little bit of disrespect going on, but they knew they were working with there. And a talking point here.
Go on, shoot.
Northwood coming into this isn't the map pick. Okay, Dust 2 is historically T-sided. You have a little bit more freedom, depending on how lucky you are with your spawns to kind of set your own pace, but
I like the spawns mentioned. Yeah, spawns for sure.
So far, Northwood, they seem to be more or less under control. The rifles seem to be showing that they seem to be very comfortable to state their own presence, but this is an early rush out towards Catwalk, and AWP potentially to be recovered. Drexel, off the back of that kill, they actually reconsidered.
Feb has been nasty with his deke.
Who has
so many 1-deeks? You know what? You're right. There has been a plethora. There's been an abundance of 1-deeks. We are spoiled as CSGO fans and casters right now. There's been so many typing in the chat of nice shot, nice shot. So much good sportsmanship. And so many good plays for days. There's a reason these players made it to the semi-final. And hope they can take it beyond this collegiate scene. Some of them have even. You look the way of Davenport as an example. And Solgo, I think one to watch in this server as well, for one of those players that just going places. Oh, this team going to be going places here for the likes of Drexel to take out Northwood, already a map up. Bunny hop maneuver to get out of there, and well, this isn't a bunny hop server. This is a live server with other players.
Once again, he's pulled off the eagle shot. He's just being a nuisance, preventing this rotation from coming through, giving work to that bomb on the A side. But okay, finally, he's gone punished, and the op of Mellow towards the A side. He's holding this cross. I think so, at least.
Smoke though, Smoke to get the ability to cross. A little bit of a Smoke to the side. Well, it's like a bit of a one-way for Tix as well. Tix marks off another round in the bag.
The money here for Drexel isn't very good. We see Feb buying an AK into this, but I mean, take a look at everybody else. It's AKs, but a couple smokes, one Molotov to speak of, and this isn't really a lot of flashbangs for Dust 2. If you want to work your way out towards long, you usually need 2, 3, especially if you're fighting the Opera of Mellow, which they have been very often.
Missed little double boost there, so not going to get that quick cat peek on top of the box on Cat. The aggression. Score might get a gift here. No, actually, it's going to get punished. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a little lacking confidence on the swing. You hear them. You swing for that peak. It's going to be S3. Oh, nice double. Almost a triple. Triple, baby. Not quite, but close enough.
So much damage. The bomb will work its way across to allow for some sort of plant. Soulgoat's then somewhat of a...
There's a play ninja!
And Soulgoat's just going to sit there. He's going to wait for that bomb to go down and potentially give himself an opportunity to win out the round based off of it. A minute still on the clock. Wow. Okay, timing. And a trade. David needs to get onto the bomb site to try to make something work, but low HP means the M4A1 will sweep him aside. Northwood, they secured the lead a while back, but this is starting to be momentous for them. An eighth round, despite losing that pistol. I mean, we saw them come back with that second round, but it's been back and forth, or it was back and forth, but things were starting to settle, I would say, in the same way that we saw in Inferno.
Yeah, no, that's a very good comparison. It was kind of like a schoolyard scrimmage, wasn't it? Just back and forth, a round for you, round for us, a round for you, round for us, like a gentleman's game. But Soulgoat's started to get a bit more switched on now. Talking of Soulgoat, leave that for later. All the damage inflicted in turn on Drexel. That early util has been dominating the server in this semi-final. Ellis gets Feb out of the game finally. Feb has been absolutely destroying it mid, not for this round. The swing coming in from Soulgoat.
It's confidence.
Soulgoat like Call of Duty.
It's absolute
confidence.
My God, what? Listen, you're up against the ecos, and the decision to go for swings like this, it's... The only reason you do things like this is not only do you believe you can win, but you believe that it's going to demoralize the team. You believe it's going to relay disrespect, because if the other team's waiting for you to push, they're not going to want to play their own game. And that's everything when it comes to Counter-Strike. If you don't know if you could play your own game, you're going to start playing scared. And playing scared is exactly how you start losing rounds. And Northwood, they have not been doing that. They're up to a 9th. This is a great showing on the CT side of Dust 2.
Very much is. This is clinical. This is clinical textbook, and maybe the last page in the history books here of Dust 2, collegiate competitive scene. For now, I'm still huffing the copium. I think I have a whole canister next to me that it's going to come back into CS.
How expensive is copium these days?
It's pretty expensive, and I'm going through a big stash here. I love this smoke. That smoke too. Come on.
I'm pretty common, I'll be honest. Yeah, it's pretty...
It might be common, but it's a cool smoke, bro. Mid-door is infamous.
I'll give you that. It can be very fun to use, and well, it allows Drexel to get up towards Catwalk here. Smoke has allowed them an opportunity to be sent through with a flashbang, but Drexel, for a moment, seemed to be considering a quick execute, but I think that Molotov will give them a little bit more time to set up.
Tick-tock goes the clock. That hinge smoke, by the way, you can do that from long. Did you see that, major smoke?
Yeah, it's hard, but yeah, you definitely can.
I can't do it. I've never done it. I'm not going to BS. But There's just so many options in Dusty how you can get access points, utility flooding out of short A. Incendiary is going to quite good. It doesn't matter to talk about the CTs, just destroying.
Utility's so good. You can see how comfortable Escape is just taking those duels as North would find themselves the 10th round of the half. It's all the flashbangs there towards Salt. You can see how Drexel weren't able to path up to the bomb site based off of it. They're just fully blind the entire time. And hey, that's why you buy the utility, right? And it's why Northwood feels so comfortable heading into their T side of Dust 2. It's let's set ourselves up for this. Drexel, they're not in a good spot. It's not looking good. This is a round not required of them. You can always come back. You know, until the game's over, there's always a route to come back. But this would be much appreciated. It would relieve a lot of pressure off their shoulders.
Would it ever? This would be the moment. I think it's the moment of truth for the entire best of 3 to sort of spell out who's going to be in that grand final right here, right now. This isn't just a hype train. This is a fact train, and we've seen some really crazy things this game. So I'm going to mind my manners.
The flank for B. The flank for B finds impact as well. So good with the kill. The bomb's been planted. These players don't even need to fight. They've got everything to work for. Just so many ankles to fight behind. Finds 2. And this USP might not even have enough bullets to win out this round. And he's being hunted. Look at this. This is crazy. Jumping up and down, Ellis.
Oh my goodness. That reminds me of you used to be able to do the jump scout up from the short double box. Then everyone just going for the jump. Just the burst, the Glock. Trying to just BM at this point. Confident. I think it's beyond confidence. It's an abundance of confidence. Overconfident even. Solgo was running down Cat with an Og last half.
Oh, and he feels more than comfortable. That's just disrespectful. Ellis, you did not deserve that. I'm sorry. Drexel, what a way to find an opening.
Dust2.exe right there. That's how you play Dust 2. The hinge smoke's back. Mellow dishing it up this time. That is a very blue pick over at mid double door, and that's exactly what I'm gonna miss. Talking of that, wallbang for wallbang. David trying to defy his opponents here. Back tempers through from Mello. That's been successful. Takes out 1, not 2. Oh my.
That's the danger of double scouts. An opening, 2 openings towards the A site. They know where Feb is. He did just take out Mello a moment ago. But as hilarious as the scouts popping shots through the doors can be, reality starts to sink in when you realize that, well, a single flashbang and you're caught trying to fight the rifles on their terms. They will clash. Feb will take a shot and Solgo to close up the round. 12-5. This is, if you're a Northwood fan, exactly what you're looking to see heading into the second half. They won a pistol, Kappa.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Yeah, good point. Good point. Pistol with the other round to follow suit. That's the first time in this entire series we've seen that sort of strange response in that post pistol. And I think that really kind of closes the curtains, doesn't it, for the fact that Northwood just want to shut the show down and save the part of this. Swag 7 not actually going to yield a frag. Ellis, Mac 10 to the dome, responded in kind by the swag of David.
I think that's the 3rd Mac 7 kill this game. I've got the count, don't worry everybody.
Thank you.
I'll keep you up to date.
Mental stat track.
Who needs to spend money when you've got me hanging around?
Hell yeah. Talking of that, did you know that CSGO used to not have skins at a point in the first edition of CSGO? No skins.
I did. I imagine it was a lot more boring of a game, but to be honest, I'm not too...
Your default skin guy?
No, not necessarily. The skins, listen, it's a good and a bad thing, right? Some people are here for the skins, and I imagine when there weren't the skins, it was a lot more of a, listen, you're here for the game, you know what I mean?
Skins equals wins, though. Have you not heard?
I have. It doesn't correlate to me, though. I haven't felt the success.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's not an every time thing, just sometimes there's a theory craft behind it, but no theory craft necessary in that round. It's just all basic bread and butter CSGO. The A push, the A pincer movement comes through, and the T's, they are pushing through. Northwood University.
Look at these guns. Drexel just can't catch a break.
They have to force, man. They have to, right? I think this is the right play, but you're 100% correct too. They have 3 players that have minimal util. That sucks.
And you really need it on the CT side of Dust 2 because this long fight, look at how much utility it takes. Usually a Molotov or two, a flashbang as well. And I mean, listen, they'll appreciate an opening duel like that, but they're already down so much. And it's triggered Solgo to go for the kill out towards A. A nice jump up from F will make sure that goes punished. But there's 2 Molotovs left, a single smoke on the CT side. S3, oh, an awkward gunfight to be taking. Chase.
The nades.
He wants more. Oh. Okay, it's gonna be Fab to close out with 2 and fully blind, and then FP9 now stands a chance to find impact.
Oh, what a shot!
I think he ran out of bullets though. All of a sudden, it's a bomb point for Northwood. He got away with this, and you'll be happy for it. But a chance for an ace Tix, setting himself up for it, but that's not a clean fight. Caught between 2. Neos will find the frag, and Drexel on the path to recovery, but it's long. And has plenty more obstacles in their path.
Discussions, yeah. Solgo mentioning clean shot. And you love to see a team that, even when you're up so much, you're still encouraging your teammates. You're still trying to give that boost of confidence. We love to see that and go into around right now, contemplating what their buy is going to be. They've got so much money. Anything they want, they can do the op play. Maybe sticking to the rifles, though. And I don't think this is a bad thing. They don't need to be using the op right now, especially on that T side of Dust 2. Get the rifles in their face. It's causing a disgrace so far. Keep it up.
That's some Molotov damage towards the top of middle. But they'll find themselves in control of Catwalk. Northwood losing another player. David's doubled up. Consecutive rounds of kills and entries. The Scope's weapon, expensive one, but look at the return of investment. David, setting himself for the collateral. He did actually find the connection, but no kill. With the sets up F perfectly. So good. What can you do? Well,
might want to go for a 1G though, I think. At this point, F just spamming through the smoke. No escape for you, Solgo.
So let's talk about why the T side of Dust 2 is it can be difficult to play. Reason number 1, and really most important one, is weapons. It's something Northwood are going to lack. And the economy in Counter-Strike can be really back and forth. If you win consecutive rounds, you know, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll have guns for every round, right? It's not like the old economy of days that we used to see. And because of the nature of the map, if you don't have the rifles, gunfights through top mid out towards long can be really difficult to fight. You need to close the range like you do in situations like this, but rounds are hard to win at this sort of range, but somehow Northwood, they do it again. Listen, take the words right out of my mouth. I said nothing. The pistols are better than the rifles.
Stop it. I didn't want to say anything because of this exact behavior. I've been fooled by it a couple of times before, not this time. The great composed mid-push. P250s, upgrades to the M4, the A4, the ARP. It's a free buy.
All hail the pistols of Northwood University.
Just put a P250 on a podium, why don't you?
Yeah, put a crown on their pistols, man. Kingly is the shots that they're able to hit with those weapons. I don't understand.
Jeez, I'm lost for words too, fella. It just doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense at all. But it makes sense, the scoreline. They're doing something right. Unorthodox CSGO.
And they've got the opening kill this time out towards long. David was pounding at Ryan's prior, but he's nowhere to be found. He's up towards Catwalk, and this time without the up in hand. It's all yellow on the scoreboard. David, oh boy, you've got the double, but how do you find a way back into this round? It's an okay start, but that's a one-way through the edge of that smoke, and it's Mellow to place us into series point. I cannot believe how early we're here.
Mellow had a little bit more of a quiet start and sort of been consistent. Hasn't had so many pop-off moments, but at the top of the scoreboard once more, climbing all game long, like climbing the leaderboards, going for that personal best. Mellow, top of the scoreboards in this game, kind of a bit like Simple, who's got the best rating right now in the pro set. I'm not joking, just playing feels like that, looks like that. David also
doing it again. It's outrageous.
It's happening once more. This is so crazy to see.
Okay.
Shot mode, S3.
What? Mello. Please stop taking the words out of my mouth. Your actions speak louder than them. As he continues to frag out, the bomb went down a while back, but it doesn't seem to matter. Everyone in the server favoring the gunfights in F with the Deagle in hand. He's recovered a weapon, but in low HP, he might actually be favoring it. The footsteps have been heard, though. This crossfire is going to have to be broken. Soul Goat. Dangerous. But Northwood, they'll make it work. 16-7 is Dust 2. They'll steal away the map of Drexel. And they'll steal away, steal a path straight into the grand finals. What a semi-final, Cuppa. But that was, despite how back and forth it seemed at certain times, pretty dominant on all fronts.
It was, especially in that second half. I think
Again,
for both maps, there was a clear sort of storyline where the first half, just feeling things out. T-side, TT side doesn't matter, just feeling out play styles. And the second portion of that first half and the second half, dominant from Northwood. So great stuff. That 7-1 scoreline, that's I think why I went for that prediction. Impressive rounds from Drexel. A lot to be taking away anything from their score. They deserve to be in the semi-final. It just goes to show the skill gap when you get to that sort of higher echelon, the semi-finals and the grand finals. It's going to be Davenport taking on Northwood University in the grands, and it seems very fitting. Unfortunate for Drexel, they can't be consecutive reigning champions from the previous playoffs and previous season, not to be for this one. Commiserations for them, and just commendations, clapping and pats on the back only for the likes of Northwood. Are going to see themselves try and take out the undefeated Davenport in the grand final.
And it's obvious to say, but this does actually mean that we'll have a new champion too heading in towards I guess the tail end of the season. I mean, Davenport, they were in the finals last time around as well, but that wasn't a land final, and so it'll be nice to see them. I'm sure they'll be happy to heading towards that sort of environment, because I mean, I think they've been. It's something they've been looking forward to for a long time. I think that roster is ready for it. I think they're ready to thrive in it. And Northwood, I think, ready to come in as challengers, because if they put on a show like they put on tonight, it could go either way. The talent is there.
Kojomo versus Mello. I'm just putting some ideas in your head. Swisher versus... There's just so many options, right? It's endless. It really is endless. The kind of duels, the battles we're going to see. Do not miss out on that grand final. It is going to be a banger. And to take nothing with this final, very competitive. But as you mentioned, North University are going to take that one by storm over on Dust 2. And perhaps the last Dust 2 to happen here for the Naystar League. I might cry after this broadcast. I'm not going to lie. Straight up.
Yeah, it's crazy you talk about Dust 2 there, but a very important conversation needs to be had about this grand final matchup in map pool, because I don't think Dust 2 is a map that Davenport really plays too often, and if Northwood seem this comfortable on it, that could be a toss-up, especially if we see Anubis coming into the mix later down the line. I mean, who knows what you kind of walk into with a new map like that. Honestly, I think it would be absolutely not only hilarious, but amazing if we could see a map that two teams are not fully familiar with being played in the grand finals of Naystar League.
Iconic. I think it would be an iconic map placement for a grand final to see Dust 2 there, and we'll find out some more info on that, I think, sort of close to that time of those map picks. But yeah, that's impressive stuff, and Northwood stole my heart, I think, within that game as well. I've always been very much impressed from what I've seen in Davenport, and I think that goes unsaid with their undefeated record so far in this season, playoffs inclusive. But for Northwood, I do think if they wake up with the right side of bed, if they have that best breakfast possible and they're feeling themselves, or as you said for that end comment, I'm feeling thank you. If they're feeling that good, maybe, just maybe, they can take a map from Davenport. And even that would be quite the feat to see. I do believe we're going to have an interview very shortly here, Birdie. You're ready to get someone onto the interview desk? Yes, you will. It's Solgo. It's Solgo. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that semi-final? You're through to the grands. Sick. Love it.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels good, I guess. Glad we didn't lose.
Yeah, elegant way to put it. Well, we will very much appreciate that. So talk to us about kind of how this best of 3 went. The vetoes, I mean, the likes of Inferno, Dust 2 Rush, it's very puggy maps. Are these maps you're expecting to play coming into this?
Yeah, I think we're expecting it to be pretty puggy maps. I think most college teams outside of Davenport are all pretty puggy, so I think those maps will be in the best of 3s a lot.
From what we saw here today, there are some good adaptations, no tactical timeouts necessary, a lot of thinking on the fly, and something Birdie actually mentioned, just big compliments to you and your team for just mid-round movements and mid-round changes. But I think kudos what kudos is due. Mello popped off today. Absolutely popped off, especially over on Inferno. What's the dynamic with the opping and the sniping on your team? Because I do see a bit of a sort of a rotation from Solgoat and yourself. It's a very unpredictable strat. Is that part of your game plan? And understand you've got the sort of the textbook of strats that you can't give away to all of us, but you're doing a very good job at switching out the sniping. It is very impactful.
Yeah. You know, we just want to make sure we keep our opponents on our toes. Yeah, actually it is.
Your teammates do a little bit of trolling, I can tell.
You know, we're just,
okay.
you know, we're all just super excited. We're all just super excited to get this dub. So, you know, teammates are getting a bit rowdy here in the back room.
Love that.
And I don't know, we just want to make sure we're keeping it unpredictable for our opponents. You know, if we make sure they don't know where it is at any point in time.
So you mentioned that. So it's very clear that both of you guys in this match tonight, you guys have pretty aggressive styles. It seemed like the opening duels really mattered a lot. I mean, disregarding a lot of the absolutely outrageous, by the way, eco rounds that were won by both teams. It's crazy how we kept running into that. But do you believe that this sort of aggressive style, going for those opening duels and coming out on top, is that your opening to beating Davenport? Do you think that's a good counter to the way they play?
I mean, it depends. It's just playing like that. It's just you can win any game really if you're playing well, or you can lose it if you're not. So it just kind of depends on if we're feeling well enough to be able to do that against Davenport or not, I guess, the day of.
I've got a question on the notes at Tation, the last one actually, of Davenport. Is there a Davenport player that you're most in fear of going to that grand final? It's solidified. Is there one player like, man, I'm scared of this, I'm scared of that, or is it just the team as a whole? Obviously they're undefeated, and that does put a little bit more tension on this up-and-coming game. Is there a player that you would say that you're like, I'm not excited to go against their crosshairs?
Not really, no. I'd say we're all like pretty confident. Like on an individual level, I think we match up with Davenport very well. Just the fact that they've been a team for like they've had the same core for like a full season, and then before that they've had the same four for like a year. So that'll be where the big difference is, most likely.
I like that. I like that confidence, and Amant knows his stats as well. Love that. That's it for me. Birdie, you got any more closing questions for this gent before we send them on the way?
No, not necessarily. I just want to say congratulations. You guys did an absolutely great showing tonight. I'm definitely rooting for you guys, for sure. I would root for both teams, obviously. But we want great Counter-Strike at the end of the day. And I'm hoping you guys are going to be able to provide that for us at LA Grand Finals.
Hopefully.
All right. Well, with that said, I guess last thing coming up. Is there anything you want to say to everyone who came out to watch you guys tonight? It's been a good showing. It's been a good run. Ready to continue. Any final words for today?
Thank you to all of our fans, and a big thank you to NACE for scheduling this LAN finals during finals week. I'm all very much looking forward to that. So.
That's absolutely tragic, but we appreciate you coming out, so congratulations to the win. We'll hopefully see you later. All right, short and sweet from our man Soul Goat, but we did get a couple good words out of him, notably that they're confident, Kappa, and that's really the most important takeaway from that for me.
That is, it's true. So always fun and spicy. Every kind of different customer that you have coming through, and yeah, you can feel that kind of that attitude, that sass coming in from the team. They are confident, and you need to be going against a team like Davenport. I really love that point coming from Solgoat too. Statistically, we are up there to be able to compete with Davenport. Obviously, you've made it through to the grand final for a reason, outgunning your opponents, but for a team like Davenport that have got a little bit more experience, a couple of echelons above that collegiate scene, that might be an X factor that could catch them off guard. But hey, you have to stay tuned for another turn, another time, another serving of CSGO for that when it does happen into December, into next month there for the grand finals of the Varsity playoffs. That is going to be it for us, though. Birdie, you got any closing statements for us?
Now, listen, an excellent conclusion to the semifinals to take us into the grand finals. I wanted to see Davenport duke it out with Kansas State, but unfortunately, we only got this matchup in the semis. But no, I think it's going to be a banger. Absolutely, it's a great matchup, and while Drexel unfortunately fall here tonight, returning champions vanquished, I'm looking forward to seeing a new champion.
from one champion to a completely new one. Who will it be? Will it be Davenport? Will it be Northwood University? You're going to have to stay track on socials and figure that one out for yourself. That has been it for us at Cup Fragrant on all socials, for me, at BirdieBox for the spelling of the bird box on socials. Please give us a follow if you haven't already. Other than that, it has been a slice, and congratulations once more to Northwood University. Commemoration going the way of Drexel, and let's see what happens in that grand final. Have a great night, folks, and once again, thanks for watching Nate Starley. Peace.